Hey everyone, what is up, and welcome back for episode 27 of the 100 Line Last Defense Academy. So the last episode was a really big one, really big one. We went all the way back to day 4 to start a brand new route on the Kill Ato side. And very quickly things already started going kind of crazy. Gaku dies within a day, right, of you making the alternate choice to stay at the school instead of leaving. Who did it? We don't know. The natural assumption based on the slasher route would be, I guess, spoilers. If you haven't seen it, I will be spoiling routes I played. I've said this many times, but just to be clear, right? But based on what we've seen, Takumi, would be the first assumption, but he got knocked out by somebody right before the time that this happened, so you have to think it might not have been him. In which case, who was it? Something interesting we saw, and this is kind of relevant later on, is there somebody who, the sponsor, who we'll talk about, said it was them and wasn't them, which is interesting. Very interesting. Anyways, moving on, the group is very distrustful of Takumi, and most of them believe it was him who killed Gaku, given that he'd already killed Ato. And was the one who said to stay at the school. A lot of people think he either killed Gaku or his decision led to Gaku's death, which I guess objectively speaking is true since it didn't happen on the other side, which is interesting. I don't really know what else to say to that. Anyways, the route kind of goes on for a while, and finally, we get the second to last crew. There's kind of a small divide between the crews, because some of them trust Takumi, some of them are willing to fight, some of them don't trust Takumi and are not willing to fight as a result. And we kind of go on a little, and we reach a point where there's another message on the blackboard. This time the message is basically, you're participating in a killing game, right, and go to the leisure lounge at 7 p.m. Or die, right? And we decide to participate in the killing game. We have to convince some people, and in the process, we get there, we get to the leisure lounge, and the killing game is starting. Kurara tries, and okay, this is the important part. The sponsor shows up. The sponsor is the person that we've seen in the suit, or I assume it's the same person, on the slasher route. That is notably not Yugamu, to be clear. And they tell us that they basically can't be defeated. They are hosting a killing game, and all you have to do is kill invaders, and there's a leaderboard tracking who kills how many invaders, and whoever has the least every 10 days will be killed. Turns out they're not bluffing, because one of the other rules was don't attack the sponsor, and Kurara tries to uppercut them, right? And she gets picked up by some hemoanima, infused bees, and she has the life drained out of her. Just killed right in front of us. So it turns out not to be a bluff. The gang tries to attack him, can't do anything. I keep saying him, them. We don't really know who's in the suit, and oddly enough, my actual best guess is Hiriko, an alternate Hiriko. I think it's got to be an alternate version of someone within the cast because of their response I mentioned earlier. When asked if they were killed Gaku, they said yes and no, right? It makes me think it was somebody in this building that did it. Possibly Hiriko. Maybe that's crazy. But someone in this building did it. And it's the alternate version of them, if that makes sense. I think it's an alternate Hiriko. I've talked about this a little bit because, partially because of that, and then also in the other route, they're when the Gi is talking to Hiriko and they ask if they know, when Hiriko asks who was in the suit, the response is simply, you know who's in the suit, right? And I assume it's an alternate Takumi and an alternate Hiriko. That could be very wrong. I don't know. And we'll maybe see. I don't actually know if we'll see, because the game goes on for a while, and I guess we'll jump ahead a little. The sponsor does get killed, supposedly, and we don't know who's in there right now, right? We didn't actually get to see. But that's jumping ahead a little bit. Basically, the game itself, Takumi is on a team by themselves. Eventually, they team up with Yugamu. And with Yugamu, they kind of join what is they call the anti-sponsor alliance with Hiriko, and their goal is to defeat the sponsor. Takumi is gathering info about the sponsor themselves as a person. Yugamu is gathering info about the bees. Hiriko is gathering info about the suit. They go to get a spare suit. In the process, Hiriko dies defending Darumi. She's kind of taken Darumi under her wing. She's starting to really feel for Darumi. She understands kind of why she feels the way she does about things like killing games, and why, like, the fact that she wants people to suffer the way she has, right? And that's why she has this desire for a giant killing game. Because she thinks that's the best way to make others feel the way that she has, like in the environment that she was raised in. And I think that's it. It makes sense. It's messed up. But I get it for Darumi. I do, actually. It makes sense. But the goal. Streamer mode never on. I don't understand why it's never on anymore. It's like whatever. Anyways, so she kind of takes Darumi under her wing because she thinks Darumi's basically gonna use the killing game to have her fun and then basically commit suicide with it. And I do think she's probably right. That is exactly what would have happened. So she's trying to keep an eye on her, and she dies to protect her, right? She obtains the suit. They have that risky gambit to obtain the suit, and Hiriko dies protecting Darumi in the process. We jump in to save Darumi and gather the suit, and we actually manage to bring it back, recruit Tsubasa into the alliance, and we learn the weakness of the suit is just non-hemoanima attacks, which is probably why when Karara attacked the sponsor, like, attacked back so hard, right? Because she was just going to use her fists, right? She might have been able to beat the sponsor to a pulp, right? Like, she might have been able to, like, seriously. And in retrospect, honestly, we could have guessed this, right? Because we saw the power saw go through the suit in the slasher route, so we probably could have figured that this was its weakness. I didn't really think about that, though. But they execute a plan to kill the sponsor. Takumi shoots them with a crossbow, creates a hole in the suit. The bees are obviously going to come out, so Yugamu is in the alternate suit, which is protected from cryptoglobin, but the sponsor suit is not, so they throw an undying flame bomb, like, in their chest, and that's where things leave off, right? Is the sponsor was, like, killed. Everybody kind of saw it. Somehow everybody's still distrustful of Takumi, right? They don't seem to think things over, and in all fairness, they're probably right. And we're gonna go ahead and jump into things and see how things are different. That was a really long summary, but that was a really long episode, packed with important stuff happening, and a lot of it was really easy to overlook. Given how long that episode was, that's the danger of making episodes that long, is that my summaries get stupidly long. And I know I don't need to summarize things, but it also helps, like, remind my understanding. So if you don't need the summary, obviously you're free to skip these summaries. I won't feel bad at all. At all. I wouldn't blame you, really. But I said I do them just as much for myself as you guys. I don't really mean to make them, as long as I do sometimes. But like I said, last episode was so dense. This ended up being a real long summary.
Get ready for your 31st day of active service here at Last Defense Academy.
And even with all that, I think there's plenty I missed.
Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your life to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
The morning announcement played just as I got back to my room. Yeah, I guess I should get some rest. I mumbled to myself vaguely and practically threw myself at the bed. The moment my head hit the pillow, I felt a gratifying sense of accomplishment welling up inside me. We did it, Hiriko. We defeated the sponsor. We'll see, man. All thanks to you. My grief from losing Hiriko hadn't gone away, but now I knew that she hadn't died in vain. I actually didn't explicitly mention this, but there were 2 people in the suit in the slasher route, so I assume there's absolutely still another sponsor, but we'll see. There's no way it just ends here. The others would come around. I just needed time to process it. No more turning against each other. No more killing game. We can finally be a real team again. Maybe even friends. Wrong. Comforted by that thought, I closed my eyes. From here on, we'd all have a fun, peaceful life. That was how I wanted the rest of our 100 days here to go. Just like the better times we had last time around. Maybe we could hold another barbecue party, like that ended so well the first time. Or a festival, because that ended so well the first time. Maybe we could all go to the beach together. That would be a nice change of pace. Still imagining all those different possibilities, I felt myself drifting off to sleep. Not that I think those events were, like, bad in the moment. They did end terribly, though. But then my doorbell started ringing. The visitor? At this hour? I really don't feel like getting out of bed right now. I decided to pretend I hadn't heard. Whoever it was and whatever they wanted, it could wait. My dreams were calling me. I cannot wait, bro. Alright, I'm coming. I dragged my tired body out of bed and stumbled over to the door. I opened it and... Yugamo, what are you doing here? Please don't tell me you want to hold another meeting. Can't we do it tomorrow? Sorry, Takumi. I think it might be a little soon for us to be celebrating. Huh? Well, what does that mean? The sponsor's dead. We made sure of that. The three of us had stood and watched as the master of the killing game burned away to ashes. There was absolutely no way they could still be alive. The sponsor's dead, all right, but the bees are a different story. While we were fixated on watching the sponsor die, they all flew off. Some of them might still be lurking in the school somewhere. But now the sponsor's not here to control them anymore. Wouldn't they just leave? The thing about bees is they don't like to change their habitats all that much. We're better off getting rid of them here and now so they don't start building nests and breeding. Great, so now we're exterminators? I wished I could put off the job until later, but I knew I'd never forgive myself if someone got hurt because of those bees. Alright, I guess we should go look for them. How are we going to do this? I'll handle the schoolyard and the rooms on the first floor. You take the second and third. If you hear even the tiniest hint of buzzing, get out of there and come find me. I'll put on the suit and take him out. Yugamo still had the protective suit Hiriko had gotten for us. At least with that around, there was no danger of the Hemoanima augmented insects killing us. With that, Yugamo and I set out to check the campus for bees. I shouldn't just wander around at random. I'll see if everyone's okay and ask if they've seen anything first. Alright, let's do this. Oh, Takumi, perfect timing. For what? Kyoshika has something she wants to say to you. Don't you, Kyoshika? Nozomi pushed Kyoshika forward. Sir Takumi, for avenging Lady Kurara's death, well... And for my rudeness up until now, that is to say, I'm... Kyoshika trailed off, unable to look me in the eye. An awkward silence stretched out between us. Sorry, Takumi. I think Kyoshika needs more time to get her head together. She wants to apologize to you, but she's not sure how or where to start. It's fine. She really doesn't have to apologize. It's all in the past now. It's nice of you to say that, but this is something she needs to do before we can put it behind us. Just give her a little more time, okay? Sure, whatever you need. You know where to find me. After that awkward phase where they were calling me the Grim Reaper, I was finally back to being able to talk to Nozomi and Kyoshika normally again. I found myself getting a little choked up. All that hard work defeating the sponsor had been so worth it. Alright, I mean, we'll take that. Yeah, she ain't gonna say a damn thing to us. Be so for real. Eve sat in her cage, still looking as dejected as I'd left her earlier. She was probably still in shock at not being allowed her mask back. Yeah, I don't even know why we talked to her, like she was gonna say a word until we gave her the mask. Hey, how's it going, champ? Whoa. What was that all about? Takumi, thank you so much for taking down that scumbag who killed Kurara. I'm so happy. The tears of joy just won't stop coming. You're my absolute hero now. Best wrestler ever. Instant Hall of Famer, no question. I'm not a wrestler, though. Oh, well, it is nice to see her so happy. Hey, Moko, we're checking to see if any of the sponsors' bees are still... Moko? Rika Raga Firecracker Sis Boomba. Everybody hustle. Woo! Victory! Moko might be a little too happy. I don't think I'll get any useful information out of her. No, I reckon not. Alright, Takamaru. Let's see how you're gonna shit on me now. Sponsor hasn't shown up here all day. Level with me, Takumi. Were you serious? Did you really kill that bastard? Yeah, I didn't do it alone, though. Gamu, Tsubasa, and even Hiriko, they all put their lives on the line to make this plan a success. And now the sponsor is gone, we don't have to compete against each other anymore. Listen up, Takamaru. You're allowed to be happy the Invader Hunt is over. You idiot. I got no right to be happy at a time like this. What do you mean? I'm so damn pathetic. I pushed you away, talked all that shit about you being shady, then went ahead and let you do all the hard work and save our asses. For real, I hate myself so much. I wish I could just drop dead. Don't say that. You survived the killing game. Your life is precious. What's so precious about a life you gotta live in shame? Sorry, man. I can't be around you right now. Hey, sorry about all that stuff. I'll find a way to make it up to you. Well, that's probably the best we can expect from him right now. I can understand why he feels that way. I'm so worried that we're talking all this about, like, they're dead, and then they're not dead. His eyes downcast, Takamaru slowly trudged away. You really don't need to do that. Alright, what you got for me, Tsubasa? And hold on, I need to... Such a small thing, but I think I have the wrong day numbers in the description for the last video. I think I said... I went to episode 32, which I did not. I said 4 through 31, which is also inaccurate. I went to 30. My description is fixed. I uploaded that video at like 4 a.m. last night and then went to bed and did not have time to fix that. I just kind of guessed. Okay, to be honest, I could have just checked the video on my local machine, right? And checked the days, but I was too tired for that. Alright, Sposs, what you got? What? The sponsor's bees are still alive? I only said they might be. I hope we're wrong, but we have to make sure. Can you think of anywhere they might be able to hide, Tsubasa? Honestly, I don't know if this is relevant, but since you're asking... I did hear some weird noises coming from that room on the first floor. You know, the one with the strange machines. What kind of noises, exactly? It almost sounded like people talking, but there's no way someone would be hiding out in a creepy place like that, right? You know what? It was probably just my imagination. It didn't sound anything like bees anyway. But that's worth investigating anyway, hello? The room with the strange machines, it's probably nothing, but maybe I'll check it out just in case. That sounds dangerous. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Whoa, what's with you all of a sudden? Bro was set to get executed in a few days. What do you mean, what's with him? If you hadn't ended the killing game, I would have been the one getting executed at the end of this round. By defeating the sponsor, you saved my life, Takumi. I never got the chance to say thank you this morning, so now I have to make up for that. You've given an insignificant dust bunny like me a second chance at life. I'm eternally grateful. It's okay, Shoma. Really, I mean, this was a victory for all of us. By the way, have you seen any of the sponsor's bees around today? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Doesn't look like I'm going to get any useful information out of him. No, I suppose not. Alright, on to Ugamu on the roof. What you got for me, buddy? He's probably back by his room. No, wait, he was in the front row, wasn't he? So he's actually probably over this way. You're still here, Ugamu? Weren't you going to search the first floor? I thought I'd check on Darumi before I start. She's still out cold, you know, slumbering away like an enchanted princess. I guess she must have taken a lot of damage fighting that commander. Yeah, not just physical damage either. She did murder the only person she's ever cared about with her own two hands, after all. Right, there was no other way out of that situation. Darumi still killed Hiriko. Maybe she was in shock, staying unconscious to avoid dealing with the guilt and pain of that act. I've got to wonder what effect Hiriko's cryptoglobin is going to have on Darumi going forward. It's going to be a real blast finding out. Yeah, maybe it will be. Everybody seems to be okay, but I didn't get any hints about the bees. The closest thing will be what Tsubasa told me about that room. She said she heard people talking inside. Maybe the bees buzzing and wing beats just sounded like voices through the door? I made my way to the weird room to check it out, just in case. What I saw there was... Is it the sponsor? Two of them. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Yeah, one of them... we knew was there. I wouldn't be shocked if the other was someone who was from this school and was able to use the Revive-O-Matic. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The strange sound behind the door wasn't bees. It was the sponsor, who was supposed to be dead. And there were 2 of them. How are they still alive? If I don't stop them, the killing will start all over again. But I can't fight them alone. I'll go find Yugamu first. I quickly whirled around, running for the exit. However, yeah, like they were gonna let that slide. I was suddenly tackled and pinned to the floor.
Hey! Let me go!
I can't let them kill me. If I let them run loose in the school, more of my friends will end up dead. I need to get away and tell everybody they're here.
Gah!
I felt a sharp pain in my nape. Did I get injected with something? As soon as I felt it. Not the first time this has happened to him. My vision turned hazy. My consciousness started to fade. No, I can't pass out now. Everyone will die. We have nothing to do with the invader hunt. I heard someone mutter those words near my ear. Okay, so maybe this is the alternate, like, Hiriko Takumi duo that I assume is real. Or at least, I thought I did. So maybe that was the same thing we were injected with in the comedy route that made us not go sicko mode. My back hurts. For some reason, my bed feels really hard today. Did I fall out of bed at some point and spend the rest of the night on the floor? This isn't my room! I opened my eyes and looked around. I was in the room with the weird machines. What am I doing in here? Why was I waking up in a creepy place like this? I had no reason to be here, did I? Wait, now I remember. Yugamu asked me to help look for the bees. My memory's coming back now. We were looking around the school, making sure the sponsor's insect minions weren't still lurking somewhere. But I couldn't remember anything from after I came into this room. It was all blank. Was somebody else in here? Did they attack me? If anyone or anything had a reason to attack me, it would be the bees. I was one of the people responsible for their master's death, after all. Maybe they wanted revenge. But if that was what happened... Yugamu! Tsubasa! The bees could be after them as well. I dashed out of the room in a panic. I ran all over the school looking for my friends. I checked both their rooms, all the classrooms, the library, and then finally... Tsubasa, Yugamu, you're okay. I've been looking for you everywhere. I opened the door to the cafeteria to see the 2 of them sitting there, eating and talking like nothing was wrong. Huh? What's up, Takumi? You're sweating like crazy. Yeah, you look more excited than a bitch in heat. They were both fine. I'd been worried over nothing, thank goodness. Sheesh, don't scare me like that. I think we should be the ones saying that to you. Anyway, now that you're here, you might as well join in the strategy meeting. Yugamu and I were just talking about how to organize our search for the QB liquid. The what? What are you talking about? The QB liquid? Come on, you can't have forgotten already. Forgotten? I've never even heard of this stuff before. For real? But I explained it to you this morning. Yeah, we absolutely lost some of our memory. It's day 32 now. It was day 31 when we were knocked out. This morning? But we were fighting the sponsor this morning. That was yesterday. Yesterday? Something wasn't right here. We got the spare suit yesterday, and then this morning we defeated the sponsor. Hey, Takumi, what day do you think it is? Huh? It's day 31 of... It's day 32, Takumi. Huh? No, that couldn't be right. If today was day 32, that would mean I spent an entire day lying unconscious in that weird room. Maybe you've got a concussion. You did hit your head pretty hard. I did? When did that happen? You forgot that too? Yesterday, that's day 31, you tripped and hit your head. I don't remember that at all. Was it while I was looking for the bees? So what happened with the bees? Did you find any nests or hives anywhere? Nope, not a single one. Guess I was just being paranoid. Takumi, do you really not remember? Sorry, I don't remember a thing. You were acting pretty strange back then. Maybe the damage is worse than we thought. You should take it easy today. It might come back to you once you rest up a little. Sure. This whole thing still doesn't make much sense to me, but I did like they said and spent the rest of the day in my room.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night. Ah.
Time to go to bed. It's now the night of day 32. I'm missing a whole day's worth of memories. I know I'm not going to get them back just by thinking hard, but still, this is unsettling. What if I wake up with even more gaps in my memory tomorrow? When I think about it that way, I'm kind of scared to go to sleep. Why is this weird stuff still happening? We'd overcome one ordeal only to be faced with another right after. Here, I thought beating the sponsor meant our luck was starting to turn. No, being negative about it won't help me now. I gave my cheeks a light slap and took a deep breath to get myself together. To let a little something like this get me down will never make it to day 100. I have to stay strong. I need to be prepared to put everything on the line for my friends, just like Hiriko did.
Up and Atom troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 33rd day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
Day 33, huh? I mumbled as if to reassure myself as I got up. Yesterday was day 32, today is day 33. No missing spots in my memory. Maybe it's only a temporary thing after all. What a relief. I was afraid we were going to have a new string of weird incidents on our hands. Hopefully now I can have a nice quiet day. But no sooner had that thought crossed my mind when... Got him.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds.
You thought...
Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
An attack? So early in the morning, too. I knew it. That looks worse than ever. Okay, Gaku. I scrambled out of bed and made my way to the war room as fast as I could. Hey, Takumi. Sir Takumi. Takamaru and Kyoshika were already there when I got to the war room. They both averted their eyes when they saw me. I've been wanting to apologize all this time, but I didn't know where to start. Isolating someone from the group, only to have that person save them, it was no wonder they felt awkward, but not for long. Apologize? For what? I don't remember you doing anything you need to apologize for. I decided to let the whole thing go. The past is the past. There was no sense lingering on it or holding grudges now. I just wanted us to focus on the present and forge a better future together. You sure you don't want any payback? I treated you like crap, and you didn't deserve any of it. You're not just gonna forget about all that, are you? I already have. It's in the past. All I remember is that Takamaru Yakashiji is the kind of guy who'll do whatever it takes to protect his friends. That's all I need to know. I meant it too. It hadn't been much for me, but Takamaru had only been trying to keep the others safe, in his own way. You're a real stand-up guy, Takumi. Faith, your heart is larger than the ocean itself. You could be king of the pirates someday, Sir Takumi. Bro, maybe not. This ain't One Piece. Takumi, I know everyone's doing it, but I want to apologize too. Bro, can we go defend the school? I'm sorry for treating you so coldly back when the invader hunt began. I've felt terrible about it ever since. Guys, seriously, it's okay. Forget about it. I agree. I've had quite enough of this saccharine sweet sentiment for one day. We're all friends again. Can't we just leave it at that?
Special Defense Unit! Best friends in the world!
Yeah, shit's going south. Why'd you say that? It's so sweet we're gonna start killing each other soon. You two were pretty mean to Takumi too, you know. That's just how they are. Not even an Ironclaw can get them to apologize if they don't want to. I really didn't care about what happened before. We were a real team again, and that was what mattered. Where's Shoma? We were friends and allies, all of us together. Sorry to bring the mood down, but shouldn't we do something about the invaders? They've advanced a pretty long way already. That's what I'm saying, bro. Ah. Oh no, I totally forgot. Come on, everyone, let's get out there. We hurried onto the battlefield and began the first defensive battle we'd fought in a while. Where the hell is Shoma? Are we gonna ignore that? Is he just hiding behind someone? Did I miss him? I'm gonna assume I did. Where is Shoma? The best friends in the world! Where is Shoma? One of your friends. And no one commented on this. Is homeboy already out here or something? Like, if he's not, y'all are kind of dirty. That side is trash.
It's weird, but I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger.
It must be from all the fighting we did during the hunt. It feels like they're moving in slow motion now.
I'm better than ever, too. Oh, the way I am now, I feel like I could pull off some high-flying lucha moves.
That sponsor just made us stronger. What a dumbass!
Like I said before, I kind of feel like that might have been the intent from the start. Like, not zero chance.
Don't get carried away, guys. We've got an even stronger enemy approaching. Odds are it's a commander.
This. Oh. Kind of wish I hadn't skipped this fight so that I could clown this guy.
It's him! That's the commander that killed Hideko.
That makes this our big chance to avenge her. Can't wait to get into it.
This guy's going down. I won't stand by and let him escape this time.
I already skipped this fight, unfortunately, so all we could do before was force him to retreat. But we're not going to lose this time. Bro, I would have busted his ass if they gave me the chance. Like, it was not even going to be close. If we all work together, no one can beat us.
Let's do this, everyone. For Hideko!
So I'm not even stressing it that much. I literally would have clowned him. It would not have been close. He almost got clowned with just one. Well, basically just one unit. Actually, it was two, but the other was army, so does that shit count for real? Like, not really, you know? No, like, seriously, like, they would have got clowned. No doubt, so I'm not too worried about getting my get back. Send a 6100 and a commander kill Shirley.
Now we just gotta finish him off.
This is a revenge killing, right? Why don't we take our time and really make it hurt?
I'm not here for it. Is that wrong?
This is for Hideko.
I say we present his body as an offering at Hideko's grave. I think she'd like that.
No way. She doesn't want that kind of baggage hanging over her when she's in heaven.
Bro, Hideko probably would like that for real, actually.
Are you crazy or just stupid? None of your kind will ever enter heaven.
It seems the varlet still has life enough to talk back to us.
Damn filthy invaders! Treating me like this. I hope you all rot in hell for eternity. Get back! Don't you dare touch me! Lay a finger on me, and I'll rip your throats out with my bare teeth!
Good luck with that, Adamakyu.
Real sore loser, aren't you? But you didn't hold back against Hiruko. How's it feel to be on the other side of that?
Repent for our friend's death with your life, vile fiend.
Go ahead, Takumi. Finish him.
Sheesh, Kako's Loki's so brutal. It's fucking hilarious.
You want me to do it?
This will wipe out the final insult to Hiruko's memory. You're clearly the best man for the job.
Yeah, I think that's what she would want too.
Tear him apart, Mr. Sumino.
Okay.
Somehow I felt like they wouldn't let me say no. I took a step closer to Adamakyu.
Damn it. Damn it. I told you to stay away from me!
When I killed him and avenged Hiriko, the invader hunt would finally be well and truly over. My next strike would put an end to this dark, desperate chapter in our lives.
This will end it all.
But just as I was about to bring my sword down... Oh no. I heard a sound that couldn't possibly be real. Not here. Not now. And then it finally happened. A huge swarm of bees appeared, gathering in the air above Adamakyu. A moment later they attacked, draining every last ounce of his blood with their razor-sharp stingers. Now just a blackened husk, his body fell lifelessly to the ground. For a moment I was so shocked I couldn't speak. How could this be happening?
Why are the bees here again?
Naturally, it's because I am alive and well.
I turned around at the sound of the voice. Standing there was...
Not quite as satisfying as Kurara Osuzuki's, but this commander's cryptoglobin is sweet nectar all the same.
Yeah, I mean, too good to be true. The question is it one of the two we found in the room? Or it sounded like they told us they weren't involved with the invader hunt. Does that mean this is a third person in a suit? Could it be a fourth? Or was it like somebody in the suit and they got revived by the, They got revived by the Revive-O-Matic.
Thanks to that, my wounds have healed. I've made a complete recovery.
But how can you still be alive? I watched you die.
You did indeed. My body was burned to ashes until not a single piece of me remained. But you overlooked something, Takumi Sumino. That was only one of my bodies. Much like with the suit, I happen to have some spares set aside.
Suddenly, figures in the strange suits were everywhere. There were at least 10 sponsors standing on the battlefield now. Is this a dream? No, more like a nightmare.
Takumi Sumino, your plan to eliminate me, that is, was truly ingenious. In recognition for your courage and cunning, I'll overlook your breach of the rules. Anything for an accomplished hunter like yourself.
No, this can't be happening. It took so much work just to beat one of them, and now there's this many.
It's an illusion. They must be shadow clones or after images.
Wouldn't that be convenient?
You're welcome to test that theory, but don't blame me if you meet the same fate as Kurara Osuzuki.
None of us made a move. Instinctively, we knew we had no chance. If we tried to attack any of the sponsors, we'd be killed on the spot.
So why did you pretend to be dead? Were you just playing with us?
I knew giving you a taste of hope would make your despair that much more intense. Do you see now how futile it is to defy me?
What in the Danganronpa?
But why are you only showing yourself again now?
I'm guessing they somehow needed time.
We worked so hard to defeat that commander. Stealing the fruits of our labor is adding insult to injury.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
You misunderstand me. I only absorbed his cryptoglobin temporarily to ensure it's distributed fairly.
Distributed?
Such a mighty prize should be reserved for only the most excellent of my hunters. I will split this commander's cryptoglobin among the top 3 players. In first, Darumi Amamiya. Second, Takumi Sumino. And third, Yugamu Omikage. These 3 alone will receive the reward. Accept it now!
At the sponsor's words, one of the bees flew over to me. It dropped my prize, a weird vial of red liquid, at my feet.
It seems Darumi Amamiya is not here.
Correct.
Is she still unconscious? No matter. I will inject this into her myself. I'm sure she'll find it most invigorating. She is a talented hunter too, after all. This game wouldn't be nearly so interesting without her.
The killing game is still going on. I thought we ended it.
So sorry to quash your short-lived joy, but the invader hunt will continue. There are still 2 days until the end of the first round.
That boy Shoma is cooked.
I encourage you lower-ranked hunters to make a special effort during that time. Of course, the rest of you can't afford to get complacent either. That's just how this game works.
Unless they're going to be a little vile and disqualify Shoma and then take the next lowest hunter, I don't think it matters what anyone else does. Oh, yeah, this is rough for the team. The sponsor's laugh echoed across the desolate battlefield. The defensive battle was over, but the invader hunt was back on. With our lives once again at the mercy of the rankings, it felt like a truly hollow victory. After the battle, we returned to the school and met up in the cafeteria. We needed to discuss what we were going to do next. So, basically, the hunt is back on like nothing ever happened. To think the sponsor would come back. A villain like that has no right rising from the dead. And now there's just 2 more days of the first round left. And when it ends, the person in last place will be executed. The killing game wasn't over. The sponsor had multiple bodies, making them effectively immortal. Now that we knew that, any hope we might have built up had been replaced with despair. I don't think I can do this anymore. Following that person's orders, risking my life playing this terrible game, it's all too much. There, sister dearest, don't worry. Your dear brother will protect you. Even if I have to sacrifice everything to do it. Damn it, this whole thing is bullshit. I can't believe the sponsor played us like that. All that despair and frustration needed an outlet, and the target Takemura settled on was... Yo, Takumi, the hell is going on here? You told us the sponsor was dead. Sorry, I'm just as surprised as you guys. I don't think any of us expected the sponsor to have multiple bodies. You saying you didn't know? Don't lie to me, man. You and that bastard were working together this whole time, weren't you? Yeah, of course. I knew he'd turn on us again. What? That's crazy. Of course we haven't.
Hey!
Then why are the only ones who got prizes from your team? You sure that wasn't some kind of payment for going along with the sponsor's act? Is it really that crazy to think it was the top 3, brother? No, why would you even think that? I'd never betray you guys. You still took that little handout without any kind of protest, almost like you already knew it was coming. And now you'll probably end up at first in the rankings for this round. You told us the game was over, so none of us have been earning points over the last couple of days. Your position is just as strong as before, but we've lost any chance to catch up to you. You get to survive to the next round, while your partner, the sponsor, gets to mess with us. It's a win for both of you. I can't believe we let you fool us like this. Sir Takumi, all this time, you colluded with our enemy? You've betrayed us all. I'll have your head for this. Don't do it, Kyoshika. Put your sword away. Back off, guys. Takumi's innocent. How many times are you going to make the same mistake? Hey, I've tried to trust Takumi. He's legit saved my life, you know. But I gotta look at the bigger picture here. Every time I put my trust in him, something bad happens. First Gaku died, then Kurara, and the invader hunt started. And right when it looked like we were out of the woods, suddenly the game's back on and we're in last place. All that can't just be a coincidence. What am I supposed to think? It is kind of a crazy coincidence. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, almost to the point that I do wonder if something else is going on. Takamaru glared at me like I was the absolute scum of the earth.
You really are a jinx. No, you're worse than that. You're like the Grim Reaper. Nothing good ever comes from being around you. So do us all a favor and stay away from us!
When I heard the anger in his voice, I knew my dream was over. Making it to day 100 with everyone working together as a team, that would never happen now. That's all I gotta say to you. From here on, we're enemies. Don't come talking to me like we're still friends.
Hey!
Ima, Kako, let's go. We gotta earn some points to get ahead of those guys while we still can. Takamaru stormed out of the cafeteria, taking the twins with him. Now it's come to this. I must retreat to the mountains. I'll undergo intense training and unlock the power I need to strike down every one of those accursed sponsors. Kyoshika, no! You can't go out there alone. At least let us come with you. Nozomi's team hurried away as well, leaving just me and my only 2 friends in the world. Sheesh, what's with those guys? All those over some dumb prize Takumi didn't even ask for? They can't help it. This game's made them paranoid. Everything seems suspicious to them now. Even a little vial of cryptoglobin. Yugami was right. All they wanted was to get rid of the Grim Reaper in their midst. The vial was just a convenient excuse for them to do that. Speaking of the vials, remember what the sponsor said back there? Something about injecting Darumi.
It seems Darumi Amamiya is not here. Is she still unconscious? No matter. I will inject this into her myself. I'm sure she'll find it most invigorating.
Right. That means the sponsor probably went to Darumi's room. She could be in danger. Come on. We ran for the stairs and headed up to the roof. We couldn't let the sponsor do anything to Darumi. Hiroko had given her life to save her. She was her legacy. Darumi! We wrenched open the door to Darumi's room and charged inside. Nah, I bet you she's chillin', to be honest. Darumi was awake. She was sitting on the edge of her bed, staring vaguely up at the ceiling. Darumi, you're okay. Relatively speaking, yes, she is breathing. Huh? What's up, Tsubasa? Why are you and Takumi and Yugami all out of breath? Oh, you finally decided to kill me, right? You're breathing heavy because of the anticipation. You gonna pass me around and have some fun with me first? Or are you gonna save it until after I'm dead? You are demented. Can't have a killing game without some gory and or sexy R-rated scenes, am I right? Go ahead and mess me up. Should we film it for posterity? Make sure you get my good side when my eyes roll up into the back of my head. Will you stop talking crazy for a minute, Darumi? Thank goodness, she's just the same as ever. Morbid, inappropriate sense of humor included. Are you alright, Darumi? You're not sick or in pain or anything? Nope, I'm 110% A-okay. In fact, I think actually getting some sleep for once has made my skin healthier than usual. Oh man, at this rate the bags under my eyes might disappear. I love those little black smudges like they were my own children. I don't think I could bear losing them. Wait, that's not just eyeliner? Well, anyway, I'm glad she's okay. There's just one problem. How exactly are we supposed to treat Darumi from now on? Obviously, I want to honor Hiroko's last wish and do whatever I can to make sure she survives. But she's also technically the person who killed Hiroko. There's no getting away from that. Are you really gonna, like, hold that against her? Like Hiroko didn't explicitly say to do so? Then again, does Darumi even know what she did? Or has she repressed that whole episode? Hey, Darumi, how much do you remember about what happened before you blacked out? Pretty much all of it. You, me, Yugami, and Mistress Hiroko all went off on a picnic, then we got attacked by a commander. Mistress Hiroko got mortally wounded protecting me, and then I stabbed her in the back and killed her. And that just about covers everything, right? So she remembers. I have to think she'd be happier if she forgot, though. It's bad enough that she had to lose Hiroko, but to have to kill her herself, what can I even say to someone who's been through something like that? There's a part of me that thinks she's not nearly as bothered by it as you think. Should I try to comfort her, or reassure her that she did the right thing? I'm out of my depth. I've got no idea what to do here. Okay, Takumi, it's your turn. Tell me what's been happening while I was out. Is the killing game still going? Yeah, it is. It hasn't been a constant thing, though. We managed to end it once, but then it just started up again. I explained everything to Darumi. I told her about how we'd formed the anti-sponsor alliance with Hiriko, about how Hiriko had obtained one of the same kind of suit the sponsor wore, and how, with Tsubasa's help, we figured out its weakness and taken down the sponsor. Of course, after that, the sponsor came back and revealed that they had multiple bodies. So in the end, nothing we did even mattered. Tears had sprung to my eyes while I was telling this story. Saying it out loud made the pain of losing Hiriko feel fresh and raw again. And then it happened. Are you okay? She started acting really weird, even by her standards. She was stuttering the same syllable over and over again, making her sound like an old staticky radio. Come on, Darumi, what's... That's what you get! Finally, Darumi screamed so loud I had to cover my ears. When her voice had finally stopped echoing around the room, I took a moment to process what she'd actually said. Did you seriously just say that's what you get? Well, duh. This is your punishment for being dumb enough to try to end the hunt ahead of time. Killing games are an immutable law of nature. You can't just end them. How can you be so stupid, moron? Moron! What's with that attitude? I know you only just recovered, but there's still a limit to what I'll put up with from you. Yuriko wanted to end the invader hunt so no one else would have to die. She gave her life to do that. Are you just gonna trample over her feelings? Yeah. There's a reason we hid it from her the whole time. Mistress Hiriko? Stop the killing game? You're crazy. She was the goddess of this game. Goddess? Mistress Hiriko reveled in slaughter and bloodshed. She was the perfect embodiment of everything the invader hunt stood for. And now she's in my tummy. That makes me like the holy mother of the goddess or something. Darumi tenderly placed both hands over her stomach. What? Still can't really bring myself to like Darumi, I'm not gonna lie.
Watch over me, Mistress Hiriko. I'll kill lots of invaders and offer up their blood in your name. I'll knock everyone else out of the rankings and reign supreme as the Queen of Kills! Let's all have fun killing each other, guys!
Darumi's unbridled joy toward the killing game was unnerving, maybe even inhuman. I couldn't see us talking sense into her anymore. She was an uncontrollable monster. Was everything we did really pointless? Our alliance against the sponsor, getting the suit, Hiriko's sacrifice. What was the point of any of it? Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I still can't really bring myself to like Darumi, I'm not gonna lie. Even if I get why she acts the way she does, I just don't like the way she acts. The day after the sponsor came back to life, Yugamu, Tsubasa, and I got together for another meeting of the Anti-Sponsor Alliance. The way I see it, we've got two options open to us. Continue playing the game, or kill the sponsor to end it. But what, again? Is that even possible? That's something we can discuss if we choose that option. Right now, we've got to decide on what direction we're going to take. I say we, but really it's up to you, Takumi. Huh? You want me to decide? You are the Alliance's leader. That's what Hiriko said, remember? Come to think of it, she did give me that job, didn't she? You have just been appointed the leader of the Anti-Sponsor Alliance. She might even have given me the position because she knew she was going to die. Is that why? Did she think I could hold the Alliance together even after she was gone? Are you sure you want someone like me as your leader? I don't really have any skills or talents. Nah, dude, it's gotta be you. You've got the courage and resolve we need to get us through this. I'd like you to be leader too, Takumi. I just know if anything happens, you'll come to my rescue. It's reassuring to have someone like that in charge. You guys. Honestly, I think this might be too much for me, but if these two are willing to put their faith in me, I can't let them down. Alright, I'll accept the position as leader. I might not have very much going for me, but I'll do everything I can to keep you safe. That's the spirit. Okay then, oh great and powerful leader, tell us where our alliance is going to go from here. Do we continue to participate in the invader hunt, or do we try to kill off the sponsor? Continue the hunt, or kill the sponsor? Obviously taking part in this game is out of the question. I won't stand by and watch another of my friends die at the end of every round. If we lose any more than this, it's going to be hard to get through our defensive battles too. But The only way to stop the game is by killing the sponsor, and I'm not sure if that's even possible anymore. Now that they've come back from the dead, they feel more untouchable than ever. How are we supposed to beat someone with multiple bodies? Even if we came up with something, how would we know if we got them all? If playing the game and killing the sponsor are both equally impossible, then neither. I'm choosing the third option. The third? We run. We leave this place and the killing game behind. After all, we know where the escape pod is. If we can find a way to activate it early, we can all go back to the artificial satellite. The sponsor and their bees are powerful, but there's no way they can follow us all the way into space. Takumi, what are you talking about? We went over this already. The escape pod is out of commission. Out of commission? You mean we can't use it at all? Since when? Tsubasa, remember when Takumi hit his head that time? Oh, so you forgot about that too. In that case, it'll be easier to just show you again. Come on, let's get to the hangar. Tsubasa led us to the storeroom underneath the gym, and there I saw... Holy smoked! Huh? Every inch of the escape pod's surface was riddled with holes. What happened here? Did it get shot up by a machine gun or something? Well, exact same reaction as last time. You really did lose your memory, didn't you? Never mind that. Tell me what's going on here. Who did this? It's less of a who and more of a what. We can't really blame anyone except the bacteria. Bacteria? As in microscopic life forms? But the pod's not organic. How could they destroy solid metal? Let me explain. The corrosion's been caused by something called particle bacteria. It erodes matter on a molecular level, so it's invisible to the naked eye until the damage starts to show. The bacteria eats away at metal to grow stronger. Actually, I'm not sure if eat is the right word. Technically, it's more like the energy released during the oxidation process allows its cells to reproduce. Don't be fooled by the bacteria part of the name. It's not really alive, just a chemical substance. That said, we're talking about something that randomly occurs in quantum-level space, so there's not a lot we know about it. Is there any chance of repairing the pod? Not the way it is now. I'd have to get rid of the particle bacteria first. Is that possible? Tsubasa took out a photograph and showed it to me. Yeah, but I'll need some of this. QB liquid. It's the only thing that can purge the bacteria. I have no idea where to find it, though. What about the biolab? I looked in there already. This is rare stuff. I don't think there's a single vial of it in the whole school. At this point, the only thing we can do is search around in the ruins outside and hope for the best. So we're looking for a rare material while also trying not to fall behind in the rankings. I have a feeling that's not going to be easy. We'll have to repair the pod eventually, but activating it and getting out of here early does seem almost impossible. You get the position we're in now. Using this to escape the game just isn't feasible. We'll need to go with a different strategy. So we're back to the first two choices I offered you. Play the game or kill the sponsor. What's it gonna be? Those are my two choices, huh? Taking everything I know into account, though. Sorry. I still think the third choice is the best option. We'll find a way to repair the pod and use it to escape from the game. You sure? We just went through how doing that's so hard it's practically impossible. We're gonna face steep odds no matter what we do. I'd rather take a chance in a path I believe in. Honestly, that's fair. When your options are to either play the game, and if you just play it, eventually, at most, only one of you will live. Or you kill the sponsor, Zuh, and good luck, right? We might as well take a third option. Step 1 is to find the QB liquid, destroy the particle bacteria, and repair the damage. After that, we focus on finding a way to activate the pod early. Once that's done, we get everyone on board and get out of here, back to the artificial satellite. Brother, they are not leaving with you. Prioritize escaping to safety. That's where you're going with, Takumi? Well, I did say I'd respect our leader's decision. That cool with you too, Tsubasa? Sure, if that's what you want, Takumi, I'm fine with it. I've already made up my mind to stand by you to the very end. After the way I treated you before, I want to make up for that and be as supportive as I can now. Tsubasa. My heart gave a little leap. Those two were putting so much faith in me, it made me feel like I could make it through any ordeal. Tsubasa, are you sure you're okay to work with us? Aren't you technically still on Nozomi's team with the other girls? It's fine. I've decided to officially leave that team. I feel bad for them losing a fighter, but you guys are way more important to me. Way more important. When I heard that, I almost broke down into tears. Even an outcast like me who has people who consider him important. So long as I remember that, there's nothing I can't do. I know we'll make it back to the satellite together. Alright guys, let's fix this escape pod. We're all going home and we're going back alive. Yeah, we'll see, buddy. We had our goal. Now we just had to start making it a reality. The first order of business was going out to try to find some QB liquid. Out beyond the school, we explored the ruins of what had once been stores, ransacking the shelves for anything that looked like what we needed. Of course, we should have known better than to think we'd find something that rare that easily. We're gonna have to find like a science lab. Before we knew it, the sky had turned to the dark orange of sunset. The sun's going down. We should probably call it a day soon. Hey, it's not dark yet. Let's keep going a little longer. Overdoing it's not going to help anyone, Takumi. The search could take a while. We need to conserve our strength. And don't forget, tomorrow's the last day of the first round. You never know what might happen when things get right down to the wire. We need to be ready to deal with any kind of unexpected conflicts. Oh, right. It is tomorrow, isn't it? Based on our current standings, no one from our team was in any real danger of being executed, but it made sense to be careful all the same. Alright, let's head back for today. I worry that some people from the lower teams will eventually get desperate and try to kill, like, some of the higher-ranking players. In the interests of staying fresh for tomorrow, we returned to the school and went straight to bed. Time passed, and eventually... The final day of the Invaders' Hunt first round arrived. Yeah, looks like things haven't really changed at all. Show us your day last. That's rough for bro. That's rough for bro. I don't know what else to say.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 35th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
I have to say, I definitely expected there to be more sponsors, but I can't say I've expected the pure quantity that we've seen of people in these suits. It's gotten to the point where I'm like, what exactly is going on? Like, who exactly is this? Are they cloning themselves? If I thought it was an alternate version of someone, it can't just be one, right? Like, is it a bunch of alternate versions of the same person? Like, is it one alternate person who has cloned themselves? Is it a bunch of different alternate people all acting as one? Like, potentially, arguably, like potentially the entire, like, special defense unit, like, from another world acting as one. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know. Right? I don't really know. Here it is, the end of round 1. Whoever's at the bottom of the rankings at midnight will be executed by the sponsor. Last time I checked, Shoma was in last place. I wonder what's going through his mind, now that he's facing death. What is he feeling? Maybe I'll go check on him while there's still time. Is he even alive right now? He is. Oh, Takumi. Good morning. Morning, Shoma. Sorry to call on you so early. It's fine. I don't mind. Are you feeling alright? Spending too much time breathing the same air as me will probably spoil the rest of your day, you know? His self-esteem is just as low as ever, but he doesn't seem scared. Shoma, how can you be so calm? Today's the last day of this round of the game. You're at the bottom of the rankings. If you don't earn some points quick, then does he even know the game's back on? I know, but it's okay. I've decided to accept my death as gracefully as I can. You're just going to accept it. Don't you want to survive? Of course. Well, I did it first anyway. I wanted to make it out of here someday and see Leo again, but I changed my mind. Another person shouldn't have to die just to keep a piece of human trash like me alive a little longer. That's it. You're okay with being killed in this messed up game we're being forced to play? No, I hate that it has to be this way. But that's all the more reason for me to not struggle against the inevitable. But what do you mean? If I stay where I am in last place, no one else will have to worry about dying. I don't believe that. I actually think the fact that he's gotten nothing means they're going to kill him and then go for the next lowest person. Who was the next lowest? I actually didn't see. The sponsor wants to see us panic and turn on each other, but that's not going to happen. Ha ha! Buddy, I have news for you. I may not be able to defeat the sponsor, but I can at least disappoint them. I'm going to consider that a win.
I'll end my life with my one and only victory. That's good enough for me.
It's not going to go down that way, is it? Shoma. Seeing Shoma smile on the face of certain death brought tears to my eyes. All this time he'd been so focused on our own survival, and here he was, willing to give his life to save the rest of us. It had to take a tremendous amount of inner strength, and kindness, too. Actually, since you're here, do you think I could ask you for one last favor? A favor? Can you take over looking after Ava for me? She needs someone to bring her food and clean her cage and talk to her so she won't get lonely. The fact that I'll be leaving her alone is the one thing that still bothers me. I just want her to be happy. Ever since I refused to give Ava her mask back, we hadn't exactly been on great terms. But if this was Shoma's last request, I owed it to him to try. I nodded firmly. Sure, you can leave Ava to me. I'll do whatever I can to protect her from harm and misfortune, I promise. Thank you, that's such a relief. Now I really do have no regrets. She's dead as hell eventually. No, I don't know. Something's going to happen with Ava, something big if I had to bet. I don't think they're just going to leave her in the cage that whole route, right? I wouldn't be shocked if the mask somehow either lets her break out, and like after we give it to her, like finally relent and give it to her. I wouldn't be terribly shocked if she dies. I guess the most surprising outcome would be like, we give her the mask and nothing happens and she's just kind of chilling in there, you know? I'm intrigued to see what they do with her, though. I spent the whole of that day with Shoma. He told me about Ava's favorite foods and regaled me with stories about him and Leo back in the residential complex. We passed the time chatting aimlessly, even after the sun went down. But then, on the stroke of midnight... Hunters of the Special Defense Unit, gather in the schoolyard immediately. The closing ceremony for the first round is upon us. We were called to the schoolyard by the announcement. Damn. There, we were all forced to watch Shoma's execution. Shoma Genzaki. Alas, his refusal to compete seriously made the end of this first round quite the anticlimax. The final struggle to stay at the last place is usually one of the most exciting parts of the game. I hope we'll have no cowards in the next round. I encourage you to put all your energy into the hunt from now on. You don't want to end up like him, do you? Shoma was just a shriveled up corpse now. He looked so small, like some kind of grotesque figurine. Damn it. I'm sorry I couldn't save you, Shoma. I really thought someone else was going to die too, I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry, Shoma. Middling in flavor, yet ample in nutrients. Thanks to his contribution, we've become stronger still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The more cryptoglobin the sponsor absorbs, the more powerful they get. I can feel it from here. When does the second round start anyway? I'm guessing we're not going to dive into it right from tomorrow. You can relax on that count. I'll grant all of you a week's respite for surviving the first round. The second round will begin on day 43. Use that time to rest, recuperate, and prepare for the next hunt. It's not very long, but at least we get some time off. Not like we can take it easy, though. We gotta use that time to get stronger and survive the next round, too. Ima, Kako, as of right now, you guys are in boot camp. We're going out to the mountains to train. Oh, great. I've never been any good at this sporty jock stuff. A week off. Will we be able to find the QB liquid and get out of here in that time? I hereby call the first round of the invader hunt to a close. I'll leave the task of getting rid of this filthy corpse to you. We dug a grave for Shoma in the schoolyard and buried his body.
Thank you, Shoma. You saved us all. I won't forget what you've done for us. I promise.
Words of gratitude came spilling out of my mouth. Thanks to Shoma's sacrifice, the rest of us didn't have to struggle to stay at the last place. The sponsor was wrong. Shoma wasn't a coward. He was the only one of us who had the strength to put others first.
I won't let your sacrifice be in vain.
Another friend dead, thanks to the invader hunt. This can't be allowed to continue. We're finding that liquid and repairing the escape pod. We'll find a way to get it working. And we're getting everyone on board and getting out of here. Yeah, we'll see, man. Back home. Back to the artificial satellite. Hopefully it's that simple. Wouldn't that be swell?
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! fine! Get ready for your 36th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy!
Day 36. This is the start of our week's break from the invader hunt. Of course, that doesn't mean we're going to be sitting around doing nothing. The anti-sponsor alliance is going to be giving their all searching for the QB liquid we need to repair the escape pod. Oh, and there's something else. Ava, I did promise Shoma I'd take care of her. It's been awkward between us ever since I made her cry that one time. Well, this is what Shoma wanted. I have to honor his last request. I made my way to the courtyard, determined to patch things up with our prisoner. I see. So Shoma's dead. Ava's face fell when I told her what had happened. He was such a timid boy and a little strange, but I liked him. He was kind, even to a prisoner like me. Leaving you behind was his only regret. He said he wanted you to be happy. He really was a great guy. No matter how bad things looked for him, he was always thinking of others. And now it was my turn to carry on that legacy. Hey, Ava, I'm sorry I broke my promise to return your mask. Do you think you can find it in your heart to forgive me? Shoma asked me to take care of you in his place after he was gone. I know you probably won't like seeing me every day from now on, but... No, I don't mind. In fact, I wanted to apologize to you for a while now. I'm sorry about last time. I shouldn't have reacted the way that I did. That mask is just so important to me. It's easy for me to get carried away. Ava bowed her head in apology. So, she's a certified crash out, but she can act rational, I suppose. Give her a little bit of time to be less emotional. I do wonder if this is all an act, though, because kind of like, Takumi was like, so is this the real you? And she's like, oh yeah, this is the real me. I've been putting up a front. Right? Like, that's basically what she said, so. Unlike her last conversation, she was clearly thinking a lot more calmly and rationally now. Or maybe calm wasn't the right word. Maybe it was more like resignation. Her face was eerily still, almost devoid of emotion. I didn't have it in me to act like this situation was any better than it was, either. The mood began to stagnate. If you're that concerned about having your face exposed, I can get you a hat or something? No, that wouldn't work. I decided never to cover my face with anything other than that mask. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't realize it was such a specific belief. Without that mask, I'm nothing. I can't stay calm. I can't gather my courage. You're really attached to it, huh? Is it like a source of support for you? Of course it is. That mask. It's the only of its kind in all the world. My daughter made it especially for me. Your daughter? You have a kid? Do I look too young to be a mother? Technically, it was my brother's wife who gave birth to her. But after her parents died, I took her in. Even if we're only tangentially related by blood, she is my one and only daughter. It was a shocking revelation. Ava, a mother. But there was more to it than that. Something here didn't add up. Invaders were creatures created by the Earth itself to help bring about world death. That was what we'd been told. Well, that was wrong. The Earth must have given birth to them to further advance world death and the eradication of all life on the planet. You've seen the way they fight. It's not such a stretch, is it? And it would explain why they're so fixated on destroying the school. Had we been wrong this whole time? Did the invaders actually have their own lives outside of world death? Yes, definitely. It would be easy enough to get the truth. All I had to do was ask Ava, what are you? I forced myself to hold the question back. What mattered right now was finding the QB liquid and fixing the escape pod. If we let the true nature of the invaders distract us, we'd never get any of that done.
Oh, Commune. I miss you so much.
Commune. Ava muttered that last sentence under her breath, staring up at the sky through the bars of her cage. Commune. That must be her daughter's name. After that, I met up with Yugamu and Tsubasa, and we set out for the day. Outside the school, we began our search for the QB liquid with renewed vigor. We pinned down a potential location on a map we found in the library beforehand, and soon found ourselves sifting through rubble in an old pharmaceutical facility. We had nothing to show for our hard work that day. The only thing we'd found in the ruins was regular junk. Finding what we needed wouldn't be easy. There were bound to be days when we walked away disappointed, just like this one. I think most of them are going to be days like that. I hate to say it. I wonder if the talks with Ava are going to be a more regular thing now. The next day, we focused on old pharmacies and construction sites in residential areas. But once again, we found nothing but junk and had to return to the school empty-handed. Looks like we're going to move through the days kind of quickly now. Like the search days, at least. Maybe not all of them, but I can see it. The day after that, we searched the ruins of every house we could find from corner to corner. Why would a house just have that sitting around? We failed to find what we were looking for, and before we knew it, the sun was going down. Imagine the school gets attacked while they're gone. On day 39, we made our way to the ruins of an old dockyard. We searched all day, but didn't find anything that looked like it could be QB Liquid. Y'all might need to give up. It's not looking too good.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 40th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy! Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy!
Day 40 already. There's only 3 days of our break left, including today. I wanted to find the QB Liquid before the start of the second round, but at this rate, I don't think that's going to happen. We just don't have enough people to cover all this ground. Let's face it, the chances of the three of us stumbling on something that rare were always pretty slim. What am I saying? It's not over yet. I gave my cheeks a light slap to chase those negative thoughts away. We'll find that liquid. We have to. I tried to reassure myself as I set out for another day of searching. I wish they would let me upgrade at some point. That'd be cool. Just as I was leaving my room, someone called out to me, but it wasn't Yugamu or Tsubasa. Morning? Morning, Takumi. She has nothing to say to me. Huh? Moko? Wait, Kyoshika too? What are those two doing right outside my room? We were thinking of starting a new segment. Kind of a Mojiro Knows Best morning edition. A what? What exactly does that mean? Basically, we want to have breakfast with you. You haven't been to the cafeteria in a while, so it might be nice for us to eat together, maybe catch up on some stuff, you know? Something was weird. Despite Moko's cheerful demeanor, Kyoshika was still just as silent and sullen as ever. But when you say catch up on stuff, what kind of stuff are you talking about? Oh, you know, just anything that pops into our heads. I'm sure we can think of something. No, they have something they want to interrogate us about. Like the state of pro wrestling in the TRC, our favorites for the next championships, the latest backstage gossip, or, hey, maybe even the physical condition of the other members of the Special Defense Unit? Okay, this is more than a little weird now. Why would I talk about how the others are doing with these two? We're not even on the same team right now. This was a bad idea, Lady Moko. We shouldn't involve Sir Takumi in this. He is the Grim Reaper, after all. Asking him for help will only make things worse. And if anything bad were to befall Lady Nozomi, Nozomi? Wait, what does this have to do with her? Is she okay? Did something happen to her? Why would you think that? Gosh, Takumi, that's some imagination you've got. But Kyoshika literally just said, "Whoops, sorry Takumi, looks like our time's up. We gotta get out of here and head to the next segment. Until next time, bye Inara." Moko hoisted Kyoshika up like a sack of potatoes and hurried away. Nozomi. I could go after them and ask them what's wrong with her, but the way they are now, I don't think they'd tell me anything. That's not good. Yugamu, Tsubasa, and I set out for another day of searching for QB Liquid. But my heart wasn't in it. I was too distracted by the idea that Nozomi might need my help. Needless to say, we didn't find what we were looking for that day either. Search not looking too good, I must say.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 41st day of active service here at Last Defense Academy! Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy!
And now it's day 41. Things are beginning to feel pretty hopeless. I only had today and tomorrow left until the next round of the invader hunt began. If it comes down to it, can we keep looking for the QB liquid while also earning enough points to stay in the game? Oh great, a visitor. That's all I need. It was Moko. It seemed like she'd come to continue our conversation from yesterday, although she didn't have Kyoshiko with her this time. Hey, Moko, what was all that about yesterday? You were acting really weird. If there's something you want from me, just come right out and say it. Okay, well, how'd you like to hire me, Takumi? Hire you? For what? Where's this coming from? You might not think it by looking at me, but I've got other talents beside my strength. I can handle any kind of job you want. Manual labor's a given, but I can cook too, and I'd make a great bodyguard when you're going anywhere dangerous. I'm there for you 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Moko Mojiro, every home should have one. Pretty awesome value, don't you think? I have no idea what she's talking about anymore. Why do I have to get saddled with this bizarre sales pitch first thing in the morning? All I'm saying is, I'll work real hard for you, Takumi. I'll do anything you want, so in return for that...
Won't you do something to save my dear friend?
Huh? Your dear friend? Wait, are you talking about Nozomi? She did want my help with Nozomi yesterday. I knew it! The physical condition of the other members of the Special Defense Unit? And if anything bad were to befall Lady Nozomi, But what happened to Nozomi, Moko? That's the thing. I don't really know what's wrong with her. She suddenly collapsed 3 days ago, and she's been getting worse and worse ever since. This morning, it was hurting her just to breathe. At this rate, I'm worried she might die. And Nozomi can't use the Revive-O-Matic. If she dies, she's gone forever. I don't know what caused this, so I have no idea what to do about it. He doesn't seem like a regular cold, so I've got to wonder if it's some kind of disease she already had in her. Rejection symptoms? Question mark? I really need any help I can get here. That's why I came to you. You're from the future, so I figured you might know something about Nozomi that I don't. And now it makes sense. That's why you're trying to ask me yesterday. Yeah, please, Takumi, save Nozomi. I know I've got some nerve asking you for your help after the way we've all treated you. But you're her only hope. I'm begging you, save her life and I'll dedicate mine to you. Tears streaming down her face, Moko got down on her knees and bowed her head in supplication. Moko, come on, you don't have to do that. Of course I'll help. All you had to do was ask. If Nozomi's suffering, I can't just stand by and let it happen. I want to do something about it. That's what friends are for. Thank you, Takumi. Thank you so much. I gave Moko a tissue to dry her eyes, not to mention her nose. Once she'd calmed down a little, I got her to tell me more about Nozomi's condition. Based on what you've told me, I might know what the problem is. It sounded a lot like what happened to Nozomi in my first timeline. Unhealthy pallor, fever, labored breathing. I'd seen her suffer like that before. It can only mean one thing. If I'm honest, it's just as you said. My condition is due to rejection symptoms. What are rejection symptoms? The hemoanima is rejecting me. I think Nozomi's probably going through rejection symptoms from her cryptoglobin. It's not very compatible with her body, so it flares up and gives her a bad fever sometimes. So her body's turning against her, kind of like with steroid abuse? Does that mean this could happen to the rest of us too? No, this is a Nozomi only thing. It's because she's not an official member of the Special Defense Unit. Official? What do you mean by that? Oh, you just gave up one of her secrets. Oopies. Well, Nozomi's different from us. I told Moko the truth about how Nozomi got here, how she snuck in and joined this war of her own free will. Basically the whole story that I heard from Nozomi herself last time. Her mother was a researcher working at Kamakura General Hospital, where she was involved in a project to save humanity. Specifically, that project involved transfusing cryptoglobin into human hosts. Nozomi had offered herself as a research subject to help make that project a success, but something went wrong, and the cryptoglobin didn't bond with her the way they'd expected. Nevertheless, they continued with their research. The project was eventually shut down by the higher-ups, and Nozomi's mother was so heartbroken that she took her own life. After that, Nozomi snuck into Kamakura again and again, trying to figure out the truth behind why the project had ended. Eventually, she found it. The people in charge were building a special squad of youths with the power of cryptoglobin. In other words, the Special Defense Unit. Her investigations led her deeper into the heart of the hospital. And in a room packed with strange capsule-like machines, she found us. Realizing that we were the Special Defense Unit she'd heard so much about, she got inside a pod herself. When we were sent here to the planet's surface, she came as well, ending up at second-to-last Defense Academy. To put it simply, Nozomi was never meant to be here. Her mom's experiments on her were deemed failures. In spite of that, she'd been fighting so hard all this time. I guess it's only natural that it would take its toll on her body sooner or later. That Nozomi. I can't believe she never told me any of this. Does she really think I'd care if she's not an official member of the team? She's my friend. I'd love her no matter what. Yeah, I knew none of that would matter to you. That was why I felt comfortable sharing this information. If anyone could be trusted with Nozomi's secret, it was Moko. So, Takumi, how do we stop these symptom thingies? If there's some kind of medicinal herb that'll help, I'll run out and grab some right now. No, there's only one thing that'll help Nozomi now, and that's cryptoglobin. It's got cannibalistic qualities. In the experiments, we were looking for a way to reduce rejection symptoms, so we tried getting the blood to consume itself. My mom transfused additional cryptoglobin, and then the rejection symptoms stopped. So by absorbing cryptoglobin, we can mitigate the rejection? A lot of this is going over my head, but that's basically what we need to save her, right? Cryptoglobin. Well, the best way to get more is by defeating a commander. Okay, that settles it. I'm gonna go find a commander and lay a beat down on him. I'll bring him back alive so Nozomi can... Wait, Moko, we already have some cryptoglobin right here. Huh? We do? Yeah, I got some at the end of the battle on day 33, remember? I handed Moko the prize and the sponsor had given me for being in the top 3 in the rankings. Inject this into Nozomi and her symptoms will settle down, I'm sure of it. The cryptoglobin and the vial looked the same as it did the night I got it. It still had its power. Are you sure you're okay with just giving away your prize? It's a small price to pay if it'll save Nozomi's life. Go on, take it. Thank you, Takumi. I don't know how I can ever make this up to you. Don't sweat it. I'm just doing what anyone else would do. Is Nozomi gonna somehow die? Takumi, you really are a great guy. Okay, I'll take it. Thanks again. I'll go to Nozomi's room and give it to her right now. Moko bowed her head one last time and rushed off to deliver the life-saving vial. Get better soon, Nozomi. I can't just sit around and worry all day. I still have things I need to do. If we don't find that QB liquid soon, I feel like this is somehow going to backfire, I'm not going to lie, and then we're going to look really bad. I met up with Yugamo and Tsubasa and we began our search for the day. We searched and we searched. But just like before, we failed to find any QB liquid. Our respite from the killing game was almost over, and we had nothing to show for it. Yeah, so we just keep on going then. Day 42.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 42nd day of active service here at Last Defense Academy! Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy!
Day 42 already. This is the last day of our week off. Tomorrow the invader hunt will begin again. The 3 of us would have to balance our search for the QB liquid with earning points to stay in the game, if that was even possible. Is that Moko? She's probably come to tell me how Nozomi's doing. I hurried to the door and opened it. Standing there was... Could just be Nozomi. Yeah. Good morning, Takumi. Nozomi, you're alright? Yep, I feel better than ever, thanks to the cryptoglobin you gave me. I wouldn't have pulled through if it wasn't for you. I just had to come here and thank you in person. There's no need for that. All I did was pass on something I didn't need myself. But since you're here, I should probably apologize. Huh? For what? I told Moko your secret about your past. I'm sorry, I know it wasn't my place to do that, but when I heard you were sick, I couldn't help myself. Don't worry about it. You decided this was what you needed to do to save me, right? Well, I'm back to normal now, so I'd say you made the right choice. Nozomi. Moko came and gave me a big hug this morning, and she told me, I don't care where you're from or who you were before this. Official, unofficial, it's all the same to me. Because right here and now, you're my friend, and I love you. Nothing's going to change that. I was so happy, I burst into tears. Knowing that people accept me for who I am, it's so wonderful. Nozomi's smile was so pure, so radiant. I felt myself getting a little emotional, too. I really can't deny that by the way, Moko is really grateful too. She's trying to think of the perfect way to pay you back, as she put it. Even Kyoshika wanted to thank you. Here, take this. Nozomi handed me an old-fashioned envelope with a letter of thanks written on it. Kyoshika wrote this? For me. I thought for sure she still hated me. My hands were trembling as I gently opened the envelope and read what was inside. Sir Takumi, I offer you my most sincere thanks for saving Lady Nozomi's life. Truly, I owe you a debt of gratitude I may never be able to repay. I wish I could be there to tell you this in person, but I feel too ashamed of my past treatment of you to do so. Though I cannot undo the events of the past, I offer myself at your complete disposal that we may create a better future together. I remain, sir, your humble servant, Kyoshika Magadori. Maybe we can get them to help us look for this liquid. She told me she was willing to do anything to earn your forgiveness. Her exact words were, "I will dedicate myself to Sir Takumi's service." Service? Seriously? It's not like I'm some kind of feudal warlord. She's serious, I know, because I feel the same way. Huh? Wait, does she mean what I think she means? Say, Takumi.
Would it be alright if the three of us joined your team?
Oh, snap. Obviously, I would have welcomed Nozomi with open arms, but this wasn't a decision I could make on my own. I tracked down Yugamo and Tsubasa, and once we discussed the matter, we might have more people. Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika, welcome to the team. We are so stoked to have you girls on our side. I'm glad to be on the same team as you again, too. Sorry I left the last one so suddenly. The others approved of the new additions to our team without a second thought. If you don't mind me asking, what brought on this sudden change of heart? Was it just out of gratitude to Takumi for saving Nozomi, or is there more to it than that? We realized it was going to be hard for just the three of us to survive from here on, especially with my condition. And we figured we were going to have to sell our services to anyone. We wanted it to be to Takumi. Sir Takumi, you are so magnanimous, accepting a lowly wretch like me. Oh, okay, that makes sense. We could definitely use some extra members too, so it sounds like a good deal for all of us. Just remember, Takumi's the leader. He's the one calling the shots. We need you to follow his orders, or this team will fall apart when things start to get tough. You think you can do that? Absolutely. Book our matches however you want, Takumi. Glad we understand each other. Now that that's settled, once again, welcome to the team. Takumi, how about you tell our new members what we're all about here? Okay. It was finally time to tell the girls the truth about our team. The name told them a lot already. We were the Anti-Sponsor Alliance. However, we'd actually given up on fighting the sponsor directly. Our current plan was to repair and activate the escape pod, leaving the killing game behind. To put it simply, our goal isn't victory, it's escape. It may sound irresponsible running away from our problems like this, but the alternative is complete annihilation. Once we're back on the artificial satellite, we can get ourselves together and figure out a new course of action. Sounds like a plan to me. I'm in. Nothing wrong with slipping through the ropes and leaving the arena before they can take the belt from you. Right, we need to prioritize our lives. So long as we survive, humanity still has a chance. Thanks, guys. But what about you, Kyoshika? Are you okay with doing things this way? I know it must be frustrating to give up on avenging Karara. Nay, if this is what you've decided, I have no objections. You're my lord and master now, Sir Takumi. I will follow you even into hell and back. Master? I have made my choice to devote my life to you, come what may. I am your servant, your faithful hound. Your word is law. A true samurai follows their lord's orders without question. If you order me to die, I'll gladly plunge a knife into my heart. You really don't have to go that far. She's definitely intense. If you order me to strip, I'll gladly bear all here and now. You didn't have to say that, bro. Please keep your clothes on. Do not be so shy, Sir Takumi. I must atone for the past somehow. The things I said, the way I treated you, they were an insult to your honor. I need to take responsibility, and I'm prepared to suffer any humiliation to do it. I'm telling you, that's all in the past now. We're friends again, so let's just forget about it, okay? Are you sure? This is a rare chance for you to see a nubile young lady's body. No strings attached. Bro, she sounds like she wants to.
What's the matter? Don't you want to see me naked? Huh? Huh?
Bro, she low-key sound hurt. What in the world? Why are you getting so forceful about this? And, well, it's not like I wouldn't like that. Takumi? I don't believe you, Takumi. I'm so disappointed in you. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. I was just... In a few short seconds, Kyoshika had done more damage to my reputation with the girls than all my past mistakes put together. Had the sponsor sent her here to sabotage me? Okay, enough kidding around. Let's get back on topic. In terms of our immediate plans, we should start tomorrow by... Hold on, Takumi. I think we can save that all for later. Our alliance has just entered a glorious new era. It'd be a waste not to celebrate. Why don't we throw a party? Party? Now? Fostering good morale and camaraderie is part of a leader's duties too, you know? And I just so happen to have brought along a bunch of snacks for everyone. I've got drinks too. Who wants what? What? When did you guys... Sounds good to me. I'll take a protein shake energy drink cocktail. Is there any Amazake? I should really allow Sir Takumi to slather me in his sticky white fluid to prove my loyalty. Yo! Chill out! Phrasing, Kyoshika, do you even think about what you're saying? I'll just have an orange juice. What would you like, Takumi? Oh, I'll have what you're having, Nozomi. Eventually everyone had a drink and we decided to make a toast. Well then, I now call on our team leader for a profound yet tasteful and totally original speech to get things started. Great. No pressure, huh? Suddenly everyone's eyes were on me. What was I supposed to say?
We are gathered here today to bear witness to the union of a new team.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks! Don't be so stiff. You sound like you're officiating at a wedding. Loosen up, Takumi. Speak from the heart. Smile like a president at a press conference, and do a double peace sign. With everyone encouraging me, I felt the tension in my shoulders start to ease up a little. I've never been good at stuff like this, but here goes. Okay, I had to make sure they weren't going to say it. It seemed like the type of lines they might voice. Everyone, thank you for joining the team and agreeing to follow our plan. Even if we have to sacrifice our honor and dignity for it, the Anti-Sponsor Alliance will survive. Together, I know we can make this happen. We can get back to the satellite without anyone else dying. Let's drink a toast to that goal. Here's to our survival. To our survival. And so, for the first time in a long time, we let loose and enjoyed hanging out for a while. Things started off fairly quietly, like we were all getting to know each other again, but it didn't take long to descend into chaos. Hopefully the good kind,
So
yeah.
basically, they lured away a lot of big stars with fat paychecks and creative freedom clauses built into their contracts.
She'd been drinking. Yo, Kyoshika, what is going on with Kyoshika? You gotta chill out. Wow, Moko's belly button, bro. Like, okay, like, can we... I'm sorry, please look at that. I'm not crazy. That's sticking out like 3 inches. Good lord. She got an orange for a belly button. Hey, nothing wrong with it. Just, like, it's just kind of crazy.
But that meant they weren't fostering new talent, and when they actually got bought out by their composition... Hey, you listening, Takumi?
Moko? That's not Takumi. It's the wall.
Stop it, holy Jumanji sword. You can't go flashing your blade like that in front of everyone.
Yo.
Don't look at me like that. I've pledged myself to Sir Takumi. I must remain faithful to him. No! Don't stop! Oh my!
What the hell is going on with Kyoshika?
Why are you acting like a bunch of drunks? None of these drinks even have alcohol in them.
Kyoshika is so bad at handling alcohol that she can't handle drinks without it.
You can thank me for that.
Now, what did you
I
do?
added a little of this powder to our refreshments to make everyone extra happy.
Bro, drugged them?
This goes way beyond happy.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Bro, drugged them. The party was a spur-of-the-moment thing, and it got pretty crazy toward the end, but it's still a lot of fun. All I'd ever wanted was for everyone to be comfortable around each other, to be happy. I was going to burn the scene into my memory, to remind myself of what I was fighting for, what I was fighting to protect. I wouldn't let anything tear us apart again. Bro, something's gonna tear you guys apart. Oh, I just realized you actually... I never thought about the fact that sometimes my webcam kind of blocks the CGs a little. I'm starting to wonder if I should have moved my webcam to like the bottom left. Would that be better? It might be. I mean, like, I guess every now and then I can just be like... No webcam. Webcam. You know, but... I don't know. I guess... If anyone thinks I should move the webcam, just let me know. Right? Like, it's not something I've really thought too much about, but it might kind of get in the way a little bit. I wouldn't let anything tear us apart again. Yeah, like I said, we'll see, man. I feel... yeah. Would you like to save your progress? the frequency with which they're asking us if we want to save is concerning for me. Anytime a game is like, do you want to save the game? I'm like, oh no, something's gonna happen. This is it. Our break from the killing game is over. Today was the first day of the Invader Hunt's second round. In a lot of ways, it was going to be similar to the first round, but at the opening ceremony, we learned that one rule would be different. The second round will be extended to last 15 days instead of 10. Are there any objections? I doubt you'd care if there were. Can you at least tell us why you're changing the schedule? I don't want the executions to become too frequent, and several of you have died already. Karara Osuzuki, Hiroko Shizahara, Shoma Genzaki. I didn't think we'd lose 3 hunters just in the first round. You killed 2 of them yourself, asshole! My point is, if the executions continue at this point, you'll be wiped out too soon. That is not my aim here. The Invader Hunt must continue for as long as possible.
I feel like they gotta have some ultimate goal, and I wonder if it's literally just like... Is it just as simple as, like,
wipe them out, make them feel despair? Because if it was just to wipe them all out, they could just kill them like that. You know, like, it wouldn't be that difficult. They could have wiped them out, right? And that looming threat is, of course, why they're able to force a killing game, because they could just wipe them out, right? But... so we assume their goal isn't just killing them all, so what is the goal? Like I said earlier, my best guess is still, like, they're trying to improve our strength and foster some kind of crazy sense of, like, teamwork between, like, certain groups, right? Like, but, like, this is just such an extreme way to do it. Why would they kill off people? I mean, like, yeah, it forces you to get stronger to survive and whatnot, but eventually it feels like it's not, like, helping as much as it is hurting, you know? I feel like eventually it's going to foster distrust and potential, like, infighting. And if you assume that they're trying to foster kind of, like, strength and teamwork, potentially, you got to maybe assume it's somebody trying to make this reach the end and have us defeat everyone, right? So why are they not considering the potential risks of this plan, right? I don't really know. So it's like, it kind of makes sense that it might be someone trying to see this to completion, and in which case, yeah, it makes sense that it could be somehow Hiroko, but, like, I don't know. I honestly don't fully know. Why did they change the time frame like this? And so suddenly, is easing up the pace really all there is to it? I mean, and kind of what I'm getting at is, like, the reason they might be doing that is they're not trying to wipe everyone out before day 100, right? And if they're on pace to wipe everyone out before day 100, which... they're not technically on pace if they only did it every, what? That would have been every 17 days if they kept the breaks. Even assuming they don't keep the breaks every 10, right? That would have been 5 more deaths before day 100, which would not have wiped the full team out, but maybe they think that's too much, right? Maybe they're trying to keep the fighting force strong, but kind of, like, cull the weak and force everyone else to get stronger. No use trying to figure out what the sponsor's thinking at this point. Now that it's been decided, we just have to go with it. And don't worry, you and me are the toughest buddy duo at the Academy. We'll make it through to the end of this round easy. We're buddies now, huh? Much like in the first round, Yugama and I were working as a pair. The rest of the Alliance were exploring a different area. I would have preferred us to all stay together, but... personally, I think we should split into 2 groups. Yugama had proposed this idea to everyone the night before. As you know, we need to find this QB liquid stuff while also earning enough points to stay in the game. It's inefficient to have us all searching in the same place. Now that we've got more members, we should spread out a little. So how about we go in these teams tomorrow? Omokage, Sumino, Mojiro, Magadori, Kirafuji, and Kawana. They're basically the same as in the first round, but we can always switch people around if we need to. We'll meet up here at the end of every day and report on our progress. That sound good to you, oh fearless leader? I got swept up in the mood last night, but are you sure about these team formations? What's the problem? Did you want me to put you with Nozomi instead? Come on, I'm serious. Can the 2 of us really survive on our own? It's been 10 days since I last fought any invaders. What if I've gotten rusty and slow you down? Rusty? You? Not possible. Trust me. How can you be so sure? I told you before, didn't I? You've got talent. You're a natural-born killer. Now let's get moving. We don't want Takamaru and the others to steal our kills while we're here shooting the breeze. Yugamo began walking further into the ruined town. I followed. Okay, how about we look for invaders here? We can spend the morning earning points to secure our positions. Sound good? Yeah, once we're sure we're not at the bottom of the rankings, we can focus on finding the QB liquid. Then let's get our hunt on. You remember the secret I taught you? Of course, just detach myself and treat it like a dull, mundane work. Or treat it like dull, mundane work. We wandered around in search of invaders. Jackpot. There's a whole swarm of them over there, Takumi. Let's sneak around and hit him with a pincer attack. We found some invaders and we killed them. Detach yourself. It's just work. Detach yourself. It's just work. Detach yourself. It's just work. You might even be as good an assassin as me now, Takumi. Your growth is so impressive, it's almost frightening. Yugamo was right. I was more efficient at killing them than I had been in the first round. I could feel it. I didn't get so worked up about it anymore. I'd barely broken a sweat. But was that really a good thing? This is weird, don't you think? I haven't been out on the hunt in 10 whole days. So why am I still so good at this? I keep telling you it's natural talent. Your potential defies normal logic. It makes no difference if you slack off. In the end, talent will win out. It will bloom like a beautiful, deadly flower. I have an aptitude for killing. That idea still bothered me, but I didn't have time to fully unpack my feelings on the matter. Kill invaders, earn points, find QB liquid. Those are my priorities right now. We continued hunting invaders for the rest of the morning. In the afternoon, we resumed our search in different ruined medical facilities. We sifted through the rubble until the sun started to go down. But in the end, we didn't find any QB liquid. We decided to head back before it got dark. We headed straight for the leisure lounge once we got back to the academy. We gotta check the scoreboard. Ooh. Darmi's still number 1. We're still 2 and 3. Moko's still 4. Kyoshika, I think, is still 5. Did these even, aren't these basically the same exact rankings? But now with Shoma dead, there's, actual, intrigue. You know, with respect to Shoma, bro literally wasn't doing anything, so it's not like there was any question of who was going to die last time. The moment I heard he wasn't doing anything, it was pretty obvious, you know? Here's about the rankings for the new day. We checked the board. Ima and Kako are, in the last 2 spots.
Haven't changed all that much since the last time we looked. The points from round 1 probably carried over into this one.
Oh, that would make sense.
That's good news for us, but anyone who was already near the bottom is going to have an even harder time catching up now.
15 days from now, someone else will die. From the look of things, it could be Ima or Kako, or who knows, it might be me. We were all going to die eventually. That was the only thing we could be sure of as long as the invader hunt continued. We needed to escape. We had to get away from this game and all this senseless killing. Yeah. Eventually gotta get away, for sure.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
The nighttime announcement played like normal. That was the signal for our next anti-sponsor alliance meeting. Everyone got together in my room like we'd agreed. Is everybody here? Okay, let's get started. I'd like each group to report on how their search went today, although Yugamo and I don't really have anything to report. We investigated an old factory, but there's nothing there but junk and rubble. Cheer up, Takumi. Our group came up empty-handed too. Why would that cheer me up? We accomplished nothing. Are you quoting something again, Kyoshika? Is that like an anime reference that's going over my head? Okay, well, even if we didn't find anything today, at least we're all in one piece. That's important too. Remember, even weak invaders can be a problem if they gang up on you, so I want you all to be careful. And if you run into a commander, don't even try to take them on. Just get out of there as fast as you can. Fighting an opponent that strong outside school grounds is only asking for trouble. For real. Even Hiriko couldn't defeat one of them on her own.
Huh?
Say, Takumi, how many enemy commanders are still around anyway? So far as I know, just 4. We haven't fought the leaders of the squads 4, 7, 10, or 11 yet. Out of all of them, the Squad 11 commander is one of the most dangerous. She's able to use auditory attacks to induce hallucinations and trap us in a dream world. As a master of illusion, changing our dreams into nightmares. At least we aren't stuck on a train with her. Is this a reference to the Demon Slayer movie? The Mugen Train arc? I don't actually remember what, like, the demon from that movie did. So, I don't know. I don't know if that's what they did. There's gotta be some kind of anime or manga reference, though. How did you deal with that technique last time, Takumi? Gaku played some weird folk song over the school speakers to cancel out the commander's sound waves. So if the sound can't reach you, there's no hallucination? Noise-canceling headphones should have the same effect, then. We could probably make some with the Gift-O-Matic. We can keep them on when we're outside in case we run into that commander. Good idea. We'll start collecting the materials we need from tomorrow. Yeah, I'm in. All of us wearing the same thing will make us feel like a real team, you know? Indeed, it's like having class rings or matching t-shirts. Why don't we make them different colors like we're a team of spandex-wearing heroes? Dibs on gold. Any champion worth her salt's gotta go for gold. Then I will take silver, as befits a cool-headed swordsman like myself. Nah, I think pink suits you better, Kyoshika. Just like the cotton candy clouds inside your head. Are you calling me stupid again? Or naive? Both are untrue. Both are true. We stayed up late into the night discussing the designs for the headphones. Our first order of business today is collecting the materials for the headphones. Yeah, we'll need some speakers and earplugs. I think we can find those over there in the residential area. Let's take a look. Why is the music here so loud? Is it always this loud? I feel like it's not always this loud, but it's not too terrible. Might as well grab some things while we're here, exploring, if we can, you know? Is it just those two? Looks like it. Which way would I rather go? This way or this way? I guess we'll just go this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't really want blue cloth if I can avoid it. Well, I'll just snag it. I think this is way louder than usual. I don't know. Am I crazy? It sounds way louder in my headphones, at least. I don't know if it sounds louder to you guys. Yeah. Took some damage from that option. Maybe a little foolish. I think I knew that would deal a little bit of damage. This will just get us to the next spot. I don't really feel like doing that fight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This lands us on the chance space. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm gonna take the offerings. Oh. I guess we deserve that. Yeah, I mean, that's a little unfortunate, but both of those are pretty small. A 30 and a 60 cloth replaced by a 90 cloth. The other option typically does damage, so I didn't want to do that one. Inspect the armor. Battle. Bruh. Dude, there is no way. See, like, the music just turned down. Why was it so much louder in the Explore? Doesn't even make sense.
It's all right. Time to use it. Not there yet.
I wish Ugamu wasn't so garbage.
Oh, it's all right. That's it. Not there yet. Here. Oh, it's all right.
Like, I'd love to make genuine use of him, but he's just so bad.
Got it. I'm not done yet. Here. Oh, that all you got? It's all right.
I think, and this is something I kind of have talked about a little bit with my friends, is I think that a lot of the characters that I think, like, if you guys remember my combat tier list, which I actually have an important revision for, by the way, because I didn't notice Takumi's updated personal skill. And my biggest issue with Takumi was his lack of high-end damage scaling. And it turns out he has damage scaling, and actually among the best damage scaling. Arguably just the best. Because it doesn't say anything about it not stacking, like, or it having a cap. And so just Desperation Potion spam means that could theoretically get to a ridiculous number, right? And even if it's only 3, right, like matching Hiriko's, right, it's not that hard to get 3 Desperation Potions going. You could literally use that, like, some Desperation Potions to get some voltage going, and to go from 0 to 300 voltage to start spamming alts. Or, if you have voltage already, you could do Unyielding Spirit, attack +1, hell, you could even last yell someone, right, like at that point, if you really wanted to, you know? Or, like, begin the alt spam process, you know, and he's matching Hiriko on actually just raw damage. Impact Stab... no, Impact Stab is 1 less. It's 1 less. The point is, she doesn't... he almost does the exact same damage of Hiriko, like, just bringing the voltage to 300, right? And he doesn't lose an AP to do so. So that helps him a lot. I'll talk about this more a little bit later, but I need to make that revision. Anyways, what I was kind of saying is... I guess maybe I should say this later. The TLDR is, I think if this game was more difficult, characters like Yugamu would actually be significantly better, but because this game is so easy, he kind of sucks.
I'm not done yet.
If that makes sense. The game is easy enough that raw damage dealers are, like, arguably just the best option for every situation. Nice, we managed to earn some more points. Maybe our luck's starting to change. Maybe, but we're here to find materials, not hunt invaders.
Yes!
Kind of funny that they had a line for that, actually. I guess it's not that shocking, but it's kind of cool. Aim for the box of candy. That heals us, right? Nope. Because we suck and we missed. Oh, nice.
We did it.
Got some ear pads. Pick the lock, get a diamond.
Yes!
Nope. That will 100% kill one of us. No doubt about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We get the chance space if we go this way. Let's try it. This didn't go well last time. I don't want to really leave an offering, because I think these are all high-quality items, besides maybe the compressor. Let's try to take them again. Oh, we're both dead. Whoops. Okay. Whoops. Okay, whatever. Moving back to the checkpoint doesn't really matter. Dig deeper, blue ore.
We did it.
Like a tiny bit unfortunate, but it's not that bad. So, battle. Seriously, I guess I should just start attacking the armor because that keeps happening. But yeah, I feel like that if the combat in this game was legitimately more difficult, characters that had like utility that isn't just I Cure Stun, which is egregiously overpowered because that debuff exists for a reason. If it wasn't for like other than that utility, there's honestly not really good utility characters in the game, and it's mostly because their job is either pointless because I'm just going to kill the enemies, or it's because their job is completely replaced by items, right? Which you get so many of. Like, so many of. And that's kind of an issue, too, for the balance of the game, honestly. They probably should not have given me as many attack potions as they have. Although, honestly, attack potions would be more balanced, I think, if the game was a little harder. Really. I think attack potions would be a little more well, we're in a fight either way. If the game was a little more difficult, attack potions wouldn't be completely replacing normal buffs for me, because I'd have a limited amount of attack potions, and if every map wasn't solved in literally one turn, that would be like an actual thing to consider. You know? Like when to use my attack potions. And that's how it was early game, right? But as we got deeper into the game and I got, you know, more attack potions, suddenly it's like those visible buffs that cost AP were kind of useful once, but they're completely useless now because of the fact that I don't need them. Right? I just use an attack potion and it does the entire job. They don't even stack. Right?
We did it.
I'll ignore and move on. But yeah, there's a lot of... This game is not excellently balanced, unfortunately. And I think that actually kind of hurts the combat a lot. And it really hurts the viability of a lot of characters who are intended to slow the game down and do certain things. You know? Kind of a shame, in my opinion. And when I say do certain things, I mean like do whatever their kit is, like, you know, Shoma, Moko, Bulky, Yugamu, Takamaru, debuff, and Diagro. Karara is like crowd control through the through her turrets and whatnot. She wants you to bunker down, but like, why do that when I can just clear every map in one turn, like, easily? Now we have all the materials we need to make headphones for the Alliance members. In that case, let's use the rest of the day to earn some points. Yeah, maybe I should have just grabbed some more materials while I was exploring, honestly. Probably should have just stayed. Alright, let's get to work. Once the search for materials was over, it was time to get back to the hunt. Yugama and I walked through the ruined cityscapes like usual, looking for groups of wandering invaders. Whenever we found any, we attacked before they had a chance to react. Detach yourself. It's just work. Detach yourself. It's just work. Detach yourself. It's just work. What is happening? I was killing even more efficiently than yesterday. My pulse hadn't gotten any faster. There wasn't even a single bead of sweat on my forehead. I was acting like a seasoned assassin, but that didn't make sense. Until I came to the academy, I never killed anyone before. Yugamu, tell me what's going on. Why am I so good at killing all of a sudden? How many times are we going to go over this? Talent, potential, a gift. Call it what you want. You've got it, man. Was that all there was to it? Was I really just born with a natural affinity for cold-blooded murder? It was a simple enough explanation, but there was one lingering doubt that I couldn't seem to shake. You said that sometimes people are unaware of gifts like this, right? Gifts show up in many different ways. Sometimes they manifest later in life. Don't get too hung up on that. I was just thinking out loud. You have a talent for killing, and our current circumstances are helping you cultivate it. What more do you need to know? More than that, I need to know the truth. The whole truth. I was doing something I could never do before, and my proficiency was improving at a rate that didn't make sense. When I thought about that, fear welled up inside me. What in the world was happening to me? Yugama, please, if you know what's really going on here, I need you to tell me. If you've modified me or something, I won't be mad. I just want to know the truth. I owed my life to Yugamu. If it hadn't been for him, those invaders I found on the first day of the hunt would have killed me for sure. I really wouldn't mind if it turned out he'd done something to me at some point. It was not knowing that was killing me. I'm begging you, Yugamu, tell me what's happening to me. I looked Yugamu in the eye and held his gaze. I didn't care what he said next, so long as it wasn't more lies. After a few seconds, he broke eye contact and let out an exasperated sigh. Okay. When you give me a passionate look like that, there's no way I can stay quiet about it. Yugamu! But this is your last chance to let sleeping dogs lie, Takumi. I don't think you're gonna like what you hear. You might end up even hating yourself. Are you prepared for that? I wouldn't have asked if I wasn't. I've been through hell and back already. You think I can't handle a little more? Alright, I gotta respect your determination. I'll tell you all about where your talent for killing comes from, and why it's developing so fast. That was ominous, but at least it was honest. This was an honest moment between the two of us, between Yugamu Omokage and Takumi Samino. I wonder if, like, we did kill Gaku and he knows that. And that's what's... First off, I swear by all I hold sacred that I haven't modified your body in any way. Do you believe me? Yes. If you're that serious about it, then I'll trust you. That said, your affinity for killing isn't as natural as I led you to believe. You have been modified. But not by me. You did it to yourself. What? When? Why don't I remember it? Maybe modified is misleading. If I mentioned absorption, would that ring any bells?
Yeah.
You mean this is because of absorbing cryptoglobin? Did you, like, not play Route Zero, bro? Were you not there? You told us you came here from the future. Do you remember the first thing you did when you arrived here on day 2 of this timeline? You killed Eito Aotsuki and absorbed his cryptoglobin. Yeah, I did. But that wouldn't make me change this much, would it? No, I don't think so. Normally, that is. Absorbing cryptoglobin usually wouldn't have any special influence on someone's personality, no matter how powerful it is. But when it comes to cryptoglobin, you're a rare case. Yours isn't like the rest of ours. What are you talking about? There's nothing weird about my cryptoglobin. I beg to differ. Let me jog your memory. You killed Eito Aotsuki and absorbed his cryptoglobin in your previous timeline as well, right? Right. He was right about that. I killed Eito on day 99 of my first time around. In other words, you absorbed the same person's cryptoglobin twice, and in succession. If that's not a rare case, I don't know what is. So now, you have a double dose of Eito's cryptoglobin in you. It's twice as concentrated as your Eito Aotsuki-ness. Oh, is that what this is?
Including his rare talent for killing.
Oh, snap. Is that where we're going with this? Absorbing someone's cryptoglobin can kind of give you some of their traits. Normally it's a negligible amount, but when you double up on it... I began to tremble. My breathing was ragged. Eito. Of course. He was the most ruthless murderer I'd ever known. My first time here, he destroyed Sirei. Killed Hiriko. And took out Eva too, like none of their lives meant anything to him. He even killed the baby in the defense room. And I'd inherited this ability, this talent from him. The first time I saw you, I felt a kind of kinship with you. There was something inside you, something just like me, but even more deadly. I could see it in your eyes. When you told us your story, I figured Eito must be the cause, and decided to try to develop it further. That's why I taught you how to be a better killer. Why would you do that? If you knew something so terrible was inside me, why didn't you just leave it alone? Because I knew we'd be needing a team ace. An ace? Let me tell you, when the sponsor showed up on day 25, I thought we were seriously screwed. There was no way a bunch of teenagers like us were going to get by in a world where monsters like that existed. If we were going to stand any chance of surviving, we need a monster of our own. Someone worthy of being called the ultimate assassin. Oh, I can't say that. That's a spoiler. Damn. If you know what I was about to say, you know what I was about to say. You feel me? Let's just say, Danganronpa has it in Ultimate Assassin. I can't say who. I was about to say their name. That's why I said I can't say it. But if you know, you know. I'd always felt like Yugamo's attitude didn't make sense. Ever since the Invader Hunt began, he'd been weirdly supportive toward me. But now it all added up. His aim had been to bring out the Eito in me. I really am sorry I did this to you, but it was the only way. What's going to happen to me now? Odds are you'll get even better at killing. And then what? I don't know. Cryptoglobin is already one big mystery, and your case is unique on top of that. You don't know, but you did it anyway? Did this mean I was only going to get more and more like Eito from here on? What if my whole personality got overwritten by Eito's? Could that happen? Wait, the lapses in my memory. Did Eito's cryptoglobin cause him as well? Did he somehow take over while I was blacked out? That's not out of the question. It's especially suspicious that there's such a clean cutoff between your periods of lucidity. It could be that something happened to strengthen the Eito side of you during that time. does this make sense? Could that explain both of his blackouts? Like, what if that's what the syringes are? And not the Gi cure. Like, what if that's just genuinely not relevant outside of slasher route? Maybe comedy route too. The Gi thing, right? What if the day 4 knockout was somebody, like, what if it was somehow more of Ato's cryptoglobin? It doesn't really make sense, does it? Like, unless it was an alternate Takumi or something, how would we have more Ato cryptoglobin? So maybe that doesn't make sense. Maybe that's a stretch. But what was he injected with? It's a good question. I don't really have the answer, so I'm not gonna, like, dawdle on it, you know? My vision started to go fuzzy. My head, too. I could barely string a coherent thought together anymore. I somehow returned to the academy after that, but didn't remember the journey. One moment I was wandering aimlessly, the next I was back. My head started to clear. It looked like I was back in my room. I was laying on my bed, staring up at the ceiling. I found myself thinking back on the day Yugamu had offered to form a team with me. This was what you wanted all this time, Yugamu? I never completely trusted him. I knew he had to have some hidden motive, some plan up his sleeve. It was never me he was interested in. It was Ato. I'd never have guessed that in a million years. Any sense of normality I'd been holding on to had been torn to shreds. It had been a shock when Takamaru and the others had turned their backs on me, but that was nothing compared to what I was feeling now. Thinking about it now, though, maybe I had trusted Yugamu. Maybe that was why the truth hurt so much. It was like half of my soul had been ripped away. I felt so exhausted, so hollow, I couldn't even bring myself to sit up. Yeah, Yugamu was like the only person who seemed to have any trust in him, right? And was his, like, lone partner. But to Takumi right now, he's seeing it as, like, he didn't trust him because he was Takumi. He needed to cultivate him to be stronger and knew he was the one with the potential, right? Because of Ato. And I mean, that's got to kind of hurt when he's been having so much, I guess, self-worth. So many self-worth problems in this route because of the way he's been treated. So, that's got to be rough. I just lay there thinking and doing nothing at all. Time passed, and before I knew it, it had gotten dark outside. Team meeting time.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
The nighttime announcement played, and the other members of the Anti-Sponsor Alliance filed into my room. The headphones are finished. Everyone pick a color. We got AirPods. These are just straight up AirPods, bro. Tsubasa revealed her latest handiwork to gasps of admiration from the others. Wow, they're so cute. Thank you, Tsubasa. These look awesome. Words aren't enough. Let me do 10,000 squats to show my appreciation. You're a masterful mechanic, Lady Tsubasa. Your talent shines brighter than diamonds. Aw, you guys are too kind. Everyone took a pair of headphones and started trying them on. Silver definitely suits me best. It even matches with the Holy Jumanji sword. I'd like the yellow ones. I've always thought of it as a lucky color. Maybe they'll bring the Alliance luck. I'll go with black. Makes it easier to lurk in the shadows and stalk my victims. I'll take blue. That color just kind of screams cool-headed mechanic to me. Gold all the way for me. They'll go great with my championship belt. The only pair left is red. I guess those ones are for me. Go on, Takumi. Put them on. See how they feel. I'm sure red will suit you. Red is a leader's color. Convention has decreed it. Everybody looked at me expectantly. They all looked so excited. So happy. I'm sorry, guys. I can't accept these. Huh? Why not? Do you not like the design? No, they look great. The problem's with me, not them. You see, there's something inside me. I told everyone what I'd learned earlier today. About how I'd absorbed 2 doses of Ato's cryptoglobin back to back. How its influence was now making me more like him. And how in the worst case scenario, my personality might actually be replaced with his. There's something else too. I've been getting weird lapses in my memory. Saying it out loud made the fear even worse. I hated to think I had a monster like Ato inside of me. If he ever took over, there's no telling what might happen. He wouldn't hesitate to kill everyone here, though. It's like I'm possessed. Cursed. So I've decided I'm going to step down as leader of the Anti-Sponsor Alliance. Wow. I lowered my head in a show of contrition. I feel like they're not going to let him. It wouldn't be easy, being on my own again, but I couldn't risk becoming a threat to my own teammates. I tried to tell myself I was fine with it, that it was better this way, but then... The room suddenly erupted with laughter. It was so loud I couldn't help looking up. I'm possessed, cursed. You actually said that with a straight face. How adorably delusional. Hey, what's so funny? This is a genuine problem. Yeah, guys, don't laugh at him. I mean, the whole edgelord routine was kind of ridiculous, but still. I'm sorry, I just can't hold it in. Not even you're laughing at me? Boys are so silly sometimes. Even you, Nozomi? Well, this isn't the reaction I was expecting. What's with you guys? I'm being serious here. We know you are, sweetie. That's part of what makes it so hilarious. You've got no reason to be scared of this curse. You overcame it and made it work for you a long time ago. I've overcome it? Of course! You having that little bit of Eito in you has already helped you score a bunch of points in this game. You scored so much you even got that one prize from the sponsor. If it had him in for that vial of Cryptoglobin, Nozomi wouldn't be here right now. You've got a new power and allowed you to save a life. What's so cursed about that? Huh? I never thought about it that way before. It's true, though. I was only able to help Nozomi with her rejection symptoms. Ooh, there was a sneeze coming. It misfired, but I was getting ready for it. It's true, though. I was only able to help Nozomi with her rejection symptoms because I'd killed so many invaders and placed high in the rankings. Whether it's a curse or a blessing is all about how you look at it. In the meantime, you just gotta keep being you, Takumi. It's nice of you to say that, but it doesn't make the problem go away. If Eito really does take my body over someday, then we'll just slap you around until you come to your senses.
That's what friends are for, right? Come on, have some faith in us.
Even if your body is consumed by the king of all curses, we'll send him back to hell in disgrace. You just couldn't resist getting another reference in there, could you? No, she can never resist. Whatever the origins of this power might be, I trust you to use it the right way, Takumi. You have a kind heart and a strong spirit to back it up. I was dazzled by the brightness of my friends' smiles. Not so long ago I felt completely alone, and now I had people who were this nice to me. It was almost too much to bear. Now that that's settled, let's get back to the headphones. You don't want all our hard work to go to waste, do you? Come on, put them on. Okay. I took the headphones from Tsubasa and put them on. Red, blue, yellow, gold, silver, and black. Oh, goodness. Red, blue, yellow, gold, silver, and black. Each member of our team now wore one of those colors. We looked at each other and nodded. What? I can't hear you. I've got my AirPods in. And that brought today's meeting to an end. The others went back to their rooms. All except one person who made no move to leave. It's gotta be Yugamu, bro. Aren't you going to go too, Yugamu? Yugamu stood by the wall, his eyes downcast. Do you hate me for using you like this? Hate? No. I was surprised, though. Since this killing game started, you've basically been my closest friend. But now you tell me you only wanted to bring out Eito's characteristics from inside of me. Did I never matter to you at all? No use hiding it now. I'll be completely honest with you. When we first met, I thought you were a total dud. Aside from Eito's latent properties, there was nothing special about you. No charisma, no expertise, no talent. Wow, that's pretty harsh. Back then, I thought we'd be better off without you. If there'd been a way to switch your personality with Eito's, I'd have done it without a second thought. Okay, that's really harsh. I won't ask for your forgiveness. I think seeing Karara die in such a horrible way made me a little crazy. I wanted the sponsor to pay. I wanted to make them suffer, even if it meant being less than humane in my methods. But the more time you and I spent together, I found myself feeling more affectionate toward you. Affectionate how? You don't always make the best choices, and you're way too hard on yourself. But for all that, you never turn away from the light. Even when your friends turned their backs on you, you kept fighting for them. Want to know what I think your crowning moment was? When you dove headlong into danger to try and save Hiriko. When I saw you do that, I was grinning from ear to ear. Yeah, I'm not shocked. I mean, like, didn't he basically walk back and be like, oh, you're so dumb. But that's just who you are. You know, it seemed like this is Takumi, man. Like, this is who he is. You gotta kind of respect it to a degree. I thought, who even is this maniac I've gotten myself involved with? And before I knew it, I was rushing in to join you. I never thought of myself as a team player until I started hanging out with you. That's right, I told Yagami to run back then, but he stayed and fought with us. We had no chance of winning, but he joined us anyway. Rest easy, Takumi. You getting taken over by Ato's personality isn't impossible, but if I know you the way I think I do, it'll never happen. You'll tame those impulses and continue to give your all to protect your friends. That's just the kind of guy Takumi Samino is.
More than anything else, I trust you to do the right thing.
Yeah, man, he needed this. He needed this W. With that, Yagami quickly left the room. He wasn't actually blushing, but he was giving off the same impression. He put up a happy-go-lucky front, but I guess even he got shy sometimes. They really trust me, huh? That thought had a profound effect on me. I was more determined than ever to keep my team alive. I'd repay their trust and get them all back to the artificial satellite safely. And to do that, I need to find some QB liquid, and soon. We hadn't found even a trace of any so far, but we couldn't give up yet. I'd find that liquid. I would. Definitely, categorically, without fail. I was determined, and as it turned out, the very next day, that prediction came true. Although, not in the way I was expecting. Is it going to be something from the sponsor? Oh, is that what's going to happen?
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
Huh? Good night? I sat up and rubbed the sleep from my eyes. It was morning. Why was the nighttime announcement playing?
Huh?
Is the system on the fritz? I hoisted myself out of bed and checked the time. What? But when I took a look around, I almost wondered if I was still dreaming. It was dark. According to the clock, it was well past the time the nighttime announcement usually played. What the? How? If this really was the night of day 45, that would mean I'd slept through the entire day. Had I really been that tired, or had somebody done something to knock me out for the day? Just as I was wondering what the others were doing. Hello, we're here. Hey Takumi, are you feeling better? I opened the door and let Tsubasa in. For some reason, she seemed worried. Sorry about this morning. I shouldn't have forced you to help me. But you could have told me you weren't feeling well, you know?
Huh?
Not feeling well? Help you? I had no idea what she was talking about. So far as I knew, this was the first time I'd seen her today. Oh yeah, I've got something for you. I diluted it so we'd have more to go around. You should spray it on anything metal in your room, just in case.
Ah.
What is this?
Huh?
What do you mean? It's the QB liquid you gave me. QB liquid? What? What's the matter? You've got QB liquid already? I was starting to think we never find any. Why are you acting like this is the first time you're seeing it? You're the one who found it. I found it. No, that's not possible. Takumi, you're acting really weird. Tsubasa was looking at me with a mixture of confusion and concern, but then she gasped, like she'd suddenly figured something out. Did you lose part of your memory again? It seems that way. I can't remember anything that happened earlier today. What's going on, Tsubasa? Why do we have the QB liquid all of a sudden? She told me what had happened. It was bizarre, hearing about things I'd done but had no memory of. Apparently I'd gone to Tsubasa's room this morning and given her the QB liquid. Obviously, she was surprised and asked me where I'd found it. But I hadn't given her a clear answer. I only said I didn't remember where exactly. Tsubasa hadn't impressed me. She was happy enough that we had the stuff we needed. After that, she took me to the underground hangar, and the two of us had set to work applying the liquid to the escape pod. We'd gone over the surface of the metal thoroughly to make sure the particle bacteria never ate into it again. It didn't take us long to finish, but then you got exhausted all of a sudden. You said, I'm going to go back to my room and take the rest of the day off. And now that the day's ending, you came to check on me. None of that had jogged any memories. It was almost like there was another me walking around living my life without me knowing about it. Was this Ato's doing? Had what was left of him somehow taken over my body? Yeah, like he'd just find some QB liquid for the gang, bro. But why would Ato go to the trouble of finding the thing we need to help us escape? Wouldn't he just go on a rampage and kill everyone? Actually, though, maybe it didn't matter why I didn't remember finding the QB liquid. Whether I remembered it or not, we had it now. That's what mattered. Now, Tsubasa, let me get one thing straight. You said if we found the QB liquid, you'd be able to repair the escape pod, right? Does this mean you can do it now? Can you get the pod working early and get us out of here? If we could only do that, our troubles would be over. We could all escape this horrible game and go back to the satellite where things would be safe. Yeah, about that. Tsubasa looked away awkwardly. I can fix the pod, but it's going to take me at least 50 days. I can't really, make a 5. I don't know why it was so important to me to do that. 50 days? So then... we'd have to survive until day 95 before we can get out of here. At that point, it barely even qualifies as escaping early anymore. We'd gotten the members of our alliance together for the daily meeting and told them the bad news. Needless to say, they were all pretty shocked. The damage is really that bad, huh? Yeah, it turns out the bacteria ate into it deeper than I was expecting. It's not just surface damage anymore. The whole thing's compromised on a structural level. I can't see it taking less than 50 days, no matter what I do. I'm sorry, I'm just not skilled enough. Ah, Tsubasa, you don't have to apologize. That's right, if we didn't have you here, we wouldn't be able to repair it at all. No one was really to blame for this. Nozomi was right about that. It was just some monumentally bad luck. Wasn't the Gaku? Well, now that escaping early is off the table, we've got 2 options. We can keep participating in the invader hunt right up to day 95. Or we can come up with a new plan to defeat the sponsor and end the game. The same choice I tried to avoid with this escape pod plan. You're up, team leader. What course is the Alliance going to take from here on? Naturally, the right and responsibility to make the choice fell to me. I couldn't waste time. I had to step up and give my teammates direction. Participating in the hunt is out of the question. If the killing game keeps going all the way to day 95, people will die. Not just from the other team, but this one as well. Yeah. Right. There's no telling when one of us could end up in last place or run into a commander outside the school. That's why I can't let the invader hunt continue, but in order to end it, we'll have to take out the sponsor for good this time. Yeah, and that's not going to be easy. It was bad enough when there was only one of them, but their having multiple bodies is definitely going to complicate things. I wonder how many there are in all. If we leave even one alive, it'll scuttle off and create more. They're like cockroaches. We'd overcome a lot of crazy stuff here at the Academy, but in fighting an enemy like the sponsor, we might finally have met our match. Everybody looked completely shell-shocked. The truth must have dawned on them, too. How could we possibly deal with a situation as hopeless as this? But then...
I think I know a way to kill the sponsor.
Alright, what you got, bro? Yugamu spoke up, offering us a light in the dark. Yugamu, what was that? Yeah, we can kill the sponsor. All of them. You're not kidding around, right? This is for realsies? Really for real? For real, for real. Truth is, there's an idea I've been sitting on for a while now. It was only really a vague notion until Shoma got executed. That's when I realized it could actually work. This method will kill the sponsor, once and for all. Have them consume something like kind of poisonous, like poisoned cryptoglobin. You're that sure of it. Why didn't you say anything until now? The method I'm thinking of goes against my principles. I'd have preferred not to use it given the chance. But it looks like my preferences are going to have to take a backseat. Guess that's what I get. Quit philosophizing. Just tell us what we need to do. You going to break out some finisher no one's ever seen before? Or summon a barrier that enhances your innate techniques to their utmost level? And once the sponsor gets drawn into your domain, you'll release everything you've got in one lethal attack. No. Kyoshika, maybe go sit quietly while we're talking about this? Bro. She just... Tsubasa really say, yeah, you're gonna have to shut up. Tell us, Yugamu, this could be our big chance to avenge Karara. We all waited with bated breath to hear Yugamu's idea. A surefire way to destroy the sponsor. What could it be? But when he finally did speak up...
Sorry, guys. I'm keeping this one under my hat.
Ain't no way. He's gonna sacrifice himself, isn't he? That's my guess. It'll somehow involve sacrificing himself. What? Why? There's no time to play coy, Yugamu. Don't get me wrong. I'm just exercising due caution. The element of surprise is essential to this plan. If the sponsor gets wind of it ahead of time, it'll all be for nothing. So you think one of us is going to leak information to them? Not intentionally, no. But you can't deny that when it comes to keeping secrets, some of us are more cautious than others. Why is everyone looking at me all of a sudden? Maybe he was right. Maybe some of us were better off not knowing. If this means you'll have to do it all on your own, are you sure you can handle it? You know how powerful the sponsor is, and they're only getting stronger now that they've absorbed Karabra and Shoma's cryptoglobin. That's exactly why I know we can win. It is? The sponsor absorbs cryptoglobin and gets stronger. That's the key to our victory. Chaos holds power over us because it's unknowable. The more we learn about something, the more the power is diminished. The sponsor is going down. You can depend on it. Trust me. If this was anyone else, I might have had my doubts, but Yugamu's an assassin. If there's one thing he knows about it, it's killing. Alright, I trust you. It's all on you now, Yugamu. I feel like it's going to involve, like, poisoned cryptoglobin. This was the third time the Anti-Sponsor Alliance had switched to a new goal. With Yugamu handling the plan to kill the sponsor, that only left one thing for the rest of us to do. Stay alive. There was a song about that once. Invader Hunt Round 2, Day 4. I headed up beyond school grounds to earn points like usual. Today, though, I wasn't hunting with Yugamu. Hunting with Tsubasa. Thanks for pairing up with me today, Takumi. I'll try not to slow you down. Instead, I had Tsubasa as my partner. I'll show you can be just as efficient a hunter as anyone. I appreciate it, but don't push yourself too hard. I'll be the one doing most of the hunting. You just focus on backing me up. That way, you'll get a decent amount of points with only a fraction of the work. Our focus today was exploiting the point distribution system to bolster Tsubasa's rank. We couldn't afford to let her fall into last place. We're leaving the entire plan to kill the sponsor in your hands, Yugamu. You don't have to tell any of us what it is. But can you at least tell us how much time you need to get it ready? Not very long, although it's unlikely I'll be able to enact it before the end of the second round. The sponsor will be in the ground before the start of the round 3, I can promise you that much. So if we can just avoid being executed at the end of this round, we'll be able to end the invader hunt and prevent any more deaths? That's about the size of it. Basically, all you guys need to worry about is not ending up in last place. Takumi and I will do everything we can to help out, obviously, but the real problem is you, Tsubasa. Right now, you're 8 out of 10. That's pretty near the bottom. Yeah, things aren't looking good for me, huh? I'm still not used to fighting outside the school, so I've barely been able to hunt any enemies. In that case, we'll have to give you some support points without you killing invaders directly. Sorry, big sneeze. Needed a second. We found out there was a secret to the Invader Hunt's point system. Even hunters that didn't actually kill invaders could still earn points by supporting their allies in battle. I have a suggestion if you're interested. Starting tomorrow, why don't you take my place and go out hunting with Takumi, Tsubasa? Huh? Me and Takumi? He's the top hunter in the whole alliance. You'll probably earn a ton of points just from being around him. If that's okay with you, Takumi. I don't mind, but what are you going to do, Yugamu? I'll be taking a break from hunting for a while. If you want me, I'll be holed up in the escape pod hangar working on the plan. As much as it pains me to relinquish my position as your hunting buddy, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. My guess is he's making the cryptoglobin poison, and he's going to inject it into himself and choose to get absorbed. That is my guess. Look there, Tsubasa, a big group of invaders. Surprise attacks are effective in situations like this, so we'll sneak up on them quietly. Right, sneaking quietly. How do you walk without making too much noise again? Isn't your last weapon a car? How do you sneak with that thing? She seems pretty nervous. Then again, she's always been the type to get stressed out easily. Are you scared? It's okay. Just close your eyes and stay next to me. Here, give me your hand. Okay. I held Tsubasa's hand as we snuck closer to the invaders. And then we struck. Detach yourself. It's just work. Detach yourself. It's just work. Detach yourself. It's just work. Nice. Seems like I'm in pretty good form today. If I kept mowing down invaders like this, Tsubasa was bound to get some of the points I earned. Wow, Takumi, you're amazing. I knew you were strong. Without something else, you were all swish, swish, swish. Just a little something Yugamu taught me. The double dose of Ato's cryptoglobin helps too. But still, you were awesome. So strong. So manly. Oh, Lord.
It seems like only yesterday you were an awkward little half pint. Pretty soon you'll be all grown up.
Why are you treating us like you're our mother? What are you, my mom? Also, half pint? Really? Let's get moving. Can't waste time talking when there's invaders to hunt. I started walking again, pulling Tsubasa along behind me. We needed to make every kill count. Sheesh, what's with the alpha male act all of a sudden? Being so forceful with a girl. Don't get too big for your Takumi-sized boots. Yo. I ignored Tsubasa's grumbling and let it fade into the background. I didn't have time to be delicate with her right now. We spent the rest of that day walking around the ruins hunting invaders. We killed a lot of them. Alright, that should do it for today. You should be safe from falling to last place now, Tsubasa. Great, thanks for this, Takumi. I can't believe we took out this many invaders just in one day. I say we, but really all I did was watch. Don't sweat it. It's a leader's job to help out his allies when they're in trouble. I'm glad we have a dependable leader like you around. You're really growing into that role. It's weird, though. I never imagined I'd be spending time with you like this, just the two of us. Not after I alienated you like everyone else did at the start of the game. Tsubasa's expression suddenly clouded over, like she was about to cry. I'm really sorry for back then. You're such a great guy, and we treated you like trash. Every time you do something nice for me, I get reminded of that. You're too good to me. Forget about it. It's all in the past, and it made sense at the time. Maybe, but if anything, I think it's a good thing that you all alienated me back then. Huh? A good thing? Why? It made me appreciate just how much of a difference having someone on your side can make. Now that people have decided to stand by me, I'm more determined than ever to keep them safe.
That includes you too, Tsubasa. I'll protect you. For all the rest of our lives.
The rest of our lives? Yes, I'll always be here for you. That's great and all, but when you put it like that, it almost sounds like... Bro... Tsubasa? Bro don't realize what he's saying. Bro, she's embarrassed as hell. Oh, Lord. Hey, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Oh, jeez, Takumi, you big dummy.
I look away for a minute and suddenly you turn into a total Casanova. Where did I go wrong?
Bro, she does not sound upset by this development. Why do you keep talking about me like I'm some wayward soul? But whatever, that's all for today. I'm going back to the school. She flustered as hell. Hey, don't run off by yourself. It's not safe. I ran after Tsubasa. She stormed her way back to Last Defense Academy. Bro, are we going to get like a relationship arc or something? Is that what's happening here? Seems like she's getting a little crush. Feeling a little winded after the journey. We went straight to the leisure lounge. I wouldn't be upset with it, honestly. Just in general, like, I don't think a situation like this, I don't think it's completely impossible that, like, relationships would develop, you know? And so, like, if it's kind of natural, then I kind of like the idea, you know? Okay, she went up a spot, that's good. Once there, we checked the rankings.
Nice! I went up a place. What a relief. And I owe it all to you, Takumi.
Don't get comfy yet. It won't take much for Takimaru and the others to overtake you. We'll have to keep it up and get you some more points tomorrow.
I had to keep the members of the anti-sponsor alliance at a last place. As their leader, that was my responsibility. Of course, that also meant we'd be forcing someone from Takimaru's team into last place instead. I tried not to think about that side of things too much. I wasn't some omnipotent savior, and no matter what I did, I couldn't save everyone. Yeah, lost to the comedy route, I guess. Having checked on the rankings, Tsubasa and I went back to our rooms to rest. Then, when night fell, meeting time.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
After the announcement played, everyone from the Alliance got together in my room. You helped Tsubasa go up a rank in just one day? Nice going, Takumi. The way you fight to protect Lady Tsubasa is truly inspiring. You're like a stone-cold professional killer. I don't know about stone cold, but I agree with the professional part. You were swinging your sword practically at the speed of light. Come on, guys. I'm just doing what any decent leader would. I don't know how to deal with everyone being so nice to me. This cheery atmosphere is going to take some getting used to. Anyway, enough about me. How's your progress, Yugamu? Is your plan to take on the sponsor still going smoothly? Yugamu spent the whole day in the escape pod hangar working on the method he thought up to kill our invincible adversary. The exact details were still secret, of course. None of us had any idea what this method was. Yep, no problems here. Everything's going according to plan. When I spring my little trap, the sponsor will die. No ifs, ands, or buts. The sponsor would die. That was a reassuring thought. But how exactly are you going to kill the sponsor, Sir Yugamu? I've been so curious I can barely eat. We're all allies here. Can't you tell me what this ingenious plan of yours is? Just a hint will do. Just a teensy-weensy little hint of a hint? Knock it off, Kyoshika. Yugamu's in charge of killing the sponsor. That includes whether or not he wants to keep it a secret. If my lord commands it, I suppose I have no choice but to back down. Carry out this plan however you want, Yugamu. We're putting all our trust in you. Thanks. I won't let you down. Soon enough, you'll be sitting up and begging to thank me for my efforts. Sit up and beg? What are we, your pet? What are we, your pets? I can only hope it was a good sign that Yugamu felt comfortable enough to joke around. If we could all survive to the end of this round and end the killing game, our futures would be a whole lot brighter. Once the sponsor's gone, that only leaves the invaders to deal with. Indeed, we need only defend the school until day 100 and our victory will be complete. After the invader hunt, defensive battles are going to be a breeze. I'll take on any and all challengers that come our way. I think so too. The sponsor's the only real threat to us right now. If we can just take them out of the picture. We'll have basically already won. Victory. Ending the war. Winning the war. The idea was so exciting it was intoxicating. Just a little more. One final push and it would all be over. No more going out hunting to earn points. No more sponsors lording their power over us. Peaceful days like that were just around the corner. However, the hope we felt in that moment blinded us to the truth. Whenever life appeared to hand us a victory, there were always strings attached. When things seemed to be going well, we needed to be more careful than ever. The Anti-Sponsor Alliance had forgotten that, but we received a cruel reminder the very next day. Oh no. Oh no. Someone gonna die. Someone gonna die. No, don't do it. Son of a... Oh no, that's Nozomi! Oh, that's brutal. Takumi's not going to take that well. Takumi's not going to take that well. Wear their AirPods. Not that we need them. That boy New Gank. New Gank. He ganked us. No way. I choked wordlessly, unable to comprehend the scene playing out in front of me. Nozomi, on the ground, covered in my blood. My other friends barely standing, ragged from exhaustion. And in the middle of all this carnage, the one responsible for it. I recognized that monstrous form.
Squad 10, Commander!
Why did we have to run into him now, of all times? If we just could have made it through the second round, everything would have been fine. So why now?
What is the Commander even doing here?
This morning, Tsubasa and I went out hunting like the day before. I wanted to keep earning points for her just in case. For the first few hours, everything had gone well. We killed a ton of invaders. Just before noon, we switched gears and headed to a meetup with the other Alliance members. We'd all decided to have a picnic lunch together. The two of us made our way to the rendezvous point, feeling pretty good about everything. But when we got there, it wasn't a nice, laid-back picnic that greeted us. It was hell. It was this. The commander must have attacked Moko and the others while they were out on the hunt. A battle had ensued, Nozomi was wounded, and I guess that's when we showed up.
Damn it! How dare you do this to my friends?
The full implications of the situation were becoming clear to me. If I didn't do something quick, they would all die. There'd be no bringing them back. But before that... Tsubasa, get out of here! Go back to the academy! The whole reason I was hunting with Tsubasa was that she wasn't used to fighting outside school grounds. I couldn't let her take on a commander. I just have to cover her until she could safely escape, or so I thought. No, Is she gonna speak? No, I won't run away this time. Tsubasa? I ran when Hiriko and Darumi needed help. I ignored them and left them to die. She must be talking about the time we ran into the Squad 3 commander. I jumped in to help Hiriko and Darumi back then, but Tsubasa was too scared. Scared of dying.
What?
Don't dwell in the past, just go! No, I won't. Not this time. I'm not running away anymore. Get in the vehicle, get Nozomi, and bring her back. That's what we need. Tsubasa, wait, you can't charge in on your own! She wouldn't listen. She was already running full speed into the fray. There's no time to stand around and talk. Our battle against the Squad 10 commander had begun. Alright. Let's beat that ass. For Nozomi. Because that's not cool, man. Everyone, are you okay? Takumi, am I glad to see you? Sir Takumi, Lady Nozomi, she's been grievously injured. She's still breathing, but she won't last much longer. She's going to die. Calm down, Kyoshika. We need to do something about the commander before we can help her. Moko, what happened here? The commander's not all that strong, but whenever we beat him, he comes right back. We had to fight him over and over again. During one of those battles, Nozomi went down for the count. I was afraid of that. This commander has the power to control time. Little attacks won't cut it against him. He can just turn back the clock and make it like his injuries never happened. Then how the heck are we supposed to beat him? We have to all attack at once and inflict more damage than he can handle. Let's do this, guys. Don't give him a chance to recover. Okay. First of all, wave count. There are multiple waves. No counter. They have counter armor, which is actually kind of annoying. Womp womp.
Let's go.
I mean,
I've got this.
I can probably just walk up and impact stab spam, to be honest. Like I assume we'll get like a, I don't know, 31, and we might bring it all the way to 0.
Let's go.
So I'm kind of thinking maybe we want to get some extra AP. An early air blade helps. We do this.
Good to go.
Right. I did kind of forget about that.
My turn.
So we're not doing as much damage as we'd like, so maybe this isn't it. But we get a little bit of chip this way.
Got it. Say when.
We need a little more chip. This actually might be hurting our damage, like net. Oh, didn't matter. Okay, that's fine. Darn it, we almost had him that time. The Fiend has recovered again. At this rate, the battle will never end. Don't give up, guys. We'll get him this time. Everyone take a deep breath and go! Buddy, I'm gonna slime you.
I've got this. Here we go. This should do it. Ready when you are. All right. I've got this. Take that. All right.
Yeah, we don't even need ults right now. We can just impact stab spam.
Here we go. There.
And he run away. Again. Stupid nuke gank. Not again. We were so close. If we don't finish him soon, Nozomi really is gonna die. Cease this slinking away, coward. Stand and fight us. What are we going to do? We fight and fight, but the commander's still not going down. Nozomi's at her limit. We need to get her back to the school before it's too late. Just then.
I'll take this guy on alone.
Moko stepped forward, proposing a plan that was completely insane. Oh. You guys go on ahead. I'll do what I can to slow him down. The way I see it, there's no other way to save Nozomi but this. You want us to leave you behind? We can't do that! Sir Takumi is right, Lady Moko. We could never abandon a comrade to die. Don't be so hasty, alright? If we beat him with our next attack, we still have time to... Shut the hell up, all of you! Moko shouted so loud it felt like she was making the ground shake with her voice alone. Listen, guys. The day Kurara died, I stood at her grave, and I made her a promise. I promised to protect the girls, to make sure not a single one of them died. If Nozomi dies on my watch, Kurara will never forgive me.
So let me do this. Let me protect my friend.
If one person stayed to distract the commander, the rest of us could escape and get Nozomi back to safety. That much was true. But could I really do this to Moko? Could I sacrifice one of our own? Leave Moko here and take Nozomi back to the school, or stay here and I'll fight the commander together. As the Alliance's leader, that was the choice I needed to make. I mean, this is basically Nozomi versus Moko, right? We don't have time. I wish I could just tell Tsubasa to go bring... Oh, man. I actually don't know. Because they've been kind of playing up this whole time that, like, Takumi rushes to help others and is, like, does borderline suicidal things, and that's what makes him special, right? And when you put it like that, it's like, I don't want to leave Moko behind. But the thing is, we've already established Nozomi will die. She will. She will die if we do not get out of here. Right? So the hope, if we don't stay, the hope is that we get New Gank the next time? I just feel like it's not going to go down that way, right? I don't know. I feel like we're going to take too long. Nozomi's going to die. And I don't know. Like, things are bad, right? But if we leave, Moko dies, Nozomi is big sad. Like, big sad. But we can keep going, right? I think the answer is to leave Moko behind. Is it, like... I don't know. I wish the answer could just be... send Tsubasa with Nozomi. Right? And maybe, like, one other, and at least two of us hold them off and can escape together, right? At that point, I feel like we could escape. But I don't think that's what the option is implying. I think the option is all or nothing, right? Like, if I could choose to send Kyoshika, Tsubasa, and Nozomi away, and leave Takumi to fight with Moko, I think they could live and get away. But, like, I don't think that's what the option is, right? I think it is Nozomi or Moko, right? And I think if it is between Nozomi and Moko, I'm gonna let Moko sacrifice herself, right? She thinks she needs to do this. If she believes she needs to do this, I'm gonna let her do this, right? It's a hard choice, man. It's cruel. I hate it. Truly, I hate it. Now, if the other option is like Takumi stays behind and they fight off Moko, or not Moko, New Gank, like with Moko, but everyone else gets to safety, and that's like what are you supposed to do? I'm gonna be a little pissed because they kind of misrepresented the option, right? If that was the option, I would have 100% taken it, but I don't think that was the option, right? So, Moko, please cover us while we bring Nozomi back. No, Takumi, you can't be seriously thinking about leaving Moko behind. Thank you, Takumi. Now I can finally keep my promise to Karara. I refuse to accept this, Lady Moko. There is no sweetness in this parting, only sorrow. Never. I will never leave you behind. In fact, I shall be staying behind with... Chop! Lady Moko, why? I caught Kyoshika's body. She fell forward, knocked unconscious by Moko. My cutie pies are in your hands now, Takumi. I know you've got what it takes to keep Nozomi and Kyoshika safe.
Because that's just what great team leaders do.
Damn. Moko encouraged me with the brightest smile on her face. A smile that had been the source of my strength countless times before. Moko, I don't know how I can repay... Right. Time for all of you to exit the ring. The other guy's about to fly in for a second round any moment now. Tsubasa, be a darling and send everyone back, alright? Love you, honey. Yeah. See you later, Moko. Moko tossed her golden headphones over to us. She must have meant for us to hold on to them as a keepsake. Oh my god. Bro. I'm not even a huge Moko fan, but this moment is... This one's getting to me. That's a hell of a sacrifice. We loaded the unconscious Nozomi and Kyoshika into Tsubasa's vehicle and drove off without delay. As we pulled away, I looked back to see how Moko was faring.
Feast your eyes upon Moko Majiro, the apocalyptic maiden of destruction, and her iron defense of a lifetime. You'll be crossing this line over my dead body. Get ready for the match of your life, Commander!
Moko was standing in the way of the commander, determined to buy us enough time to escape. I burned the sight of that stirring scene into my mind so that I would never forget it. After rushing back to school, we called Yugami up from the underground hangar, and then... Did we save Nozomi? Bro, please. Yugama quickly took the lead and directed us on how to save Nozomi's life. Tsubasa, grab as many packs of saline and antibiotics as you can from the infirmary. Now! Right. Takumi, use antiseptic to sterilize the room, then cover everything in sterile sheets. Alright. I'll start suturing the wounds. Suturing. Man, this would have been much easier if we could just toss her into the Revive-O-Matic. He began treating Nozomi's wounds with practiced ease, using his assassination skills to heal instead of kill. Relax. The wounds are not as deep as they seem. Her internal organs are fine. None of her injuries are fatal. So she's gonna live? The thing is, she's lost a lot of blood. A transfusion would undoubtedly save her life, but we don't have any packs of blood on hand. Not that transfusing ordinary blood has any curative effect on us. Just as I was processing what Yugami just told me. You're fucking capping. You're lying. If it's New Gank, I think I can't skip this fight, because if this is New Gank, we're boxing. We are boxing. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You feel me? Fist, meet your face, New Gank.
Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
Like, I think I can't skip it just in case it's New Gank. Invaders at a time like this? Those sadistic cretins are clearly out to torture us. No, wait. On the other hand, they've just shown a ray of light on this deadly hellscape we're in. What ray of light? We need to focus on treating Nozomi. We don't have time to take on invaders, too. Because now we have a chance to get our hands on what we need to help her by spilling some commander blood. What we need is Cryptoglobin. Oh, you mean... After defeating a commander, the top 3 hunters on the leaderboard will receive a Cryptoglobin-filled syringe as a reward. Yugama and I were in 2nd and 3rd place respectively, so we would have 2 syringes. We'd be able to use those syringes on Nozomi to replenish her lost Cryptoglobin. That's the hope. With that in mind, we stopped treating Nozomi, shook Kyoshika awake, and headed to the war room to prepare for battle. Damn, it's not even New Gang. I'm skipping this fight, bro. Wait, no. This one often shows up with New Gang. Is this everyone? Where are Takamaru and the others? This is no time for us to be divided. They might literally just not be here. Those people are frolicking around in Dreamland, dead to the waking world. Yeah, they don't have AirPods, bro. Sponsor, what are you doing here? You're not trying to interfere with the battle, I hope. The sponsor ignored our questions, choosing to stare intently at the war room monitor instead. This commander appears to be a skilled illusionist. They create illusions by blasting superpowered music through a sound truck that confuses all who hear it. Sound-based illusions. It has to be the Squad 11 commander Takumi was talking about the other day. We're fine since we have our noise-canceling headphones, but Takamaru and the others took the full brunt of the attack and are wandering around in Dream World right now, aren't they? Wait, that doesn't explain why Darami's alright. She hasn't done anything to block out the sound. He was right, Darami didn't seem affected at all. My head's a little fuzzy, and I'm seeing things I know aren't real, but other than that, everything's great. You could make someone already stoner than stoned even stonier. That doesn't even make sense, because it literally did happen to her on the Route Zero, but sure. As crazy as always, that's Darami for you. Albeit her brain of insanity was strangely comforting for the situation we were facing at the moment. I fail to see why you all seem so upbeat when the enemy is rapidly advancing on the Academy even as you speak. Look at the monitor. Is New Gank there, bro? Bro, yeah. Y'all get out there. Hello? Cripes. Cripes? Who says that? Who says cripes? The Academy's under attack. Oh no. We have to get out there and fight, now. Indeed, this is hardly the time or place to get totally wiped out. You're still needed for some stuff I have in mind, understand?
Now, go out there and show everyone your pride as hunters.
Stop acting like you're in charge. We'll protect the school for our own reasons. Let's do this, guys. such a small crew. Damn! Oh, we're on the outside looking in. 2 fronts, not bad. Gotta destroy the sources of the sound. Should be relatively reasonable. I don't want to skip this battle.
Good to go. Time to use it. Appreciate it. I've got this.
Can't even hit anything else. Maybe with Airblade, actually. Yeah, we can hit things with Airblade. So, might as well.
Ready when you are. Here. Got it.
Leave it to me. Let us begin.
Alright, that's first wave.
All the sound trucks have been destroyed.
Aw, the illusions are gone. I'm already starting to miss them.
What?
Maybe miss them after we take out the commander headed this way?
Yeah. You and your whole crew are about to get slimed. Alright. How much damage do we need to do? 50. We got 4 AP. Got an attack potion.
I owe you one. Let's do this.
Leave it to me.
Electrified Fence, Bomb, Spring Trap, Metal Fence, Power Panacea, Desperation Potion.
This should slow them. Ugh, things aren't looking good. I can still move.
This is probably fine. We could probably hit a little more than that. I guess we... No. I don't know. There might be a way to do that a little better, but... I don't know if it's the only way, Tsubasa, but it is a good way. I'll say that much. So, I just want to see. So, we should be doing 7 with Impact Stab now, right?
Ready when you are.
We are. Wow. Yeah, that's...
I've got this.
That's cooked. That is ridiculous.
Here we go. Let's do this. Take that. Say when.
Doesn't matter that we're taking damage.
My turn.
We can just go ahead and kill. We've got enough Desperation Potions that I'm really not too worried. Get hit with one last strike, idiot. And now, the event I'm really waiting for. Go ahead, show up, New Gank. Go ahead. No. Go ahead and show up, New Gank. Go ahead, spin the block. New Gank, I want you to tell me how you think this is going to end for you, buddy. Because I can tell you how this is going to end for you. Paragon of Charity. Did you give Moko Charity? Thought not. Oh yeah. Also, when your homie dies, you get to revive them. When our homie dies, you roll up on us immediately after and think it's sweet. You think it's sweet. You think shit is sweet. I get it. You think shit is sweet. It's not. We're gonna show you that. I'm sorry, maybe this is a little overbearing, but we gotta get our get back after what he just did to Moko and nearly did to Nozomi. And possibly still has done to Nozomi. We'll see if she lives. We're just gonna wish he just stayed a disco ball when I'm done with him. To battle, head ass. That's what you sound like.
It's the commander who can reverse time. He chased us all the way here.
Does that mean Moko's been?
The commander who wounded Nozomi and killed Moko.
Let us slay this accursed commander to avenge our fallen Lady Moko and appease her spirit.
That's what I'm saying.
Wow! Hate is in the air today, and I am all for it. This is my specialty. A show especially for you. Here I go.
The school's crumbling.
It's an illusion, chill out.
When did they breach the walls?
Take a chill pill, everyone. It's all just an illusion.
What? That's a shame. I feel a lot chiller when I'm surrounded by death and destruction.
Most of the illusions can't harm us, so just ignore them and focus on taking out New Gang first.
You gank's gonna get ganked. He literally is not ready.
Ready when you are. Just a quick drop. Oh, things aren't looking. This should slow them down. I can still move.
Can hit both of them at once? Yeah, we can. Alright.
They're gonna hear this.
Wrong one! God! I didn't use the desperation potion one.
You can take it from here.
Here we go.
Whatever. It's probably
Ready when
fine.
you are. This should do it. Thanks. Here we go. My turn.
Definitely not helping the case here, but I think we'll be fine.
Let's do this.
Oh no, you got a little bit of armor. Wait, this didn't go to 7 attack, so I think it adds afterwards. That's a little interesting.
Time to use it. Good to go.
Oh, no, because she didn't die. Duh. Speaking of die, you gotta go, bro. Want a little bit of voltage and a little bit of damage on Takumi. Player 2 is up. Alright. We got AP, we got time, we're chilling.
Let's go. My turn.
Doesn't Impact Stab apply bleed? Would Yugamo actually do like sleeper good damage now? That's 6. That's actually not bad. I mean, not better than what we do, but let's let Yugamo get the kill. No, whatever. We're just gonna end this.
Let's do this.
There we go. Done. Moko avenged. GG, buddy. Pack it up. No, you have no one to be sorry to. Say sorry in the underworld. Like,
Guess who's back?
Slim Shady made a song about that once. The school's back to normal. The illusion was gone, which meant we had defeated the enemies for good this time. Those tricky commanders.
The enemy commanders have been put to rest.
Moko,
We've avenged your death.
New Gang is finally defeated.
We couldn't have taken out 2 commanders at once if Moko hadn't sacrificed herself. She deserved full credit for this. Unfortunately, our rejoicing was soon cut short.
Well done taking out those formidable enemies,
Yeah.
my Special Defense Unit hunters. I praise you for distinguishing yourselves in battle.
The sponsor's sudden appearance out of thin air dampened our celebratory mood.
Allow me to process the commanders that you've defeated. Every last drop of cryptoglobin shall be drained and concentrated.
Yeah, we get it, bro. They signaled toward the sky, and the very next moment, the bees. Yeah. The swarm of bees that had been hovering above us made a beeline for the fallen commanders. They sucked them completely dry of cryptoglobin.
As usual, the top 3 hunters on the leaderboard will receive a cryptoglobin-filled syringe as reward. That means Dorumi,
Okay.
Takumi, and Yugami.
I was a little worried we'd have dropped out somehow.
Thankful.
The sponsor gave out cryptoglobin vials to the top hunters like we had anticipated. Now we could save Nozomi. Yeah. We're MVP, or we got the final kill. We got like a bunch of BP, GG's. Alright, W's. Alright. After the battle, we rushed back to Nozomi's room. Once there, we injected her with the commander's cryptoglobin without delay. The concentrated blood of 2 commanders took effect immediately. Look, everyone. Nozomi's regaining color in her face. Her wounds are starting to scab over. I had no idea we could use concentrated cryptoglobin as an analeptic, too. The deathly pale Nozomi slowly but surely became healthier right in front of our eyes. Don't tell her what happened to Moko. Give that a while. We'll go ahead and save our progress. We'll go a little bit further. Maybe like another day. Kind of just want to see what's up with Nozomi, you know? I mean, it seems like she's going to be fine, but...
Up and Atom troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 48th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
It's morning. My body still felt heavy and unrested because of yesterday's tumultuous activities. Nozomi was severely injured by a commander, and Moko sacrificed herself to save her. One of the worst days of my life. The day the fate of the anti-sponsor alliance took a turn for the worse. Moko. There was no time for me to grieve her death yesterday, so all of that sadness that I pushed down came bubbling to the surface this morning. I still couldn't believe how suddenly our mood maker had met her demise. Please let her be the last. I've had to endure an irrational amount of distressing situations for the last 48 days. I desperately hoped nothing bad would happen in the next 50. But the moment I made that wish... Oh no. I could somehow feel in my bones that this call was going to lead to trouble. But I also knew I couldn't ignore the bell no matter how much I wanted to. That's just what great team leaders do, right, Moko? Reluctantly, I got up and opened the door. Concerning. Hello, Yugamu. Takumi, I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but what now? Nozomi's condition suddenly deteriorated this morning. Oh no. What? I thought she was doing better yesterday. Yeah, that is what suddenly deteriorated means. Her physical wounds have almost completely healed since we injected her with the concentrated cryptoglobin. However, other symptoms started showing up this morning. High fever, difficulty breathing, pale and clammy skin. All symptoms of an active viral infection, but I couldn't find any virus in her blood. I have no idea what's causing them. High fever and difficulty breathing? The pieces immediately clicked into place in my head. It must be rejection symptoms. Rejection? What are you talking about? Well, Nozomi's different from us. I was left with no choice but to tell Yugamu Nozomi's secret. I get it now. Something like graft versus host disease, then. That commander's blood we injected yesterday is starting to attack the host body. Yeah, her body isn't compatible with cryptoglobin. I should have thought of that before we injected her with it yesterday. No need to be so hard on yourself. It was the best choice out of a dearth of options. So, how do we suppress these rejection symptoms? What's needed to suppress cryptoglobin rejection symptoms is more cryptoglobin. In the experiments, we were looking for a way to reduce rejection symptoms, so we tried getting the blood to consume itself. My mom transfused additional cryptoglobin, and then the rejection symptoms stopped. We'll have to kill another commander and get her to absorb their cryptoglobin if we want to save Nozomi. There are only 2 commanders left. Where would we even find them? There's no time. We have to go out and look for them right now. I grabbed my infuser and was about to fly out of the room when... Wait, Takumi. We still have another syringe, right? Yugama pulled me back by the collar of my shirt and almost knocked the wind out of me. There's no need to go out and send yourself to an untimely death when we already have a commander right here with us. Oh, Ava. We do? Yes. Someone extremely pliant and well-behaved, unlike the other commanders. I have a feeling she may even offer her blood without a fight, sparing us the need to kill her. Oh, okay. So like a transfusion. A commander like that doesn't exist. I suddenly realized who he was talking about. He was right. We did have a commander right here with us. In a courtyard prison cell. Ava may be willing to share some of her blood with us. Willing might be a strong word, all things considered, but you might be able to finagle it out of her. I am absolutely not giving anyone my blood. Despite explaining the situation to Ava and asking her to share some blood with us, I was coldly rejected. Please, we really need your blood to save Nozomi. Have you not been listening to a word I said? The god we worship prohibits the consumption of divine blood. I would no longer be a servant of God if I violated this commandment. I did, in fact, vaguely recall her saying something like that. The absorption of divine blood is strictly prohibited in our commandments. It's just this once? Surely your god wouldn't get that angry. Don't be stupid. Once is all that's needed. There are no second chances. That is what faith means. It seemed like it would be impossible to convince the devout Ava to break her faith, unless... Ava, if you agree to give us some of your blood, I'll give you the key to your prison cell. You said you have a daughter, right? Her name's Commune, or something? Think about it. You can free yourself and go see your beloved Commune again. I can't believe you're trying to exploit my love for my daughter to your own benefit. You disappoint me. I'm in no position to be picky about my methods. I need your blood to save Nozomi. So please, Ava, please save my friend. Bro, I'm gonna be honest, at that point you should just kill her. Like... Ava lowered her eyes as an agonized look spread over her face, like she was trying to process a difficult thought. Very well. You can have some of my blood. Ava! But I can't be the one to hand it over. You'll have to take it from me yourself. I was pinned down and forced to give up some of my blood after putting up a valiant fight. Can that be the official story? Yeah, let's go with that. It was probably the best compromise she could make based on Ava's faith. We'd have to bring Nozomi here for that scenario to work. I quickly went back to Nozomi's room and brought her to the cage with help from Yugamu and the others. Can you walk, Nozomi? Where's Moko? I must save her. Nozomi was delirious from her fever. She was still living through the battle of that day, still trying to save her friend. Thanks for agreeing to help, Ava. Now Nozomi will have a fighting chance thanks to you. Dispense with the formalities and move her inside the cage quickly. When we went into the cage, Ava took off the suit she was usually clad in. She exposed her neck, probably to make it easier for Nozomi to suck her blood. Does anyone have a blade to cut my neck with? At that, Yugama took out his knife and made a thin cut on Ava's neck with it. Blood started trickling from the wound. Nozomi, here, right on Ava's neck. You'll feel better after drinking her blood. We pushed Nozomi closer to Ava and positioned her lips near Ava's neck, and then... I feel like Ava's gonna do something. No. What in the world? I mean, this is just an insane CG. What in the vampire? Nozomi bit on Ava's neck and started sucking her blood ravenously. She might have instinctively felt she would get better by drinking this blood. Imagine she gets rejection symptoms again, bro.
She's drinking too much.
Nozomi was so focused on drinking up the blood, she had literally latched herself onto Ava's neck. As soon as she said that... Mom, I'm sorry. She blurted out something completely unexpected.
I'm sorry for falling sick so easily. Don't worry, though. I can still go on. I'll help you and make sure your experiment goes well.
Even Ava's like, what the hell is wrong with this girl?
So, it's okay. I can handle the injections, even if I'm not feeling well.
I mean, this is just sad.
Let me help, Mom.
Jesus.
I'll be useful. So, please, please, don't die!
Nozomi?
Absorbing of his blood might have overstimulated her, and she was clearly confused. She's clearly flashing back, yeah. She seemed to have mistaken Ava for her mother and kept crying and pleading for her not to die. She was likely remembering how her mother had killed herself after her cryptoglobin project was shut down.
You're being experimented on by your own mother? No! Do not agree to it! You'll just end up hurting yourself!
Well, that was accurate. Unfortunately, you're too late. Ava was making desperate attempts to warn the tearful Nozomi, frantically telling her not to go along with the experiments. It almost seemed like she was talking directly to Nozomi in the past. Could it be that Ava was seeing into her memories? It's actually not impossible.
No! Mom! Don't go! Don't leave me!
She's no mother to you. No daughter should be expected to make sacrifices for her mother.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that premise, but, you know, there are different degrees of sacrifices here, and the one Nozomi made was a little high. I can't lie, right? Like, it was really on the very, very, very high end of sacrifices you could make, being like a test subject for something so dangerous. Nozomi and Ava held each other tightly and cried loudly until suddenly they both fell unconscious at the same time. Interesting. That kind of connection between those two I was not expecting. The next morning, I immediately headed to the courtyard as soon as I woke up. Nozomi was resting in her room, and while I was concerned about her, she was being well tended to by Tsubasa and Kyoshika. Ava, on the other hand, was alone in her cage. As her caretaker, it was my duty to look after her. Morning, Ava. How are you feeling? Like absolute crap. That's how. How much blood do you think I lost yesterday? One glance and I could tell that Ava was borderline anemic. Maybe I should bring her some iron supplements later. My dear Nozomi drank me like I was a pack of fruit juice. I'll have to lecture her about her table manners later. Huh? Ava's affectionate tone of voice was throwing me a little off kilter. Ava, did you just call her my dear Nozomi? I did. What's wrong with that? I'm not trying to say it's wrong. Don't you give pet names to your relatives? That's how we do things around here, at least. Are you guys relatives now? What? When did Nozomi become your relative? What do you mean? She consumed my blood. We're literally blood relatives now. That's not really how that works. Well, some people would see things that way, I suppose. This had to be some sort of cultural gap. Wait, school invaders have culture? They have a religion! No... Yes, obviously they have a culture. But this is what I'm interested in. Takumi, I relived Nozomi's life yesterday. I saw every scene of Nozomi's past in vivid detail, as if I was there. I thought it might have been something like that. Directly consuming Ava's blood briefly connected Nozomi's mind with hers. I could not believe what I saw in her memories. She was experimented on by her very own mother. Nozomi did tell me about that herself. Her mother had been researching cryptoglobin and she experimented on Nozomi. There was so much fear, pain, and agony. Why wouldn't there be? They were basically injecting divine blood into the body of a still growing child. It was cruel. Downright cruel.
What mother in her right mind would do such a thing to her own flesh and blood?
Yeah, I mean, that is... I cannot lie, that is fucked up. Ava punched the floor of the cage in genuine anger. But Nozomi didn't hate her mother despite what had been done to her. In fact, she blamed herself for not being useful enough. Even though she did nothing wrong at all, such a meek and obedient girl she was. She loved her mother so much, and what did that ungrateful woman do? Instead of reciprocating Nozomi's love, she went and hanged herself. Her mother hanged herself, huh? The person who discovered her dead body was probably... Jesus Christ, man. Nozomi got a misery sandwich as a backstory. Foolish woman, so what if your project failed? You had a daughter who loved you so much. What else did you need? Yes, she was a fool. Children are innocent creatures full of unconditional love for their parents, and Nozomi still loves her mother, even if that love will never be reciprocated. If she were my dear daughter, I would protect her with my life. Just then. Good morning, Ava. And Takumi. So we get the Ava good morning first. So are we for real right now, Nozomi? No, I'm kidding. Honestly, it kind of makes sense. Nozomi, you're feeling better already? Yeah, I've made a complete recovery thanks to Ava's blood. Ava, I'm here to thank you for saving my life. I don't remember the details, but I heard I drank a lot of your blood? Sorry about all the stress I put you through. You're looking kind of pale. Is it because of what I did? I didn't give you my blood because I wanted to save you. I did it for myself. Still, I'm thankful, and I'll definitely repay you. You protected me, and now it's my turn to protect you. This time... Nozomi? I'll protect you.
Mommy?
Mommy? Oh! Sorry, that was a mistake. Oh, this poor girl. Oh my goodness. It didn't seem like a simple case of mistaken identity to me. Could it be that, just like how Ava felt empathy for Nozomi, is the opposite true too? Nozomi was feeling empathy for Ava as well? Did she see Ava's life? Oh, that would be fascinating. That would be fascinating, because that would maybe give us some kind of insight into what exactly their culture is like, their society, right? Takumi, if you don't mind, I'd like to be Ava's caretaker from now on. Aren't we supposed to be freeing her? Since she's feeling unwell because of me, it's only right that I be the one to nurse her back to health. I guess maybe we're waiting till she's healthy again. That's nice of you to offer, but Ava's leaving today. That was a condition for giving you blood. About that, actually, I've decided to stay for a little while longer. It's too dangerous for me to be wandering around outside when I'm not in top condition. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll care for you until you get better. I can whip up a pretty good nutritious porridge dish. That's settled then, Takumi. I'll take that key. Hey, wait! Nozomi snatched the key to the hut out of my hands and clutched it tightly with a smile on her face. You can count on me. I know exactly what a recovering patient needs. I'm a veteran at this frail and sickly thing, after all. Yo, that's an insane thing to say. Given, like, the context. Nozomi's excitement was somehow making me feel all the more uneasy about the situation. I can only hope that what she felt for Ava was purely gratitude and nothing more. It kind of seems like it's something more, I'm not gonna lie. Day 50. We might cut it after day 50, just because I like day 50 as a stopping point number-wise. It's nice and clean, you know?
Up and Atom troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 50th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy.
Got the lizard on a chair line, bro.
Right, folks, you're halfway there. Like a lizard on a chair.
Something.
You're stepped in blood so far.
Oh.
Returning would be as tedious as to go
Or.
There's no turning back now.
Right. That was the one I was trying to remember.
In honor of the occasion, I've unlocked the courtyard. It's the perfect place to enjoy a moment of quiet contemplation.
What a guy.
I've also prepared a special gift for each and every one of you brave soldiers.
Yeah, it's normally day 50 when those show up. I wonder if there's gonna be in another route, if they're gonna actually show up.
I'll give them to you in person. So come find me in the cafeteria.
And thus began our 50th day at the Academy, and the 8th day of round 2 of the Invader Hunt. I had called for the members of the Alliance to gather in my room for a meeting first thing in the morning, in order to discuss the future of the Anti-Sponsor Alliance. Losing Moko is a painful blow. We'll never stop grieving her. But we can't lose ourselves to despair. Moko didn't sacrifice herself for us to do that. She desperately wanted us to keep living. Lady Moko was a woman of integrity. She always puts our interest ahead of her own. By living on like she wanted us to, we become living proof that Moko made a mark on this world. That's right, we have to keep living. And for us to do that, Yugamu, how are the preparations for the assassination coming along? Smoothly. I have it on good authority, mine really, that the sponsor will be dead and buried before round 3 begins, exactly as I planned. Good. That means our objective remains the same. We need to stay out of last place so that none of us gets executed. To just survive. That's our only objective. Let's work toward that goal as a team. At my encouragement, everybody agreed with loud and firm voices. Moko was no longer with us, but we could still help each other to go on. Victory would be ours as long as we survived round 2. But there was just one thing I was concerned about. Sir Takumi, Lady Nozomi did not show up for the meeting. She wasn't in her room. She's most likely bringing breakfast to Ava. Nozomi had been spending a lot of time with Ava since yesterday. Even though this was a critical period for us. I'll go get her. The rest of you can return to your rooms to prepare for the hunt. I was going to say, there's something going on there. After dismissing the group, I headed to the cage in the courtyard, and there I saw...
Say ah!
Oh, Lord. She feeding her? Here comes the airplane.
Nozomi, I can feed myself.
Sure you can. But there's no need to act tough around me. Come on, say ah.
Bruh.
Aw.
Bro, no way. What's going on here, Nozomi? Oh, morning, Takumi. Can't you tell? I'm nursing Ava back to health. I made a special convalescent omelet porridge. It's super effective. Nozomi's home cooking. I wish I could have some too. No, wait. Why is she making special food for a captured prisoner? Do you like it, Ava? It could do with less salt and just less seasoning in general. Your cooking skills need some work, Nozomi. Damn! Oh, come on. You're being too harsh on me. I spent a lot of time on this, you know. Flattery benefits no one. Start working on those cooking skills now or you'll never be able to get married. Damn! Who cares about getting married? There you go, being stubborn again. What? Never mind. Give me my second mouthful now, before the food cools. You see? It's edible after all. Bro, what was I looking at? Some wholesome scene from a slice of life soap opera? No, literally. Ava was treating Nozomi like her child, but that was because she had given Nozomi some of her blood. As for Nozomi, she seemed to have developed a sort of kinship with Ava all of a sudden. Actually, this wasn't just kinship, more like... Nozomi, we're all going outside to earn some points after this. You should come along. Huh? So sorry, Takumi. I'm not going outside today. I don't feel completely well yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, you did just recover from your sickness. You should rest today. Yeah, please let the others know as well. Well, we have 7 more days until the end of round 2. One day shouldn't hurt. Hopefully not. After that, we went outside without Nozomi to earn some more points. At this point, the gang is so small. They're just traveling in a group of 3. No, whatever. I'll just keep going. Is she still not left?
Spots I can help you with today, madam?
Bro.
The top of my head, maybe. Yes, that's the spot. Nozomi, you sure know how to make a woman feel pampered.
I guess, you know, nothing wrong with it. It would seem
Your scalp feels really stiff, madam. Shall I give you a head massage?
And that was the scene I was presented with when I went to the courtyard this morning to fetch Nozomi. Nozomi, what's going on this time? I'm washing Ava's hair for her. She's sick and needs some help with her hygiene. I feel so refreshed. A prisoner getting a spa day is simply unheard of. This is pure bliss. Nozomi was becoming way too attached to someone who was basically being held captive. Basically? What part of it is this is basically? Unfazed by my astonishment, Nozomi started blow-drying Ava's hair cheerfully. She smiled so happily, like an ordinary little girl. Did they develop like a mother-daughter relationship? Oh no, okay, Nozomi, you gotta get on the hunt. In the end, Nozomi didn't join us for that day's hunt either. How many more days until the next punishment? And that's why I think Nozomi is becoming way too attached to Ava. When the Alliance gathered in my room first thing in the morning, we started discussing Nozomi's recent behavior. I feel like this has gone beyond mere gratitude to Ava for saving her life. What's making Nozomi so obsessed with Ava? Maybe it was because she consumed Ava's blood directly by mouth while also being in physical contact with her. Unspoken biological data was shared somehow and a strong bond was forged from that. That's quite likely. Ava even admitted that she saw Nozomi's memories. Maybe Nozomi saw Ava's memories as well? Such sophisticated concepts are beyond me, but I do observe that Lady Nozomi seems to be seeking a mother figure in her life. A mother figure? Lady Nozomi has the tendency to be drawn toward women who are intrinsically maternal. Take Lady Moko, for example. Whenever the two of them were together, Lady Nozomi always exuded great joy. I mean... Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, that's basically why I figured she was, like, so close to her. She's craved that exact kind of relationship, and so far, Ava seems to be playing ball, you know? So maybe it's just that simple. But Moko was the very definition of maternal, or should I say, a mother hen. So, in order to fill the void Moko left behind, Nozomi's become attached to Ava, someone who is equally as motherly. And I imagine the way that they lost Moko is making it even easier for her to want to be attached here. Because she lost her own mother to suicide, she lost Moko, like, because of Moko sacrificing herself for Nozomi's sake, right? So I guess it makes sense. Alright, I think that's enough psychoanalyzing Nozomi for today. The more important thing is, how do we get her away from Ava and convince her to return to the battlefield? As things stand now, there are two methods we can try. The first is to drive Ava out of the academy immediately. The second is to just kill her on the spot. No killing! I'd feel bad if we did that. And how do you feel about Nozomi's precarious position on the leaderboard? She's currently second to last. It won't be long before she falls into last place if she keeps refusing to take part in the hunt. Yugami was right. Nozomi didn't have much time left to rectify the situation, yeah, literally. If she kept fawning on Ava and being unreasonable about joining the hunt, we might eventually have to take drastic measures. I'll go talk to her one more time. Ask her to think seriously about earning more points so that we can survive the second round together. And so I headed to the cage in the courtyard to do just that. I thought I would be greeted by the sight of Nozomi playing house with Ava again. However...
I hate you, Ava! You're just trying to be mean now!
I am not! Everything I said was for your own good!
What the hell is happening? Stepping into the courtyard, I immediately heard a loud bickering coming from the direction of the cage.
Shut up! Shut up! You don't know anything about me!
Wait, Nozomi. I'm not done yet.
Nozomi ran from the cage and straight out of the courtyard with tears in her eyes. I quickly went over to the cage to ask Ava what had happened. What happened, Ava? I saw Nozomi crying. Yes, because I told her what needed to be said. And what was that? I told her frankly her mother was a piece of incorrigible trash and she should stop loving someone like that. It's just that easy. Duh. What was Nozomi thinking, bro? Whoa, that's a really sensitive topic for her, Ava. She's been struggling with her feelings for her mother. Of course she'd be upset to hear you say all that. So you don't think her mother's a piece of trash? We're talking about someone who subjected her own daughter to live experimentation, you know? No, that's not what I meant. The waste of breath who ended herself after her project was shut. Waste of breath? Not the oxygen thief. That's insane. She just called her an oxygen thief. The waste of breath who ended herself after her project was shut down without sparing a single thought for the daughter she tortured through those very experiments? Okay, when you put it like that, I admit she does appear to fit the definition of human trash. Still, it wasn't what you said, but how you said it. Someone had to tell her the ugly truth, or else her pain would never end. Nozomi still loves her mother, so she blames herself for her mother's suicide. Poor girl. I must free her from this suffering. It was true that telling Nozomi the truth would be good for her in the long run, but people usually avoided such conversations. Nobody wanted to be hated by their friends. You're so strong. Aren't you afraid she might hate you? Ava? Does she hate me now? I don't know. She probably hates me now. I made her cry. I'm always like this, even with Commune. I'd get agitated, say things I shouldn't, and then we get into a big fight. Someone like me is just not cut out to be a parent. I was gonna say, that did almost seem like that type of, like... The way they were bickering, it did almost seem like a parent and their child. Takumi, do you happen to have some alcohol lying around? Drown my sorrows with me tonight. Yo! And teach me the right way to raise Nozomi. Why would there be alcohol lying around? Telling the truth as it was and then bursting into tears afterwards. Talk about mood swings. How did she ever become a commander? I'll go check on Nozomi. I headed for Nozomi's room with the intention of using this chance to drive a wedge between her and Ava. Oh, that's a little evil. We were in the middle of a war and a killing game. This is no time for anyone to be playing happy families with a prisoner. Yeah, I do get that. Honestly, like, to a degree, I almost like the relationship that they had. I mean, it was a little much, but, like, I kind of like her having a figure like that, right? This is just the worst possible route for this to happen on, right? If we had a non-brainwashed Ava on comedy route, it would have been awesome to see that from them, right? Although that's maybe like a little deep writing wise to like for that route, for comedy, you know, I'm not gonna lie. But I do kind of like a lot of the implications writing wise here, right? How we're kind of, I mean, like Yugamu said, kind of psychoanalyzing Nozomi's character. I kind of enjoy that. Let's just keep going for now. But like I said, this possibly is the worst route for some of this to happen in, because it's like, no, you guys gotta stop, right? I'm like, I wish you guys could continue to grow closer, but like, short of freeing Ava, which could be interesting. What if we get Ava as a combat unit, right? I don't know. Short of that, I don't know, like, that this is the route, man. Oh, Takumi, I'm sorry you had to see all that just now. Yeah, about that. What happened, actually? Do you mind telling me? I need to keep tabs on everyone because I'm technically team leader, so... No, I don't mind. This might take a while, so come in. I need someone to vent to right now anyway. Nozomi gestured for me to step inside a room, and then... we yapping. And Ava was so mean to me. She wouldn't stop complaining about the soup I spent so much time making. She said it was bland, tasteless, and needed more seasoning. And to top it all off, she said nobody would ever marry me if I kept cooking like this. She's so old-fashioned. Things like that don't matter these days. So we're complaining about random things like this. Bro, this is literally like how like a teenager acts to their mother. I listened to Nozomi vent for much longer than I'd expected. I was honestly surprised to see this side of her. I always pegged her as the grounded, long-suffering type who never complained. I could deal with her grumbling about me, but this time she went after my mother. She called her a trashy researcher who experimented on her own daughter. Wasn't that mean of her? She doesn't even know the whole story. Yeah, that was mean of her. She went too far. I decided to use this as an opportunity to drive a wedge between the two of them. I'm not surprised she's so heartless. She's a true blue school invader. She's only acting human-like to lull us into a false sense of security before she... Don't you dare talk about Ava like that. Yeah, bro, now you went too far. She raised her voice so suddenly, I thought my eardrums might burst. What's gotten into you? You started talking bad about her first. I have the right, but I won't stand for hearing anyone else speak ill of her. Yeah, bro, it's literally... Oh my god. It's literally like... yeah, she literally found like a mother relationship with Ava. Complaining about her and then turning around to desperately defend her, it was almost like Nozomi thought she was... You're being weird, Nozomi. Ava's not even related to you or anything. I know you're emotionally attached to her because she saved your life, but there has to be boundaries. This is neither the time nor place to be playing family with an invader. You'll die if you don't start focusing on the hunting game now. Nozomi lowered her eyes sadly, but I had no intention of holding back. I will keep urging her to stop this charade until she comes to her senses. The night I received Ava's blood, I had a dream. What dream? A dream where I relived Ava's life. So I was right. Nozomi saw Ava's memories too. I'm interested in this. Ava never wanted to become a soldier, but she had to live up to the expectations of those around her because she was born with the power of Cryptoglobin. Elevated to the status of a hero, she fought battle after battle while thinking in her heart, if only I could just hurry up and die. I was surprised to learn that Ava felt that way. However, she stopped trying to seek death after one faithful day. That's after one faithful day? The day she adopted her daughter. I think that was supposed to be fateful, not faithful, but... Commune. Yes, Commune. She's the daughter of Ava's dead older brother, so she is technically her niece. Ava's life changed completely after she adopted Commune. Nozomi grabbed a pen and started drawing what looked like a face in a notebook. Was this the Commune we were talking about? Commune was a bright young prodigy and refused to listen to Ava at first. She would mock Ava disrespectfully and caused her a lot of headaches. Ava was about to give up. She had no idea how to handle Commune. Until one night, Ava found Commune secretly crying by herself. She wailed and cried for her mommy and daddy, just like a normal child. No, Commune had always been a normal child. Once Ava realized that, she held Commune in a tight embrace and made a promise. She promised to put aside Commune's status as a child prodigy and treat her the same way a real parent would. She promised to love her to the end, like she was her own flesh and blood. That must be why Ava was so desperate to keep living, even if it meant being taken prisoner. She didn't want to leave Commune alone in the world. Ava's feelings for her daughter are genuine. That's why I felt comfortable enough speaking my mind to her. I should have been that way with my mom. If I'd just been honest with her about my feelings, she wouldn't have... I know you feel guilty about what happened to your mother, and I won't deny that the affection you feel for Ava is real. But can't you do all that after surviving the second round? You're in second to last place at the moment. One wrong move and you'll be executed. So please, Nozomi, join the game tomorrow and start earning points. Nozomi, why won't you look at me? I've misunderstood the school invaders. I used to think they were nothing but heartless monsters. But they're not. They have family and loved ones too, like I saw in Ava's memories. And that's why... She looked at me with determination and said,
That's why I won't fight the invaders anymore. I will be the one to die in the second round.
Oh no. Yeah, I should have seen that coming. I honestly didn't really consider the possibility that she was just like done. Because she knows, right? And that's one of the things that I was like so curious about, right? Is like, she knows so much about their culture and that they are their own, like, I don't know, they're not like mindless beasts, right? And that's something that's been kind of clear for a while now. And Nozomi is one of the first, I guess, to really realize. I think she's the first to like truly understand the extent of it, right? And so she can't bring herself to do it anymore. It's messed up what that's gonna mean for her, but crap. Honestly, at this point, I think I gotta go till the execution. That's what, day 57, I think? I mean, this video's already getting a little long, but whatever, who cares? Do not be absurd, Lady Nozomi. You mustn't be the one to die. You have to reconsider, Nozomi. We'll all be safe as long as we survive the second round. In the morning, I visited Nozomi's room with Tsubasa and Kyoshika in tow. I asked them for help to dissuade Nozomi from her decision, but... I'm sorry, everyone. I'm not changing my mind. Nozomi stood firm in her decision, and eventually... her name on the leaderboard fell to last place. Oh no. That's not good. Day 54. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Why does it seem like everything that can go wrong is going wrong? Is there no way for us to convince Lady Nozomi to change her mind? Nozomi was hiding in Ava's cage today with no intention of joining in the hunt. She was already in last place and would be executed by the sponsor at this rate. The second round lasts until day 57, right? That's just 4 more days, including today. We should just force her to come with us, whether she wants to or not. Of course, if we can drag her to the hunting ground. Yeah, even if she doesn't participate in any battles, she'll still gain some points through the point-sharing system. There is a way to gain points without laying a finger on any invaders. Anyone present during a battle receives a percentage of the points around. Alright, we'll head back to school, grab Nozomi, stuff her in a bag, and drag her out. I volunteer to be the one to bind up Lady Nozomi. I'll make her look absolutely perfect in a diamond body harness. TMI about your bondage fetishes. Let's just hurry up. Bro, yeah, that is a little... bro, come on. Ain't no way. We rushed back to school with every intent to kidnap Nozomi and drag her onto the battlefield with us. It would be heavy-handed, but I wasn't beyond stooping to morally ambiguous actions to save a friend. Isn't she the only one with a key to the cage? That was how desperate I was feeling at the moment. But we were so focused on saving Nozomi that we failed to realize something very important. Desperation was the name of the game for everyone right now, and that included Takamaru's team. The moment we entered the courtyard after returning to school, we were greeted by an unbelievable sight.
What?
Nozomi was covered in blood. She stood in front of Ava's cage with her weapon in hand, confronting Ima and Kako.
Miss Kirafuji, are you ever going to move out of the way? We have business with Ava, not you. My dear sister needs to take her life to secure her position. Imagine how many points we can gain by dragging a commander outside and killing her. Won't you spare a thought for my dear sister's life?
No.
Please, Nozomi, give me the key to the cage. I don't want to die.
No. I'm not letting you have her. Just
run away, Nozomi. He'll die if you lose any more blood. I'll be fine. Get away and heal yourself.
I can't. I'm not running away. This time. This time. This time. This time.
She can't lose somebody else like that without putting up a fight, you know?
I'm going to protect Mom.
What do you lily-livered cowards think you're doing to Lady Nozomi? Nozomi, are you okay? Guys, please protect Ava with me. She collapsed on the spot as soon as she had finished her sentence. We ran over to her, then turned around to face Takamaru's team. Hey, care to explain what's going on? What happened to your policy against hitting women, huh? What's wrong? Say something! I ain't got no choice. Ema and Kako are under my protection now. I gotta step up. Kako's in deep shit and desperate times call for desperate measures. You getting me? I'd stop at nothing to save the asses of those belonging to me. Even if I have to kill Nozomi, I'll fucking do it. Snap. It was as if something broke in my head at that moment. Oh, you just threatened to kill Nozomi. Takumi's going to tweak. Or it may have been the sound of me severing my bonds with Takamaru's team. I thought you were better than this, but now I know you're just trash. Somewhere deep down, I still held out hope that I could perhaps reconcile with Takamaru and the others someday. But now, that possibility had been completely crushed. This place is too small. Let's settle this in the schoolyard. The winner gets to decide what to do with Ava. What do you say? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Bring it on, Takumi. You know I hate beating around the bloody bush. Always knew it'd come down to a raw fist fight between you and me one day. And that day's today. Ava, take care of Nozomi till we're done. Let her drink some of your Cryptoglobin if you're up for it. I will. Bring her to me, quickly. We left Nozomi with Ava and moved to the schoolyard where the battle between friends began. Oh, this shit hard. Tell me we're getting a proper fight between them. Tell me that's what's happening here. Oh, shit.
Don't hold back just because they're friends. They're out for our blood.
Not if we spill theirs first.
We can just use the Revival-matic if anyone dies, but the idea of killing a friend is still uncomfortable.
Anyone lifting a finger against a maiden belongs to the lowest rung of existence in the warrior code. The holy Jumanji's blade shall smite all such lowlifes. Prepare for divine punishment.
This route's hard. This route is definitely so far my favorite. It's not even particularly close. Why do they have such low health? Are we serious, bruh?
2 arms!
I don't even need to ult them and they're gonna get clowned, bro. And if I throw an ult, they get folded like a lawn chair. That's so anticlimactic. Literally all I need to do is this.
Quick drop. I can still move.
There's got to be a way to hit all of them, right? I mean, I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme of things. I don't know, there's not. Her ult is low-key more annoying to hit than I gave it credit for. I'm not gonna lie. We'll just do this, and it's fine.
This is the only way.
It really isn't the only way, but it does make things easier.
I'm sorry, Kako.
The rest is up to you.
Let's go. One last strike.
Damn, I'm trash.
That fight was anticlimactic. They should have given them more health. 7,400 BP, I'll take it. We're definitely getting a lot of BP on this route. After our victory, we brought Takamaru's, Ema, and Kako's bodies to the Revival-matic. Once the revival process started, we hurried back to the courtyard to check on Nozomi's injuries. There we saw...
It's okay, Nozomi. You'll be okay. Come on, drink my blood.
Ava was trying to share some of her blood with Nozomi. Nozomi was in a stupor, but she frantically suckled on Ava's blood as directed, looking almost like a nursing child.
I protected you.
Nozomi cried as she held tightly onto Ava. She needed to do that at least once after what happened to her mom and Moko.
I protected you this time, Mom. I've always wanted to protect you.
I appreciate it, Nozomi. But there's no need for you to do that anymore. It's the duty of a mother to protect her daughter, and never the other way around. So promise me, you'll protect yourself from now on, because you are my beloved daughter.
After that, we carried an unconscious Nozomi to her room and called on Yugamo to treat her. We were deeply indebted to Ava for saving Nozomi's life more than once, but now that this had happened, we couldn't let her stay in school for much longer, so we decided to... We're freeing Ava. This is good enough. Thank you for seeing me off. Ain't no way we didn't give her mask back, right? That's straight up evil. Okay, farewell, Ava. We released Ava from her cage that very day and allowed her to leave the school. Here, some food and water for your journey ahead. And your mask as well. It was a gift from your daughter, right? I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me. I didn't think I would ever be able to return home alive. What are your plans, Ava? Will you rejoin the invader army? No, I can't go back to being a soldier. I failed to carry out my infiltration mission and even got captured. The army views me as a shameful traitor now. Infiltration mission? You see, there's a bomb inside my body. My mission was to get close to everyone as a captive and then blow myself up, taking all of you with me. All of us, including yourself? What's the point of that? I had no choice but to agree to it. My daughter's future was at stake. Commune's future? My daughter is a young prodigy. She's already made a name for herself as a scientist despite her tender age. Unfortunately, her bright mind attracted the attention of the army. They forcefully appointed her as a military researcher and made her develop fearsome weapons for them day in and day out. In order to free her from that anguish, I had to help bring an end to this war. And killing us all would have done that. But weren't you afraid? You were going to die as well. I didn't mind. I knew it would grant my daughter the freedom she so deserved. And I was prepared to die for that, wearing the mask that she had made for me, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill you. Because I gained one more daughter here. Ava chose to abandon her suicide mission after growing close to Nozomi. As a result, she no longer had a place in the army. Ava, do you have anywhere to go? You don't have to worry about that. I prepared a safe house specifically for situations like this. My daughter and I will be hiding there for a while. I was hoping I could bring my other daughter along with me as well, but I don't suppose you would agree to it? Nope, sorry, but that won't be happening. Nozomi's a precious friend of ours. That is a shame. Ava looked down with a tearful expression. Parting with Nozomi was clearly painful for her. Nozomi will be sad to see you suddenly gone when she wakes up. Yeah, but it's not like this is goodbye forever. We'll meet again someday, as long as we're all still living. About that. So don't tell Ava that Nozomi is fried, please. Indeed, I'm sure we will meet again. If the war comes to an end someday, I'll certainly be inviting Nozomi to my house.
Tell Nozomi that I'll come back for her.
Man, good luck. I want it to work out, but I know there's zero way that it will. I did not expect this episode to involve that kind of relationship, right? Like, being formed and, not broken, but, like, she's departing. With those parting words, Ava left Last Defense Academy, turning around several times to stare wistfully at the school as she did. Let's see Nozomi's crash out. Nozomi's not just going to take this well, is she? Like, there's no way. Oh, are we going to day 57? No. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Ava left? Nozomi woke up 2 days later thanks to everyone's round-the-clock care. She didn't seem too upset when told that Ava had left the school. That's great. Now she'll be able to reunite with Commune. Family should always stick together. I'm really happy for her. I'm sorry we released her while you were asleep, Nozomi. Don't be. It was about time I gave her back to Commune. As long as she's happy, I have no regrets. Now I can die in peace. She said she'll come back for you. What? She's determined to reunite with you again one day. Oh, and to adopt you as her daughter, too. Ava wants to adopt me? She would be so heartbroken, thinking she could reunite with her daughter one day, only to learn that you had already been killed. Nozomi, are you really going to die and leave her behind? Surely you, of all people, would understand what it feels like to be left behind by a beloved relative. Are you really going to inflict that same pain onto Ava? Please, Nozomi, can't you put your feelings aside for now and join the hunt for the 2 remaining days? I'd be sad if you died too, you know. Nozomi was silent. She seemed to be thinking hard about something. She must have been weighing her options in her heart. Would her resistance to killing invaders outweigh her desire to see Ava again? After what seemed like forever, Nozomi finally came to a decision. Alright, I'll do it. I'll rejoin the hunt so that I can see Ava again. Upon hearing her declaration, we immediately sprang into action. The Alliance members gathered in my room for an emergency meeting. They hit the big red button. The topic of discussion had to get Nozomi out of last place. The main issue is the point difference between Nozomi and Kako in 8th place. Nozomi stopped hunting for a whole week, so the gap is bound to be significant. And we need to close that gap by tomorrow. The Kako would be frantically trying to gain more points as well. It was unlikely we could close the existing gap using the usual hunting methods. Is there a way for us to earn a large amount of points quickly, the invader base, or were our hands tied? If only there was a nest of metal slimes congealing somewhere nearby. Those blobs are perfect for XP farming. That's not the sort of game we're discussing right now, Kyoshika. Wait, that's it! What? Of course, if the enemy won't come to us, we'll just have to go to them. We can attack one of their bases. There should be a commander there, and they'll be worth a lot of points. Sounds like you have a particular base in mind. Yes, we infiltrated and destroyed it in my future. That's why I'm sure we'll find a commander there. If we kill them, the points will come rolling in. Where? Where is that base located? Southwest of the school, if memory serves. I roughly remember how to get there. It's quite a distance away, but it shouldn't take long if we take the school bus. It's too dangerous to just walk onto an enemy base. I'm not worth the risk. You absolutely are. Every warrior aspires to lay down their life for a friend in need. In fact, why are we not leaving now? I'll drive. Help me get it ready, guys. All of us immediately headed to the parking lot and prepared the bus for departure together. Yeah, I figured this was coming. I knew eventually we would go to this base. Like, literally the moment this concept started, I think I mentioned, like, why don't we just go to the invader base? The engine's good to go. The tires are ready for the road. Hop on board, everyone. As we were climbing on the bus, sabotaged. Where the hell do you think you're going, Takumi? Takamaru, what are you doing here?
Hey!
Saw y'all running around like chickens with your heads cut off. Knew you had to be up to something, so I watched you, and here I am.
Hey!
So where the hell are y'all headed? Where there's a commander, I bet? Take us with you. I ain't letting you guys hog all the points for yourselves. Buzz off, Takamaru, unless you want me to kill you again. Max capacity for this bus is 5, so I'm afraid we can't take more passengers. Begone, foul fools. Your wretched feet would pollute the floor of this bus. We stood protectively in front of the bus as we faced Takamaru. I'd watch my tone if I were you. What makes you think we'll just let this bus leave if we aren't allowed on it? Maybe I'll shoot out the tires with my rifle. Ima and Kako popped out from behind the bus. I hadn't noticed them at all. Sorry, Takumi. You ain't the only ones fighting against time here. Let us on the bus or the bus never leaves the school. Pick your poison. They've got us backed into a corner holding the bus hostage like that. Guess we have no choice but to take them with us. But that defeats the whole purpose. If everybody hunts in the same place, we'll all get more or less the same points. Nothing to do but leave it to fate now. We're just gonna have to massacre every enemy that moves and pray that Nozomi gets most of the points. Damn it, why is this always happening to us? Bro, just kill them for real. Just actually commit homicide. Every time it seemed like things were going our way, something would always come along and kick us back to square one. Takamaru, just so you know, our destination is an enemy base where we expect them to throw us a rather fiery, unwelcome party. Bring it on, I say. I'll wipe the floor with their asses and rack up more points than y'all can count. Wipe the floor with whatever you want as long as it's not us. Let's call a truce until the base is destroyed. The conditions are simple. Friendly fire is strictly prohibited, and we'll help each other in battle so that no one from our side dies. We have a deal. Sounds fair to me, and we're all about fairness here, aren't we? Infighting is a recipe for disaster, especially in enemy territory. Fine, you got yourself a deal. Now make space for us already. That enemy base will never even know what hit them. Ima, Kako, get ready to kick some serious ass. Thus, we boarded the school bus and set out for the enemy base. We should have just killed them on the spot. I'm serious. Takumi should have just hit them with the meanest side slash to ever side slash. Maybe, and then bring him to the Revive-O-Matic and hit feet, bro. We made our way to our destination with Tsubasa at the wheel. Not long after we finally arrived. Oh my, it's bigger than I expected. All the better to fuck it up. Come on, Imakako, let's beat the shit out of every last one of them. Hey, wait, it's too dangerous to just charge in like that. First, let's whittle down their forces as much as we can without being noticed. Then when they get spooked, we strike them all at once. Sounds like a pain in the ass. Listen, this is a stealth mission. Don't make any loud noises. If you really need to talk, lower your voice. Ava! Nozomi, lower your voice! Tsubasa quickly put a hand on an agitated Nozomi to quiet her. My, it's not every day I get to hear Nozomi scream. I just sensed Ava's presence. She's probably somewhere in the base. Ava can't be in this base. She should have gone back to her daughter. But this aura, it definitely belongs to Ava. I just know. What's she doing here? Don't tell me. They captured her? Stay calm, Lady Nozomi. Take slow, deep breaths. Again. In through the nose, out through the mouth. That's the LeMay's technique for labor pains. Was Nozomi right? Or was Ava really at this base? No, wait, it didn't really matter. Whether she was here or not wouldn't change what we had to do. Nozomi, forget about Ava for now and just focus on hunting down enemies to gain points. But... Press the pause button on your stubborn streak while we're here, Nozomi. You do understand the rest of us are risking our lives for you, right? Don't trample on our sincere desire to keep you alive. Nozomi lowered her head, visibly deflated at Yugama's chiding. I felt for her, but she needed to hear those words. Right, let's do this. Let the contest begin, and may the best hunter win. This is certainly not how we wanted this to go. I'm so scared that Ava's gonna be the boss, man. Nah, get them off my screen. Go. Go. I know I just saw Takamaro Imakako. I mean, those are my ops. They are my ops right now. I don't care if two of them are like A to S tier characters for me. Get off my screen. You're worthless. Worthless. I can't even see him. I had to block out the sight of him. Worthless. They're getting 0 kills. 0. Annihilate all enemies in one turn. I think this is... Is this the same battle? It is. I'm so worried that Ava's the boss, and if I skip it, I'm gonna miss out on that. We're gonna skip, because I've done this. And if Ava's the boss, I don't know, I might legit rewind the day. I'm serious, I might rewind.
What is this, a newbie map? These small fries ain't moving the needle on our scores at all!
Oh, Commander! Where are you? Won't you grace us with your presence?
Yoo-hoo, Commander! Don't be such an umbilical cord.
What?
Your
What are we cooking with here?
mother was a Tanuki, and your father wears tacky eyeshadow.
Oh, snap. That's too far.
Sheesh, you don't have better insults than that?
Be careful what you wish for, ladies. I sense a powerful presence drawing closer.
Damned commander has finally decided to show their face, huh?
Is it the egg one? Oh, wait, we don't have Karara.
I am the paragon of repulsion, Gwenzile.
How do we get this thing out of the sky? Without... Is Kako gonna have to shoot it down? Or is it just gonna be low enough that we can hit it?
This guy, the bastard, is flying around in the goddamn air! I'm gonna knock you off your smug perch, asshole!
How obnoxious. We won't be able to hit him if he's up there.
You fought him before, right, Takumi? How did you beat him last time?
Someone who's not alive?
Last time, it was thanks to Karada.
Huh? Kurata?
Yeah. We attacked surface-to-air artillery Kurata. But we can't use that approach this time.
Then I'll do it. I'll do it in her place.
Where did you get surface-to-air artillery?
Nozomi, are you sure you know how?
I'll just be copying what I saw her do. But I'll try. I'll figure it out.
Okay, take it away.
Okay, she's just taking Karara's whole flow. Like, literally. Okay. She can make a surface-to-air artillery now. Sure. Why not? That probably gets her a lot of points. I will say that. It's probably worth a lot of points. Because the fact that she shot them out of the sky, I feel like surely she gets most of the points for this.
Got it!
I feel like there's going to be a lot of fighting over who gets to kill the commander. Are the bees just going to drain it, actually? So maybe it doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah. Quinzele being the commander was the most likely scenario, but I was like, if there's a surprise Ava appearance, oh lord.
No. If he had died from that blow just now, Nozomi's score would have gone through the roof.
He ain't got nothing on us on the ground. Ima, Kako, get him!
It's kind of funny, because Ava's actually who I killed them with last time. The pain, it hurts. Why? Why would you do something so cruel? This isn't how I want things to go either. I commit enough murders without love during my day job. Do you really think nothing of doing such horrific things? We would have had peace here if you hadn't come and attacked. We did attack you this time, but you guys were the attackers all the other times. What are you talking about? You were the ones who attacked us first. Huh? We're the ones who attacked first? One of them called us invaders before, too. What does it mean? Is he trying to say humanity did something to destroy Earth?
Hey!
Who gives a shit what the enemy thinks? We've got more important stuff to settle here. Like deciding who gets to kill this guy. Kill? You're going to kill me? No, stop. I'm not ready to die. Crying and wailing, he tried to crawl away from us. Just roll over and give up, bastard. You're dying today whether you're ready or not. But by whom? Takamaru, can't we all just agree to let Nozomi deal the finishing blow this time? You'd be so for real, bro. She's in last place and will be executed if she doesn't gain more points. And if she jumps someone, one of them will die. Shut the fuck up! Kako's not doing so well on the leaderboard either, so I say we let her have the kill. But if Nozomi hadn't blasted the commander out of the sky, we would have all been dead by now. It is only right that the MVP of the battle has the right to the most valuable part of the spoils. It's nice that all of you are being so concerned about Miss Kirifuji, but she's not even here, you know. Huh? At Ima's prompting, we looked around to find that Nozomi had indeed gone missing. She's looking for Ava. Where could she have gone? Wait, I think I know. I just sensed Ava's presence. She's probably somewhere in the base. What if Nozomi dies, bro? And now we've got a whole world of trouble for Team Takamaru. She went looking for Ava. I'll go find her. Don't you dare finish off that commander before I get back. I ran off at full speed, searching the base for Nozomi. I'm worried that she's dead. 6,200 BP, bro. We are going to walk out of this route with so much BP. Where are you, Nozomi? I ran around the base as fast as my legs could take me, trying to find her. I checked each and every area until finally I found... Ava, talk to me, Ava! I saw Nozomi trying to rouse a groggy-looking Ava in her arms. Ava was really here. Where am I? Thank goodness you're awake. Why am I here? I left your school and got captured on my way to the safe house. And then I wake up, and now Nozomi's here. Nozomi? That jolted Ava completely awake. She stared at her in astonishment. And Takumi as well. What are you two doing here? I should be asking you that. Why are you at an enemy outpost? Unfortunately, I was discovered and caught by soldiers. Since I was a traitor who could not even sacrifice her life for the cause, I was brought here and interrogated mercilessly. That's insane. How could they do that to you? We are in the middle of a war, and everyone's trying to get a leg up any way they can. But never mind me. What are you doing here? Excuse me. To find you, of course. Just being able to see you again has made my life worth living. Nozomi had clearly given up on her will to live. The non-stop killing had taken a toll on her. You came here to find me? By the way, Nozomi, there's an infirmary somewhere deep in this base. Could you be a dear and fetch me some bandages and painkillers from there? My whole body aches. Of course, I'll be right back. Nozomi dashed out in a panic. Once she was out of sight, Ava turned to me and looked me dead in the eye. Now tell me why you're really here. Okay. I told Ava the gist of how we ended up here. How Nozomi was in last place in Invader Hunt. How he came here to pull her rank up. How he defeated the Squad 4 commander, Quenzele. And how Nozomi threw away the chance to deal the finishing blow. Takemaru team has probably killed Quenzele by now. We have no reason to wait after all. This means Nozomi's position in last place is set in stone. Then Nozomi will... She'll be executed at midnight tomorrow. No. Is there no way to stop the execution? None at all. The sponsor's way too strong. And not just that, we don't know how many bodies they have at their disposal. Yugama seemed to have an idea of how to defeat the sponsor permanently, but he still needed time to get that plan ready. I'm not going to just let Nozomi die. How can she continue to think of others, even in the face of her own death? Sacrificing herself so that no one else has to get hurt. That's what love means to her. Her mother had demanded nothing but sacrifices from her. But despite all the sacrifices she made, Nozomi never received true love back from her mother. That poor girl. That poor, poor baby. Now she has to die because of her kind heart. Where's the fairness in that? Thump, thump, thump. Ava punched the ground again and again to vent her anger and frustration. It wasn't acceptable by any means. What are the odds that Ava, for some reason, joins the fight? Or lets... what if she lets Nozomi kill her? Neither the unjust death Nozomi was about to face, nor the adults who raised Nozomi to embrace that way of life. With tears in her eyes and breathing heavily, Ava tilted her head to look at the sky, almost as if she was praying to the heavens. She's definitely about to... Oh no. She's definitely going to make Nozomi kill her. While still in that position, her expression suddenly grew solemn, and then... Squelch. She thrust her fingers into her own two eyes. What are you doing, Ava? Stop it, you'll blind yourself! Oh my god. My cries fell on deaf ears. Ava's fingers dug even deeper into her eye sockets, until finally... She pulled her fingers out, along with something that looked like two small chips. Did I scare you? The best place to hide something is just beneath your eyeballs. No one would think to look there when doing a body search. What are these chips? I entrust them to you. Decipher the red one once you return to school. Give the blue one to the one whom it is due. Give the blue one to the one whom it is due. And who would that be? Next up. This time Ava plunged her fingers into her mouth, reached deep into her throat, and pulled out. What's this now, a bead? This is a remote detonator. Press it to blow up the bomb inside my body. Huh? As I mentioned before, there's a bomb in my body, and the detonator is hidden in this little finger of my left hand. I wouldn't be able to use that detonator if my hands and feet were restrained, right? So they hid another detonator in my stomach. She pushed the bead-sized switch into my hand and made me hold it. But when Nozomi gets back, make her press the button, firmly and tightly. I'll minimize the explosion using my power so that you won't be hurt by the blast. What? Huh? I muttered incoherently, unable to understand what she was trying to tell me to do. If the bomb in her body went off, Ava would... What? You'll die. Yes, I am asking you to kill me. I am one of the targets in this invader hunt, right? Killing me would surely move Nozomi out of last place. That might save her, yes, but what's the point if you end up dying? You'll never see Commune again if you're dead. I do so dearly wish I could see her again and hold her while we fell asleep just like we used to. But this is my unavoidable fate. How can I call myself a mother if I just sat back and watched my daughter die? It goes against my very being. I refuse to lose this warm and comfortable glow in my heart. Ava was smiling brightly as she said those words, bro. Oh my god, I did not expect such a killer arc here. Oh my goodness. I am Ava, the paragon of nature and champion of the masses. But this title has been too heavy for me to carry. I have never been the military sort.
I am Ava, mother of 2 girls. Now that's a title that sits right with me.
Bro.
To earn my title as mother, there is something I must do. I must teach Nozomi the meaning of true love.
Bro.
And the strength of a real parent who never sacrifices her children to benefit herself.
This was the natural conclusion of this arc, to be honest. Ava. Just then. Sorry I took so long. Nozomi came back with an armful of bandages and medicine bottles. Sorry, which one of these are the painkillers? I couldn't read the label, so I brought everything. Ava glanced at me and gave me a small nod, trying to signal to me with her eyes to do it now. Nozomi would gain a ton of points if she killed Ava. Was this really the best choice? Would Nozomi ever be able to handle killing with her own hand someone she considered a mother figure? Was it even morally right for us to kill Ava? Was become our ally at this point? I decided I would... Oh, son of a bitch. I'm sorry, man. We have to do it. We have to do it. Look, first of all, Ava would never forgive us if we didn't. If we let Nozomi die, Ava would never forgive us. Right? There's no way we can just let Nozomi die. I mean, this is one of the tough choices you gotta make in this spot, man. Like, it's fucked up. Nozomi might not ever forgive us, but, like, it's what has to be done. It's what has to be done, right? There's no way. Like, I guess maybe, I'm not saying the route, honestly, the route could very well continue with Nozomi dead, but I wouldn't be shocked if, like, frankly, if we just, like, if it straight up, like, leads to a bad end to, like, let Nozomi die, right? But, oh my god, it's not really a choice, man. We have to do it. I'm intrigued to see what happens if we don't. Nozomi's gonna be so mad at us. So mad at us. Like, actually livid. Nozomi! What? I grabbed Nozomi's hand and pushed the detonator into her palm.
I love you, Nozomi. Try to get along with Commune.
What? What do you mean? Then I folded Nozomi's fingers closed, crushing the detonator hand, and then... Huh? Everything was enveloped in a dazzling light. I heard a sound like a water balloon popping. After the light came utter darkness. Blinded by the powerful light, I was unable to see. Time passed, and gradually my vision returned. I opened my eyes, but there was no trace of Ava to be found. What just happened? Is there some issue with the lighting? Is everyone okay? Wait, where's Ava? Nozomi didn't seem to understand what had happened yet. Her eyes darted around the room in search of Ava. She's hurt. She shouldn't be moving around. Nozomi eagerly looked around for Ava, concerned about her injured mother, without ever realizing that she had become the pool of blood on the ground.
Where did you go, Ava?
Oh no. Are we not even going to tell her? We're just going to let her think she got abandoned? We drove the bus all through the night until we'd returned to the school. Nobody spoke a word while we drove. Everyone was probably worried after seeing Nozomi faint upon learning of Ava's death. Okay, we told her. I was going to say, it'd be messed up if we didn't say anything. We gently laid the unconscious Nozomi down in her bed. Then, just as we were about to head to the leisure lounge to check the leaderboard, you're capping.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds.
Bro.
Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
The Ava Nozomi arc is actually one of the biggest highlights of this game so far for me writing-wise. Seriously. An invader attack? Give us a break already. Of course they'd attack us now. We left the school undefended. So they dispatched an army to storm our empty castle? That was quick! We need to get to the war room. We rushed out of Nozomi's room. How many fights in a row has she been unavailable for? When we got to the war room, Takemaru awkwardly averted his eyes. Well, it makes sense that he wasn't keen on working together, given that we haven't been getting along. I love how tense this is. It's getting me so excited. Bro, I forgot Darumi was alive. I'm going to be completely honest. Everybody's been at each other's throats lately. Won't be long until everyone starts killing one another. Don't say stuff like that. Nobody's in the mood for your jokes right now. Kill each other. Kill each other. We don't have time to argue. Special Defense Unit, roll out. Jeez. Remember how I was going to end this video like literally an hour ago, by the way? Good times. I think this is a skippable fight. Is this the Voices fight? Doesn't seem like it's the Voices fight, but it is skippable, so we will skip it.
That's one problem dealt with.
The commander should show up any moment now.
But we won't get points if we defeat her on school grounds, right?
Boring. Stop running your mouths and focus. Here they come.
This is the last commander at this point, right? Zenta. All right. Are they gonna like shoo the commander away rather than killing them? I'm kind of curious.
The paragon of harmony. Even if my flesh is destroyed here, my soul shall live on eternally, and it will destroy you all.
I doubt it. With those final words, something strange happened to Zenta's body. It splintered all over and burst into tiny pieces, disappearing in a plume of smoke. It attempted the explosion.
Can't say I expected she would self-destruct.
I felt dizzy as I recalled what Ava did to herself last night. Seems like the commanders would rather die than be held prisoner.
Man, now we can't get her cryptoglobin. What a waste!
Oh god, bro.
But who cares? I'm already crazy strong!
Well, you're like bottom of the tier list. The army's cackling signaled the end of the battle. We all detransformed. 7,500 BP. We rushed to the leisure lounge to check our rankings. It should be okay, and Nozomi should no longer be at the bottom now. She gained a ton of points for Ava's death yesterday. She can't be in last place. Just you saying that means she's gonna be in last place, bro. Feeling a mix of hope and unease roiling in my chest, I looked up at the leaderboard. I was in for a surprise. What the fuck? Oh, hell no. They all jumped us. Was it the commander kill? Nozomi had risen from the bottom of the ranks, but in her place.
Why is Kyoshika in last place?
I had a feeling this might happen. What? How did you know that? What happened? Why did the rankings change so much? Last night, Ima, Kako, and Takamaru finished off the Squad 4 commander. We let our guard down and they took our kill, so they got a ton of points. Takamaru's team had the points from the Squad 4 commander, and Nozomi and I had the points from Ava. This lowered Tsubasa, Yugamu, and Kyoshika's rankings, putting Kyoshika dead last. The second round ends today. If Kyoshika doesn't get out of last place by midnight, she's going to be executed. Where is she? We need to tell her. Kyoshika's tending to Nozomi. She didn't seem remotely concerned about her ranking. She's more worried about Nozomi. Why are the girls from Second to Last Defense Academy so kind? Why do they have to be so selfless? She's going to die. Bro, you're lying. We quickly called Kyoshika to my room for an emergency meeting. We needed to discuss how to gain points before the day was over to get Kyoshika out of last place. There's literally no way. Because, I mean, Tsubasa and Yugamu have to go up at the same time. Do we have any idea where we could find another enemy base? No, the outpost we went to yesterday is the only one I know. Are there any places where it seems likely we could find a commander? A place that seems like it could be their habitat or something? I have no idea. The commanders should all be gone as of this morning. There aren't any left as far as I knew. Without any commanders, how in the world can we score a lot of points? What do we do? What do we do? There's gotta be a way to save Kyoshika!
It's okay, Sir Takumi.
Kyoshika squeezed my hands. You saved Lady Nozomi in a show of heroism. I'm fine so long as she survives. Fine, no way! This whole thing is pointless if you die! Moko told me I had to take care of you guys. My cutie pies are in your hands now, Takumi. I know you've got what it takes to keep Nozomi and Kyoshika safe. I can't break my promise. But if I move up in the rankings, someone else in our alliance might end up dead instead. Am I mistaken? No. She was right. Most of the alliance was already at the bottom of the rankings. Lifting Kyoshika out of last place would likely condemn another of our allies to death instead.
My desire to live is not so strong that I would sacrifice a comrade. The way of the samurai is a path that leads to death. I will die honorably.
No, can't we do something? I don't want you to die, Kyoshika. My life will scatter like petals in the wind this eve, but I will not die in vain. I'm not going down without a fight. I'm taking some of those cursed sponsors down with me. It seemed like Kyoshika was ready to die. She pulled her trusty Holy Jumonji sword from its sheath and spoke to it with a serene expression. Holy Jumonji sword, tonight we fight gloriously on our way to hell.
No. Stop fighting and die quietly.
Yugamu suddenly blurted out something no one saw coming. Yugamu, what was that? I said she should die quietly. It's just more convenient that way. The blood rushed to my face. How could you say that to a friend who was about to die? Yugamu, do you have any idea what you're saying? Wait, Sir Takumi. I was about to grab Yugamu when Kyoshika stopped me. Sir Yugamu may be a perverted assassin, but he's not heartless. I'm sure he said what he said for a reason. Is that right? Yeah. Confronted by Kyoshika, Yugamu awkwardly averted his eyes and sighed. Kyoshika, you've always wanted to know how to kill the sponsor, haven't you? But how exactly are you going to kill the sponsor, Sir Yugamu? I've been so curious I can barely eat. Right, because I myself can't even imagine how it's possible. I guarantee you it's like a cryptoglobin poison, bro. That's what I've been saying. If it's a cryptoglobin poison, bro, I'd appreciate it if you could tell me before my journey down river Styx. I'll be able to die in peace if I know they can be killed. About that, well, Yugamu's voice trembled.
We need to use the life of the person in last place.
Yeah, it's exactly what I think it is. No, Kyoshika's gonna die, and it's hopefully killing the sponsors. That's our hope. A new day began as the clock struck midnight, which meant... Hunters of the Special Defense Unit gather in the schoolyard immediately. The closing ceremony for the second round is upon us. We were called to the schoolyard by the announcement. No. Not Kyoshika. There, we were all forced to watch Kyoshika's execution. Kyoshika, I'm sorry. I ain't saying sorry. I ain't gonna say sorry. I said I'd kill anybody if it keeps my people alive. I'm so sorry, Kyoshika. Shut the hell up. Nope. Go. Get off my screen. We'll make a grave for you. It's the least we can do. No, stay away. Bro, get off my screen. Just like nectar, Kyoshika Magadori's cryptoglobin was rather delicious. It went down smooth. It gave Karara Osuzuki's a run for its money. Thanks to her contribution, I've gotten stronger still. Light coursed along the sponsors' bodies. The magnitude of their presence is growing instantly. They'd grown all the more powerful. This round was quite the thrill. It was particularly entertaining watching you all race to throw each other to the wolves. You were so ugly when you were fighting over the commander at that enemy base. The sponsor gave a hearty belly laugh, amused to see us at odds with each other. I will grant you some respite as your reward for surviving the second round. Once you're recharged, you'll all be in fine shape for the third round. No, there won't be a third round. Yugamu had chosen that moment to speak up. I couldn't hear you. Could you say that again, Yugamu Omokage?
Huh?
Are you deaf? Then let me repeat myself. I said that your game is done here and now. Oh, and why is that? Why? Because you're going to die, obviously. The very next moment... Yeah, it's exactly what I expected. The sponsors suddenly began to twist and writhe in agony. Are they in pain or something? They're holding their stomachs. Was it something they ate? Something they ate? I couldn't have described it better myself, honestly. You... What have you done to me? No, I haven't done anything. The one here to blame here is... our dear Kyoshika, no? The secret to the sponsor's strength is their inscrutability. We know nothing of what they look like or their biology. When everything is unknown, it becomes impossible to uncover any weakness. It's been a month since they showed up, and we still didn't even have so much as a clue as to who they really are. The only thing we knew was their suit's weak point, but that's meaningless when there are so many of them. They keep their cards close to their chest. That's what makes them so strong, but they willingly gave up their invincible position due to their own greed. Whenever you, all of you, execute one of our friends, you absorb their cryptoglobin to grow stronger. When the bees absorb the blood, it's immediately distributed through all your bodies. All of you grow stronger simultaneously. I realized that after seeing Shoma's execution. Middling in flavor, yet ample in nutrients. Thanks to his contribution, we've become stronger still. That very instant, you gave up your greatest advantage. Chaos is mighty because it is incomprehensible, but the moment you revealed your true nature, you threw all that away. You grow stronger by absorbing cryptoglobin. Once that was clear, then we just have to poison it. Aha! It's like the legend of Yamata no Orochi! Yamata no Orochi? In short, we poison their food. It doesn't matter how many bodies they have. If all of them eat the same thing, they can all be poisoned at once. The cryptoglobin they absorb courses through their bodies, so I simply need to develop a poison that acts on cryptoglobin. Sure, that might work, but in order to poison them, I have to load up Kyoshika's blood with the deadly poison in advance. No! That's why I warned everyone to stay out of last place. It's not my style to use a friend as poison bait, but... No way, I can't accept this. Kyoshika is going to suffer if she's injected with poison. Yugamu, how could you? Sir Yugamu, you're incredible! To think that I could eliminate all of these blackguards at once. I'll be the mightiest hero that ever roamed the lands. Do it, Sir Yugamu. Load me up with whatever poison you've got. Are you sure? It might really hurt. What a horrible way to die. Upon hearing this, Kyoshika grinned.
If it will save my friends, then it's all I could ever ask for.
Yeah, that's who she is. Yeah, don't let her sacrifice be in vain. So many sacrifices this episode. This is the third one. The poison seemed to be working. The sponsors fell to the ground one after the other. They dropped like flies, until just one was left. Looks like you're the last. Will this invader hunt be over the moment you're dead? My bees, what are you doing? He's attacked me. This is in flagrant violation of the rules. Punish him. The sponsor called out to the bees hovering above us, however. Why aren't they coming? Because I haven't violated any rules. What? It's true that I had Kyoshika consume poison, but you were the one who made the choice to absorb her blood. You can't punish me for your willful negligence. Your bees appear to be sticklers about your rules. The only uncertain element of our plan was how the bees would react, but it looks like we had nothing to worry about. Sponsor, you were defeated by Kyoshika's sincere wish to keep us all safe. Your killing game ends today. The sponsor's voice grew strained, and they let out an evil laugh. Splendid, truly splendid, my SDU hunters. Such excellent hunters you are to have defeated me so handily. It seems I have lost. There is no way for me to turn the tables. So it's over? The killing game? Don't be so hasty, sister dearest. Recovering from something like this would be very much in step with the rest of the tricks they've pulled. You're jumping at shadows, Tsukumo twins. My life is most certainly going to end here. I have but a few seconds left in this final body of mine. So this is death. My sight is blurring. Then it's really all over. That's right. We'll be free from this hell once they're dead. The killing game is over.
No. The invader hunt continues, even if I die.
I wasn't prepared for the words coming out of their mouth. But what? How? How could the game go on if they were dead? You were just a bit too late to kill me. My will has already been passed on to my successor. It's fucking Darmy. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet it's Darmy? Successor?
Far more wicked than I, and unbelievably shrewd. Once they're done preparing for round 3, the game shall resume. I can so clearly picture all of you dying.
It better not be. It better not be Darmy. It makes a lot of sense to me. Top hunter has the motive. What the hell is going on? I drew in closer to question the sponsor further. And just then... Everyone, get down! The sponsor's body released a blinding flash of light. And exploded. The next time I opened my eyes, there was no sign of any of the sponsors. Ima, Kako, you two alright? We're fine, if you can call this fine that it is. Seems like we died once. Yes, it appears the sponsors blew themselves up and we got caught in the blast. So everyone was blown up and brought back with Revive-O-Matic then. There was something that appeared to be the singed remains of the sponsors' suits scattered across the schoolyard. They really must have blown themselves up. There were no bees overhead either. Maybe they got caught in the blast too. I can only hope so. But why would they do that? Even if they wanted to take us out with them, the Revive-O-Matic just brings us right back. Perhaps they wanted to destroy their body to hide their true identity. Oh, for the love of murder. It's all but impossible to figure out who they really were, now that they've blown themselves to smithereens. We're really not gonna know. Oh my goodness, that's so annoying. So, who were they anyway? Why were they trying to manipulate us through a killing game? What was their end goal? There was no doubt some solid purpose behind everything, but now is entirely unclear. You're using past tense, but are we sure the game is over? They mentioned something about a successor. Takumi, you ain't bullshitting us again, are ya? Well, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, they're dead, right? Suddenly, Takamaru went to grab me. He's got some nerve accusing me when his team was completely useless in helping us take down the sponsor. But I just kept a lid on my anger. I couldn't engage in this kind of behavior with Kyoshika's body right there. After we all calmed down, we made a grave and buried Kyoshika's body. Yeah, you bet not. Get those 3 away.
Thank you, Kyoshika. Thank you for everything.
We prayed until morning that the heroine who sacrificed her body to save our lives would find happiness in her next life. We'll give it like one more day. Exhausted and unable to so much as get out of bed, I slept for the entire day. Okay, well, hell of a day. Alright, we got a morning announcement. I think we gotta call it here. I want to know what's going on, but... No, we'll go one more day, right? We'll go one more day. Because it's what day? What day is it? 60? Come on. We get through 60. Yeah, we get through 60 and at a nice round number of days done. That is.
Prepare to spend
One
another
day.
day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
Huh?
I see. So Nozomi's still asleep. Yeah, she woke up a few times, but she just goes right back to sleep again, like her mind is elsewhere. Her heart may be rejecting the idea that Ava's really gone. Fair enough. It makes sense that she would shut down after how horribly Ava died, especially since Nozomi loved her like a mother, not to mention everything else. It's all my fault. Even if we needed the points, I still made Nozomi kill Ava. This is why everyone calls me the Grim Reaper. Takumi, you didn't do anything wrong. Sometimes people have to get their hands dirty in order to save their friends. You only did what was necessary. You and Yugamu, too. Right. How's he holding up? I tried to talk to him earlier, but he said he doesn't want to talk to anyone right now. He seems very upset about making Kyoshika ingest that poison. He's a good guy deep down. Fuck, man. Even if it was necessary to defeat the sponsor, I suppose it's not the kind of thing he could so easily forgive himself for. Even though we finally beat them, nobody's in much of a celebratory mood. This room, which had once been such a lively place, was now stale and quiet. We already lost a third of this team, man. Bro, this is a depressing route, man. This route is significantly more depressing than the slasher route to me, honestly. Even though people were dropping like flies in that route, right, it just felt like there was no rhyme or reason to it. And so it's like, it hits you less, right? Especially when you know, like, yeah, they'll be fine in another route, right? It's not like this is their only chance anyways. But in this route, people are dying for something, man, right? Like, everyone who has died has, like, died giving their lives in some way. I mean, besides, like, Gaku, right? Kurara died trying to stop the game, right? Before it even started, right? You go through the list, right? Yuriko died protecting Darumi, right? Eito, he got slimed, I'm not gonna lie, right? Same with Gaku. Shoma, he gave his life because he was okay if he died over somebody else, you know? It would delay someone else's death, right? He didn't want to give, like... I mean, Kurara, same. Like I said, she tried to stop the game. Kyoshika, she accepted her death because she didn't want to jump a comrade and cause them to die, right? And in death, she ingested that poison, right? As a way to kill all the sponsors, and it worked, right? The sponsors are dead, right? And Moko, she sacrificed herself for Nozomi. Like, literally so many sacrifices. I mean, even Ava, she's not on the list. She sacrificed herself for Nozomi. That's, like, what this route has been all about, man. Sacrifice. Right, and I love that. I love that, like, thematically. Fuck, man. When did I start cursing so much on this channel? They make me cuss all the time in this game, so I figured I could let loose, I guess. Because I do, in fact, cuss in real life. This room, which had once been such a lively place, was now stale and quiet.
Huh?
I miss seeing them around. I looked at Moko and Kyoshika's headphones on the desk. Devices left behind, gazing longingly upward in mourning of their owners. Right, speaking of devices left behind by their owners, suddenly I remember the strange item she'd given me. Hey, Tsubasa, do you know what these are? These? They look like computer chips to me. Ava gave them to me before she died and told me this. Decipher the red one once you return to school. Give the blue one to the one whom it is due. Maybe her will isn't here? Maybe it's an invader recording device? Honestly, I almost wonder if somehow it's going to be something crazy, like a commune is on one of them. Right? Like... Then I might be able to extract the data from the PC in the war room. Let me borrow these. I'm going to try to analyze it ASAP. Are you sure? I mean, you must be tired, too. I think having something to do will be good for me. You can just sit back and wait. Tsubasa took the chips Ava gave me and headed for the war room. I really want to see what's up with those. She finished analyzing them the next day. I'm sorry, I'm too impatient. We're gonna go. We're going one more day. Bro, I'm sorry. I need to stop playing. I have work tomorrow, man. I have work. It's late. It's late. Oh no, I need to be asleep. I need to be asleep. And I'm just here like, More reading.
Get ready for your 61st day of active service here at Last Defense Academy!
Why am I so addicted to this game, man? I
Prepare
can't stop
to
playing.
spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy!
It's morning. Although it was good to be awake, there was nothing pressing on the agenda today. Waking up early isn't going to do me any good, so maybe I'll sleep a bit more and recover. Time for a bit more shut-eye. I closed my eyes to sleep in some more when... Damn! Takumi, look at this! Tsubasa suddenly barged into my room, startling me out of bed. Hey, ring the damn doorbell. What if I was changing? You think I care about seeing you naked? Just look already! Tsubasa held out a single sheet of paper. It's a map to Commune. That's what it is. What is this, a map? Yep, I analyzed the red chip and got this map out of it. Ava left this to you, Takumi. Ava, me? But why a map? She must be telling you to go to the spot here marked by a red dot. It's just like a treasure map. Maybe her mementos are buried there? No, that's her hideout with her daughter. And if she gave it to you before she died, it's got to be something pretty important, that's for sure. And the blue one is Commune. Like, it goes to Commune. Come on, Takumi, let's go there. It's pretty far off, but if we use the bus, we can make it there and back before the day's over. Oh, yeah, we can do that for sure, but why are you in such a hurry? I mean, if we find Ava's mementos or something, it might get Nozomi back on her feet. Right, so that's why Tsubasa's so eager to go right now. She's doing it for Nozomi. She must have been analyzing the chip all night. Her eyes are bright red. Okay, let's get going right away. Nah, don't go without Nozomi. Bro, they're gonna feel real bad if you go without Nozomi. We stopped by the cafeteria for water and food, then made our way to the parking lot. You gotta bring Nozomi. Are we ready to go? Then let's hit the road. Road trip to find Ava's keepsake. The keepsake is Commune. The keepsake is Commune. Ah, they're going without Nozomi. Oh, I hate that. We made our way to our destination with Tsubasa at the wheel. After driving for a while, we finally arrived at the place marked on the map. There we found... Looks like a cave? Yeah, that's a cave, alright. So then, did Ava hide something in here? I brought a light just in case, so we can go in, but it's not ribbed with traps, right? Come on, it's not some RPG dungeon. You go first, Takumi. I'll be a few steps behind. Are you using me to see if it's safe? So what? You're a boy. Besides, you said before...
that you'd always protect me.
You did say that.
That includes you too, Tsubasa. I'll protect you. For all the rest of our lives.
Using that is kind of insane, like throwing that back at him, but... that's true, but we should exercise caution times like these, and... Don't care, didn't ask. Get a move on. Go, go, go! She's pushing him. Hey, don't push! We jockeyed for position a bit as we stepped into the cavern. Thankfully, there weren't any traps inside, but... Takumi, look! What? Something far more surprising than any trap awaited us. We hurriedly transported it out of the cave.
A child?
It's Commune.
What's a kid doing here?
She's still warm. She's alive! Hey, are you okay? Are you hurt?
Oh my god. You know what I just realized? I meant to bring this up at some point. I was going through the gallery the other day, and I realized there was one person missing from the Bond conversations. How much you want to bet it's them? And then that's Commune. Damn it, that means I have to do another voice. The unconscious girl let a groan in response to my desperate calls.
Water?
Water? She needs water!
Wait, I'll get some from the bus.
Tsubasa rushed back to the bus and returned with a bottle of water. I gently brought the bottle to the girl's mouth, getting her to drink a little at a time. The girl opened her eyes and we examined each other's faces.
Thank God. She's awake.
I mean, isn't that the exact, like, face paint that Commune had in Nozomi's drawing?
Are you alright? Are you hurt?
You! Ow!
The girl slapped me in the face and jumped to the ground. What are you doing? Takumi was just making sure you're okay. Keep your hands off of me, you dunce! Such disrespect touching a shrine attendant without purifying yourself.
Who do you think I am? And don't you dare say you don't know.
But we really don't know. Enough of your lies! Everyone knows who I am! You do know who I am, right? You're just pretending, right? The girl suddenly seemed anxious. Sorry, we really have no idea. No, you don't know me? Look at my makeup. Yes, look closely. The girl pointed at the designs on her cheeks. Sorry, we're not from around here. Why are you so confident about how well known you are anyway? You really don't know who I am? The girl seemed to be terribly shocked. Maybe she is someone fairly famous. By the way, what are you doing here? Where are your parents? Hello? She sucked her teeth at me. I heard it. Oh, this little pipsqueak is real cheeky. You're the one prying into my business. There's nothing more suspicious than some strange people asking about others' identities. Be gone. You were just trying to act like a big shot a few seconds ago. This girl was apparently famous, but she didn't seem like she was about to reveal her identity, so who is she exactly? We came here because Ava asked us to. Do you know her? Yeah. The girl raised her beautiful brows in shock at the mention of Ava's name. Don't you lie to me. Mother would never give away this location. Mother? She may have been a hero in name only, but she wasn't the type of coward who would sell out her own daughter. Yeah, it's obviously Commune. Yeah, I knew it. Mother would never do that to me. Never. She was calling Ava Mother, which meant... Commune? You must be Commune! How do you know my name? I thought you said you didn't know me. Ava mentioned you. You must be her adopted child. Biologically speaking, you're her niece, right? Who are you? Why do you know of my family's secrets? You claim to know nothing, yet you know plenty. There's no trusting someone who changes their story constantly. If you truly know my mother, show me some kind of proof. Proof? But how? I can't pull proof of my connection to Ava out of my... Wait a minute. Ava gave us this. The location of this place was on the map in the red chip. Mother's memory chip. Commune ripped the blue chip out of my hand. I'm going to analyze this. You wait here. Commune rushed back into the cave with the blue chip in hand. Wait, should we? We have no other choice, do we? But even after we waited several hours, Commune didn't return. We decided to go back to the bus for a while. We chillin'. Commune's not back yet. Yeah. We continued to wait on the bus, but Commune never came out of the cave. It grew later and later into the night, and the inside of the bus turned chilly. The heating in this bus doesn't work so well. Maybe we have blankets or something? I'll check the back. I looked around the bus for something to protect us from the evening chill, but all I could find was a single blanket. Here, Tsubasa, you take it. But what about you? I'm fine. I can sleep on the seat with my jacket. That's not gonna keep you warm. That is actually the most, the most generic dude thing I've ever seen. You know how many dudes I've seen sleep with a jacket as a blanket? Way too many. I've done it before. I don't know. It's just like, it works, right? It works. Sort of. Not really, but sort of. We have to turn off the heater soon, too. What if we freeze to death? We bandied ideas back and forth until... Oh, Lord. I knew that's where they were going with this, you know, but we ended up like this. This is definitely one way for us to keep warm, but...
Hey, Tsubasa. Are you okay with this?
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
Not like I have much choice.
Oh, you're okay with it. Be so for real.
But, I mean... We're a guy and a girl.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's Pride Month, bro. Why? Don't discriminate. Like, that don't mean nothing.
No kidding. Captain Obvious. It's embarrassing for me too, you know?
Right, sorry.
How did things end up this way? We were just trying to find a dot on a map. I want to just hurry and fall asleep, but I'm so tense that I don't feel drowsy at all. I can hear Tsubasa breathing. I can feel her warmth through the blanket. How am I supposed to sleep like this?
But I guess it's nice that I don't have to spend the night alone.
Tsubasa suddenly muttered this in a whispery voice.
Lately I've been having scary dreams at night. Everybody gets killed off one by one by the bees and the commanders. And suddenly, I wind up all on my own.
This route being the Tsubasa romance route, low-key, is insane. How long until one of us sacrifices our life for the other?
It's so scary that it jolts me awake. But because it happens in the middle of the night,
I end up by myself in the darkness of my room.
I gotta say, I legitimately would like a small degree of romance in this game. I'm not like a huge romance guy, but I do enjoy it at times, right? And I think a game with this many routes, there's no way you can't sprinkle them in a little bit, right? Like, I genuinely like feel like it would just make sense naturally. Like, I mean, you're locked in a place for 100 days with a group of people like that. There's bound to be at least one relationship most of the time, right? Like, surely. Even with the... Honestly, I was about to say even with the stress, especially because of the stress, right? Like, especially because of the stress of the situations. It makes sense to me.
Then
Anyways,
I
let's
feel
keep going.
on edge until the sun comes up. So I just end up praying. Praying that we don't die.
Tsubasa.
It's okay. The game is over. No one else is going to get killed. I wanted to reassure her so badly, but it'd be irresponsible of me to make promises of a happy future if I wasn't sure they were going to come true. The killing game might not be over. I couldn't find the words to comfort her. Instead, I put my arm around her trembling shoulders and held her tight. I was surprised by my own actions. I had no idea I could do something like this, seeing as I had zero experience with girls. Tsubasa seemed a bit taken aback, but she didn't swat me away. Between the heat and the tension I felt from her, my body grew so warm that I started to sweat a little.
Tsubasa, would you be willing to tell me about your life in the TRC?
The complex?
Yeah. I want to hear about your past. We have no idea what awaits us in the future. It might not be all good, but the happiness of our past is always there for us. So, please, tell me a happy story.
Bro is handling this excellently. I just gotta say, I don't even just mean like from a romance perspective. I mean like, if someone tells you that they're like having nightmares at night and they're like genuinely like feeling super anxious and like fearful, right? It's not a bad idea, right? To like switch them over to like happier memories, right? Rather than fear of the future, right? Just in general. Now it also happens to, you know, be a decent move romance-wise, you feel me? But, you know, I don't think it just has to be that. Tsubasa obliged and told me story after story of her beloved family.
Anyway, I love my grandpa's workshop. Ever since I was young, I would just sometimes go there and spend the whole day with him. I'd copy him and mess around with the machines, pretending to be a mechanic. Lathing was my favorite. I'd hop the lathe for the whole day to perfect my projects.
I don't even know what that is, but it's one of those things where it's like, even if you don't know what something is or it's not your passion, I kind of love to hear about other people's passions at times, you know? Tsubas's face looked so innocent and joyful as she told me about her grandpa. As I closed my eyes and listened closely, I could practically feel the happiness as if it were my own.
Okay, that's enough about me. Now tell me some stories from your past.
Now that Tsubasa was done speaking, it was my turn. I recounted my memories of the residential complex, memories of my mom, my dad, and Karawa, who I spent so much time with that she was basically my family anyway. At some point while we were trading stories, we ended up with huge smiles on our faces.
Hey, when we get to the artificial satellite, you have to introduce me to your family. I want us to have dinner together.
Oh, we jumping straight to dinner? Holy schmoly!
Yeah, of course. My mom would be thrilled if I brought a girl home. She'd fry up more chicken than you could eat. And you'd have to watch your nervous stomach.
Right. I'll take some antiemetics before I arrive.
Oh, she already talking about I'm gonna meet the parents. And he's not even hiding. Like, he said, oh, she'd be thrilled if I brought a girl home. And she's not even like, what? I don't mean like that, brother.
You should come visit Grandpa too. He'd be so happy if you asked him how to use a 3D printer.
We were feeling hopeful as we talked about our pasts, our yearning to relive happier times had transformed into motivation to survive.
Let's go back, okay? Back to our families.
I'm gonna need them to live. I'm gonna need them to live. I'm gonna need this, like, to not, like, a wedge to not be driven between them. That's gonna need to happen. Thank you. Please, and thank you, Last Defense Academy. Oh my lord. Tsubasa and I exchanged promises and fell asleep. It's right as peak? Peak fiction? Hello? Once again, I can't just end it here. Commune. What's up? Sorry to keep you waiting. Analyzing the chip took longer than I thought, and time got away from me. When we awoke the next day and returned to the cave entrance, Commune was waiting for us. I'll explain from the beginning. This thing you brought me is the memory chip that was embedded inside of my mother. The things my mother saw and heard before her death are recorded on it. So I spent the evening extracting all of that information. So it's like a black box recovered from the wreckage of a plane. Why was something like that inside of her? We've been curious about the biology of you invaders for some time. When my mother went off to fight you, she insisted that I implant a chip in her eye socket. Although I never imagined the chip would return to me without her. Right, she must have learned exactly how her mother died after analyzing the chip last night. Everything was recorded on the chip. Details of how she became your prisoner, how she was treated, the situation all of you wound up in, and how she got dragged into it as well. How she had a maternal affection for a girl named Nozomi. And finally, how she destroyed herself for that girl. My chest grew tight. Ava's death. No, she didn't do it to herself. I killed her. You don't need to feel responsible for what happened. It was Mother's choice and Mother's choice alone. Oh wow, she's really responsible. Or she's really like, I don't want to say responsible about this, but reasonable about this. She was the one who attacked your base, and she was the one who decided to become your prisoner. It was her choice to sacrifice herself to keep this Nozomi alive as well. Which means that I, as her daughter, will respect her wishes. I shall not blame you. The tone of Commune's voice was dignified beyond her years. I'm sure she must be in a position of some status. But it must have been hard to watch. No, I don't feel sad in the slightest. To start with, she was my aunt, not my mother. Yeah, you're so cap right now, shut up. I hated her from the start. An empty-headed soldier as my mother? Spare me. I'm almost relieved she's gone. I don't have to hear her nag anymore. She didn't have what it took to be a hero. She was an utter nobody who just happened to be born with divine blood. I mean, she charged right into enemy lines without a proper strategy and ended up your prisoner. Such utter stupidity. That's what she gets. Wait, am I using the Karara voice for her? It's kind of fitting, actually. But even I could tell she didn't really mean what she was saying. And in the end, she was so obsessed with our enemy she killed herself for one of them. It's beyond foolishness. Mother, you're so embarrassing. All I can do is sigh. Seriously, give me a break. So, I don't feel sad in the slightest that my stupid mother is... I can't do crying. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry. Oops. Crying and screaming. Those are the two things I can't do. I can't bring myself to do them. The dam had burst. Tears streamed down Commune's cheeks.
Liar. You liar. You said all I had to do was wait for you to come back. And I waited for you. But... You're so stupid! Mommy!
Damn, man. It hurt so much to look at Commune weeping that I found myself averting my eyes.
Mommy! Mommy!
Commune sobbed continuously, wailing to the sky. I guess that's enough crocodile tears for now. Commune was back to her impertinent self after crying herself hoarse. Did you like my little performance? I even shed tears as a show of good manners to my dead mother. Don't go telling anyone I cried. You'll be summarily executed if you speak of this. I'm definitely using the Karara voice. Yeah, don't worry. We're not going to tell anyone. Commune nodded, relieved by my promise. Now, we're done mourning, so let us get going. Going where? How much is obvious? Your school. I must meet her, the girl who shares blood with my mother, Nozomi Kirifuji. Right, I guess that kind of makes Nozomi an older sister to you. Then I must find out if she's worthy of being my sister or not. Show me the way at once. Of course, I wanted Commune and Nozomi to meet as soon as possible. But I wonder if we can really take you to the school. You might set off the alarm. Fear not, your school's alarm is horribly imprecise. For example, if I enter while touching you, then me alone will not be enough to be detected. What? Hello? That is ass. You could easily use that to sneak something devious in. Why do you know so much about our school's defenses? Let's save that conversation for later. Take me to your school at once. Seriously, can you take me? And maybe bring me some food and water, too? I'm so hungry, I'm getting dizzy. Right, she was so hungry. She was out cold in that cave when we found her. We helped Commune onto the bus and headed for the school. Back at the school, we secretly led Commune to the escape pod hangar. The only ones who know about this room are Tsubasa, Yugamu, Nozomi, and me. There's no way Takamaru's group would find out about Commune if we hid her here. Once we had Commune, it was time to get Nozomi. She'd shut down to save his death, but meeting Commune might just break her out of that mood. Nozomi, get up. There's something waiting for you in the basement. Tsubasa and I supported Nozomi on our shoulders, leading her to the underground hangar. It was finally time to introduce them. Oh, she knows who that is. The glimmer finally returned to Nozomi's eyes at the sight of Commune. You must be Nozomi. You look like an even bigger fool than I imagined. Nothing to say for yourself? No wonder Mother liked you. You're as much as imbecile as she was. Explain your foul attitude. I came all this way to... She gonna like hug her? Yep. This.
It's really you!
How? What are you doing here? You must have come to see me! Commune!
Hey! Give me some space!
Jesus.
Let me go!
I don't think I've ever seen Nozomi this hype.
No! Never! I'm never ever letting go!
What in the world? Oh my goodness. Nozomi, you're doing so much better. Thank God we brought Commune here. After reliving Ava's life, Commune felt more like Nozomi's little sister than someone she just met. Nozomi instantly went from being a lifeless doll to enthusiastically squeezing her little sister. Back off! Keep your distance! Who do you think I am? Hey, don't be mean. Come on, let me hug you just a little longer. All that matters is that Nozomi is better. Even if she's weak or unable to fight, so long as she's happy and healthy, then... My thoughts were interrupted. Tsubasa was silently squeezing my hand. Tsubasa, what's up? It seemed like you were really looking Nozomi up and down. What? No way. I wasn't thinking anything lewd. Really? Not at all. Not at all. I told you, Nozomi just looks exactly like my childhood friend Karuha. She's like a little sister I have to look after. Sounds like your flame's starting to burn a little hotter if you ask me. It's not, I swear. Why are you being so persistent about this anyway? I'm gonna do this right.
Do what right? Go on. Elaborate.
Oh shit. Well, Bro, can't say. I shrank under Tsubasa's accusatory gaze. My back was up against the wall, and just when I'd accepted that there was no escape... Bro. Oh, Lord. Oh, for the love of murder. When did you two get so lovey-dovey? Yugamu, I thought you were locked up in your room. Wait, why are you so beat up? Yugamu's clothes were splattered with mud, and he looked completely worn out. Because you suddenly disappeared on me, obviously. There was no sign of you well after nightfall, so I spent all night outside looking for you in a panic. Surely you didn't just forget about me and run off without a care in the world. Sorry, we didn't mean to worry you. There was something we had to take care of. Well, I suppose we're even on that front, but I expect a full explanation. By the way, Takumi, what is this invader-looking girl doing here? Oh, that's Commune. Oh, that wasn't Commune talking. By the way, Takumi, what is this invader-looking girl doing here? Oh, that's Commune. She's Ava's daughter. We're not exactly sure what her deal is either. We were gonna get her to tell us herself. But right now... Commune! Don't fight it. Let me hug you tighter. Wah! They're getting along like long-lost sisters, so we thought we'd just let them have some time. Bro. After that, we brought blankets and food to the hangar so that Commune would have a place to stay. We'd find out more about who she was the next day. Bro, I don't want to get off the game. It's time to get off the game. I'm getting off the game. You don't understand how much I want to not get off of this game.
Atom troops, time to rise and shine!
This episode is already stupendously long. This is probably going to end up being my longest episode to date. Actually, probably my longest episode of anything ever. Let me pull this John up. Because this has been a two-parter, so I don't know the exact length. Last episode was pretty freaking long. Oh, never mind. It isn't. Wow, episode 14 was 6 hours. It was short of 6 hours by 4 minutes. That is devious. My outro's not going to be that long. Unless Unless? No, I'm kidding. Unless I'd play another day. Unless. That would be a terrible choice. Actually, I really want to so bad. I cannot even explain how badly I want to keep playing. But instead, we're going to talk about today. This explanation might take a little bit. Obviously, I mean, by now, if you've been watching my videos, you probably understand that this is where I do the summary. That's kind of where I process the episode a little bit. So, you know, no worries if you are not interested in this bit. But this is where I'm going to talk about the episode a lot. So we come back and we've killed the sponsor. And a few days go by. How many days go by? Day 33 comes, and there's a battle, and at the end of it, right as we're about to kill the commander, the sponsor shows back up. And not only does the sponsor show back up, there's like 6 of them. Fantastic, right? You gotta love it. And at that point, we're like, oh, we're chopped. We're cooked, right? No way we can deal with that. They tell us that they're back, the game's still on. They will distribute Commander Cryptoglobin to as they see fit, and it's to the top 3 hunters at any given moment. Looking at that alive list kind of hurts. At any okay, sorry. Let me continue. They are going to overlook Takumi murdering the first one because they're like, that plan cooked. You cooked with that. I'm not gonna lie. You can't take out 6 of me with that plan, but that plan was good. Good job. You win. Congrats. Right? And the game is back on. They give us until day 35. And after day 35, at midnight of day 36, the next execution will happen. We talked to Shoma, because he's the one in last place, and we're like, hey, like, don't you want to do something about that? Anything? And he's basically like, no. I'll die so that no one else has to. The only regret I have is leaving Ava, and I leave the role of her caretaker to you, right? And that's what happens there. And the next day he's executed. But when he's executed, we see something interesting. All of the Cryptoglobin is drained, because the sponsor's an asshole and must drain the Cryptoglobin apparently, and like take it. It's all drained and distributed amongst the sponsors equally. And they all gain strength at the same time, which is interesting, because it creates an opening. So they give us a week after this to kind of recuperate before round 2 will start. And during this week, some crazy stuff happens. To be honest, I actually completely forgot about a lot of this stuff. And this is exactly why I do these summaries, by the way, because when you record for this long, it's really easy to forget the events of the first like 2 hours when you've been playing for 5. So basically what happens earlier is while we are free. Actually, no, this happened even earlier. Excuse me. I'm sorry. This was all before this. I'm sorry. I jumped ahead. I completely forgot about this. After the sponsor was dead, immediately after the sponsor was dead, actually, on day 31, we were looking around for any spared bees, and in the process, we find 2 more people in sponsor, like, suits, like that suit, and they knock us out, inject us with a syringe that is, like, apparently a memory wipe drug, because this has happened to us also in the comedy route. Maybe the Gi thing is wiped, but also beyond that, there is also the fact that they tell us right before we leave that they're not involved in the invader hunt, which is fascinating. So who are these people? I don't know, man. We gotta get some explanation as to who the hell is staging all these events at some point. I fully believe we will. It's gonna be a while. Anyways, while we're out, and the next day, we learn something crucial, and that is that the escape pod has been eaten away at by some like metal-eating bacteria, and we need to find some obscure liquid to kill it off. And we are struggling to do so because, again, like we don't have what we need. We look around for. Like, we don't look around for it too much yet because, like, we're like, whatever. Like, the game's over. It's fine. Right? But once the sponsor comes back, we kind of get together as the Anti-Sponsor Alliance and talk about what option are we going to take here? Are we going to either A, kill the sponsor, B, play the game, or those are actually the only options? And the Takumi says, fuck that, C, right? We escape in the escape pod, and they're like, what? Hello? Are you, like, forgetful? Like, what are you talking about? We literally just talked about how this is impossible. They talk about it, and they decide to look for this material, right? Yeah, like this liquid. And so the group gets together, they look for it, and then we get back to where I was earlier, day 42, eventually, right? We get to day 42. Nope, that's when the rest ends. They spend most of this time searching. And I believe at the tail end of said search, I might not have it exactly correct. No, it was at the tail end of the recovery period that we formed the improved anti-sponsor alliance. We merged the teams, and now Takumi, Tsubasa, Kyoshika, Nozomi, Moko, and Yugamu all kind of merge as teams because of Nozomi was sick, and Takumi is approached by Moko and Kyoshika for help, and oh wow, they're both dead. Fuck. That's tough. They approach him for help, and he's able to help keep Nozomi alive by helping her deal with her rejection symptoms using the cryptoglobin syringe that he was granted. And she's safe, and they all decide to join together as one big team, right? And they are made aware of the plan, and they decide to look for this liquid for a while. And eventually they just kind of suddenly find it. That one was fascinating. It was another day Takumi forgot exactly what happened. And we find the liquid, and Tsubasa asks where he found it, and he's like, oh, I don't remember. That's crazy. I don't know. Which is oof. I feel like there's something up with him. I really don't know what's going on with him, but like, we'll figure it out. It can't be the exact same as Slasher Route, but I wouldn't be shocked if it's similar, right? I wouldn't be shocked if it's kind of similar. Okay, what else? This exploration, we were like trying to get the headphones. I was like, kind of whatever, as a plot point. And then I believe a little time goes further. They're hunting, because we're in the hunting period now. Also very notably is the fact that we have realized, now that we have the liquid, that we are going to be unable to escape on that escape pod, because it is going to take Tsubasa like 50 days to fix, minimum, is what she said. And that is barely going to fly. That's not even leaving early at that point. So we move to back to plan A of kill the sponsor. Yugamu has concocted a plan. What it is unknown at the time, and I called it the exact instant he concocted it, not going to lie. But, it was unknown, in theory. It just wasn't actually unknown, to me. So Yugamu is on his own for a while, and the other two teams are dividing up, and this results in a very unfortunate scenario. Moko and Nozomi are teamed, as well as Takumi and Tsubasa are like teamed in together. It was what was it? It was Moko, Kyoshika, and Nozomi. Were together. And us and Tsubasa, and they ended up fighting New Gank, the Time Rewind commander. And while they were able to defeat him several times, he just kept rewinding time, as New Gank does. And they managed to seriously weaken Nozomi. Like very close to fatally injure, right? If left unattended, it would have been fatal, right? And we were left with a choice. We had to get out of there, right? Because we couldn't defeat New Gank in time, right, to get Nozomi to safety. And so we were left with a choice. Moko decided to sacrifice herself. She decided to sacrifice herself, and we either had to honor her sacrifice and leave her behind and go back and save Nozomi, Or we could have not left her behind and stayed, and I don't know how it would have ended. I didn't choose that. I chose to honor her sacrifice. In a lot of cases, someone wants to make a sacrifice like that, and it's a completely justifiable sacrifice. Like at that point, it was straight up one person for another, man. Like straight up, that's what it was, right? So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let you have this, Moko. But it was damn unfortunate. Unfortunately, Moko obviously does die in the ensuing battle. And we do our best to heal Nozomi. We do our best to heal Nozomi up. We get a bunch of cryptoglobin from the commanders, which we needed to heal Nozomi from her injuries, because that was basically what Yugamu said she needed. We give her the cryptoglobin, and Yugamu comes back and says, whoa, things got worse suddenly. And I don't know what's going on. Like, I literally have no clue what this is, and it was rejection symptoms this time. And we're like, oh yeah, she needs even more cryptoglobin, by the way. What a cryptoglobin fiend, bro. I'm just saying. All right, she's a fiend, bro. Cryptoglobin fiend. Anyways, and the only person we think, or the only commander we think of that we can get cryptoglobin from is Ava, which is wild, right? In the moment, I was like, wow, what a terrible plan. Like, this is gonna go well, bro. And it turns out it did. We offered to let her go if we kind of used her daughter against her, right? That like wanting to get back to commune, right? We offered to let her go if she let Nozomi take some blood, and she did. And something very interesting happened. They developed a hell of a bond, right? Like a crazy bond. Like Nozomi, because Ava saw all of Nozomi's memories, and I believe the opposite was true as well. It was true. They saw each other's memories in the process of doing this, and they kind of grew very close, right? Nozomi kind of viewed Ava as a mother, and Ava viewed her as her daughter, right? They talked in a lot of ways that you kind of expect, like, from a mother and daughter, right? Like, I mean, even just basic stuff like, you gotta improve your cooking or you'll never be able to marry. Like, come on, who hasn't heard a mother that says that? I'm not saying every mother says that. I'm saying who doesn't know of a mother that has said that, right? You know, like, you gotta work on this. You're never gonna get married, right? And then the kid, like, being like, what? Like, that doesn't even matter anymore. Like, I don't even care, right? But then, like, low-key later on, like, confiding in us and being like, man, why would you say that? Like, that's so mean, right? Like, and then like, you couldn't talk bad about Ava. If you did, like, it bothered Nozomi. And it was, like, very clear what that relationship was. And I thought that was awesome for them because Ava realized the extent of Nozomi's pain, right? And I think that's something that I don't want to say I've glossed over, right? But, like, it's kind of easy to not realize, like, or like not think about how, like, fucked, not Ava, Ava too, Nozomi's backstory is, right? The fact that she was experimented on as a kid and she was just searching for her mother's affection, and so that's why she was willing to do this. But it was so much more in your face, this route, right? Even basic things like, I mean, like, the way she was crying out and, like, you know, like, she was clearly searching for a mother figure who loved her back, right? And she finds that with Ava, right? And I mean, down to the point where she refuses to participate in the game anymore because of the fact that it will, I mean, she has to kill more invaders, and she knows that invaders aren't like mindless beasts anymore. Team Takemaru, you know, tries to kill Ava, and she's not letting that slide. Actually, frankly, we slide on Team Takemaru, like, literally. We actually killed them. Like, we killed Takemaru, Ima, and Kako. Unfortunately, that fight was way too easy, like, pathetically easy, unfortunately. That was such a hype moment, I'm not gonna lie. Right, seeing, like, the infighting there, and then the fight was pathetically easy. And I don't even mean, like, I call this game too easy, and I think it is, right? But at least most bosses, like, honestly, they don't even really make me think. But I don't literally beat them in 2 moves, right? Like, literally 2 moves. Like, that's not an exaggeration. Literally 2 moves. Literally 2. Right? Unfortunate. I thought that really took away from the scene. That's one of those times where it's like, we're fighting against people who are equally as skilled as us, in theory, right? This should be an interesting fight, and instead it's not. They balanced it around the fact, I guess, that, like, what, you wouldn't just ult them? I guess that's what they balanced this around? I guess if you couldn't ult them, it would maybe be a little interesting. But you can ult them. So it was a little anticlimactic. But anyways, the point was, she literally put it all on the line to protect Ava, right? Like, literally, she almost died again, and actually she had to suck Ava's blood again. To recover from this. And she takes a few days to recover, and unfortunately, when we get there, right, to the point where she's recovered, we're like, Nozomi, like, you need to live, right? Like, we all need you to live. Would Ava be happy with this, right? And eventually she's like, no, right? But while she's recovering, I should add that we let Ava go. We let Ava go, and she's going back to her daughter, who, unfortunately, name I forgot. Commune. Going back to Commune. And we're like, would Ava want this of you, right? How would Ava feel? She said she's coming back for you. How would she feel if you were dead? Right? And that finally spurs her into action, and she's willing to go to an invader base with us to kill a commander and get her out of the bottom of the leaderboard. But unfortunately, Team Takamaru kind of ambushes us. And he's like, oh, where are you guys going? Right? Because you're not going anywhere on this bus without us. We'll just shoot the tires out. You're not going anywhere. Like, I'm going to be honest. We should have killed them. Like, straight up, we should have killed them. It's a dog-eat-dog world in this route. We should have, right? But we did not. And instead we brought them to the invader base with us. We kill boss whose name I don't remember, the floating one that drops eggs. We kill them, and we're kind of like, whoa, where did Nozomi go? And Nozomi has noticed that she felt Ava's presence in this stronghold. And so we go and chase after her and find her, and she's talking to Ava, and they kind of talk, and she kind of sends Nozomi away to go get her some medicine and asks us, like, yo, what is really happening here? We tell her everything that's happening, and Ava makes a choice. She makes the choice to sacrifice herself for Nozomi, because she doesn't want Nozomi to die. And I think this is what was I really loved this, is basically her words were, a mother shouldn't sacrifice, or a mother shouldn't make their daughter sacrifice herself for the mother, right? I didn't say that as eloquently as Ava did, right? But it's more or less what she says, right? And she proves that with her actions, right? She's always talked about how her mother wronged her, how her mother made her daughter sacrifice, right? Nozomi's mother, to be clear, made Nozomi sacrifice for her, right? And she believed that was wrong, and she told Nozomi that straight up. Like, she told her that. And then she proved with her actions that she wasn't like that, right? She loved Nozomi in a way that I don't want to say her mom never did, but she low-key might not have, you know? She proved her love in a way that her mother never could have, right? Because her mother didn't, by the sound of it, didn't really make sacrifices for Nozomi. In fact, she had Nozomi making sacrifices for her. And we agree, and we agree to this plan, and we take the detonator and the 2 chips that Ava hands to us, and we put them in our hands, and we put them in Nozomi's hand, and we kind of ball her hand up, and we blow it up. And this results in Nozomi getting a fuck ton of points. We get back the next day, day 57, and we realize that Nozomi's not in last place anymore. In fact, she's rocketed up to like 4th. But now Kyoshika's in last. I hate this. Kyoshika's one of my like absolute favorites in the game. I think I made this abundantly clear by now. I love Kyoshika, man. I love Kyoshika. I'm not gonna pull the tier list way too late. Way too late at night for me to mess with the tier list today. But I can tell you right now, Kyoshika's like an S tier for me. And this route certainly helped her. Like, actually, it did. And she's in last place, and she decides, look, I'm not going to sacrifice myself for a comrade, right? I could, in theory, right, die, right? Or not die and let somebody else die in my place, right? But it would be one of our teammates, and I'm not going to do that, right? I'll accept my death, right? And before that, she just asks Yugamu, like, before I die, can you tell me the plan? And Yugamu reveals the plan, and it was a poison, right? Loading up poison that affects cryptoglobin, and doing so right before being absorbed by the commander, so that it's all absorbed by the commander, or not the commander, the sponsor, so that the sponsor absorbs all of it, and as a result, they die. All of them. All of the sponsors die. But before they die, they tell us something big. The game isn't over. There is a successor. Who that successor is, we don't know. I'm genuinely worried it's Darumi. Like, actually, I'm being serious. I am worried about that possibility. I think it would make a lot of sense. Like, unfortunately, it would make a lot of sense to me. I hope that's not the case, but it is not impossible. It could also just be some other person in a suit. Like, and at that point, I mean, what do we do, right? I hope we eventually figure out the identity of the successor, and the original, right, sponsor. It's kind of unfortunate that we're just never gonna know. I hope it's in the other branch, maybe, or one of the bad endings, or it's revealed later in this one. I don't know. I just hope we get to see it. Anyways, there's a few more big events in this episode. Something I didn't talk about earlier. Will come up here in a second. I was about to jump to it, and I feel like it's a little bit of a jump. Anyways, some days go by. Everyone's kind of really depressed about Kyoshika's sacrifice. But fuck, Kyoshika, I think, would be happy with how things went. She took down all the sponsors, man. That's what she wanted. She was someone who would give her life to attempt to save all of her comrades. And unfortunately, I don't think that's fully what she did, but she did a damn good job of it. Very close, right? She put a big dent in this game, right? For sure, bare minimum. But while they're recovering, Tsubasa comes and talks to Takumi, and they realize that, we have these chips, right? And we hand one of them to Tsubasa, and she goes and deciphers it, the one that we were meant to decipher. And it was a map to somewhere. Now, it was pretty obvious, even in that moment, that it was Commune's like hiding place with Ava. But we go there, and we find Commune. We give her the chip, and she goes and is like seeing all of her mother's memories. And this is where things get really interesting, right? And I meant to talk about this earlier. We got to see a developing relationship between Takumi and Tsubasa. And like I said earlier, I actually really like this, right? One, like, I think it's working pretty well. It's felt kind of natural because they've kind of slowly built it up. They built it up way earlier, right? Just general, like, I guess there was a little, like, Takumi didn't realize what he was doing, but like a little bit of almost accidental flirtiness. And you could tell it was, affecting Tsubasa a little bit. I was kind of joking about it earlier, like, oh, snap. Oh, we're getting this, right? We're getting a real relationship, but this comes around and they're on the bus and there's one blanket, right? They get close to each other, and then Tsubasa kind of starts talking about like, well, at least I don't have to sleep alone tonight anymore. And she talks about like how she's been feeling recently, her like anxieties and fears about the situation and her nightmares as a result. And they kind of get closer, and I mean, Takumi literally just hits her like whoop and just pulls her closer, right? And they're real close under that one blanket, and I mean, there's a lot of talk. I'm like, it's pretty clear. Like, they're like, I don't even want to know if I can say low key an item. They're like an item, And I think that's pretty awesome, man. I really like that this game is going this direction, and I haven't played really that many routes, so I don't want to say anything, because one of them was comedy route. I wouldn't expect anything too crazy like that in there. Like, yeah, they could have had a comedy route where romance was somehow a pillar of it, right? That could have worked. I think that would have been potentially funny, but like, that's not where they went. That's fine. Probably could have replaced the fish route, but what do I know? Anyways, so I don't want to say it's not a thing that they're doing, but I think it makes sense that in a high stress situation like this, where you're locked in close proximity with this many people, that you naturally find somebody that you feel that way about, right? Or like kind of develop those feelings towards, right? And so I think it makes sense to finally see one, right? I mean, I say this too in Slasher, right? We saw Gaku have a crush on Tsubasa. Why is it always Tsubasa? What the hell? Is it ever going to be anyone else? Surely it is, right? Surely. I mean, I guess you could argue that at points Takumi has had like, kind of romantic feelings for maybe like Nozomi or Karawa, but never as blatant as this, I feel. Never as blatant as this. Or I guess maybe not reciprocated in that way, like this. But that's interesting. I would love to see more of this going forward, personally. Anyways, we come back with Commune. It takes a while. Commune just decides to come back with us because she wants to meet Nozomi, and come back and meet Nozomi she does. And Nozomi doesn't even know what to say at first, and then she like gives Commune a gigantic hug. And they seem like long-lost sisters, and I'm really intrigued to see how that relationship is going to play out going forward. I'm willing to bet that last slot right there next to Mo... Well, you can't see where I'm pointing. What the hell am I doing? Oh, I can't. I guess maybe that's what I was thinking. That last slot I could see being her, because I mentioned this earlier. I went to the event gallery, and there's room for one more person, right? Go through and look at the Bond events. Holy smoly. Can I get to the main menu, please? Please. Alright, go to the main menu. We go to the Bond events in the gallery. This is Ato. This is Ima. Who's this? Right under Ava, too? Come on, that's Commune. Be for real. Be so for real. That's Commune. And so that's interesting. I wonder if she's going to become a playable unit in this route. That's kind of what this is suggesting to me, and that is fascinating. I'm intrigued to see that. But that's where we left off, right? So much shit has happened. I think the best way to summarize this episode, though, is just sacrifices. We had 3 different people. No, 4. 4 this episode. Shoma was also this episode. Sacrificed themselves to protect somebody else. Shoma did. Moko did. Kyoshika did. Ava did, right? So many sacrifices, right? That seems to be the theme of this route to me. And I kind of love it. I think they're covering it pretty well. Right? This idea of sacrifice. Really, and I think it was Ava's arc and Nozomi's arc that was the highlight of this for me. Because this is when, is explicit, specifically there, not only, they kind of start to beat it in, right? With that whole arc of, you sacrificed for somebody else that you should not have been sacrificing for, Nozomi. That is what Ava said to her, right? Your mother should have been sacrificing for you, not the other way around, right? And they develop that kind of mother-daughter relationship, and she proves that's how she feels, right? That all sacrifice is kind of the ultimate form of love, right? And I that's what this whole route has been about, I think, because Moko did that too. Moko, she loved Nozomi, right? In her own way, she loved Nozomi, and so she was willing to sacrifice herself for her. Shoma, okay, honestly, Shoma was just he did sacrifice himself, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it wasn't for a specific person. It was for this general feeling of I'm not going to let someone else die in my place, right? So almost part of it was his self-worth, I'm not gonna lie. But so maybe not the same exact reasoning, but I mean, it was still that feeling of obviously it was another big sacrifice. And Kyoshika, it was kind of the same thing. She loved her comrade. She couldn't have a comrade die in her stead. And honestly, that's the same for Shoma. So Shoma and Kyoshika were very similar in the sense that they were not willing to let someone else die in their place, right? If someone had to die, it will be me, right? And Kyoshika even loaded up on poison, right? And was oh, I'm taking down the sponsor with me if I gotta go, right? And so that's absolutely the theme of this route, and so I'm totally expecting another big sacrifice at some point. If I'm being completely honest, who's it gonna be? I don't know. Maybe Yugamu, right? I could see basically anybody besides Kako and Ima, right? Maybe one of Kako and Ima sacrificed themselves for the other, but they're I don't know. And Darmi. I don't know that Darmi would sacrifice herself for somebody. I mean, that would be a crazy character, growth moment, if that's the point she reaches. But doesn't seem like the type. Takamaru, I feel he totally would, but it's certainly not going to be any of us right now. The way things are right now, at least. Kako and Ima, maybe not, but I could see Tsubasa. If something is going to happen to Takumi right now, I could see Tsubasa sacrificing herself, possibly vice versa, but I don't know how often they're going to do someone other than Takumi as protag. Nozomi, I could 100% see herself sacrificing herself, especially if it's for Commune. If she sacrifices herself for Commune, I would not be shocked at all. Or vice versa. But I would lean Nozomi first, I suppose. Yugamu, I could see him self-sacrificing himself. He's become that type. My thoughts on Yugamu have improved a good amount on this route, right? It turns out when you're in a serious route where your character is actually developed on, you get better, right? Shocker, by the way. And so I think this route has done a good job at helping him feel like way better, right? Much more interesting. That layer to him of like, oh, at first I was just like, yeah, Takumi, you suck, right? Like, you're talentless. But the more I got to know you, the more I realized who you really were. And when you jumped in to save Darumi, right? Like, I knew you were strong by yourself. It wasn't the cryptical event that makes you strong. And I wonder if this like change in Yugamu will compel him to maybe sacrifice himself. Like I just feel like there's 1 to 2 more sacrifices at least that are gonna happen, right? It just feels like that's the route right now. And I like that. All the deaths have been emotional. I talked about this earlier, but I didn't feel that way in the slasher route. And I think I explicitly said like this game, like the death they don't carry much weight, right? They don't carry much weight to me because I know they're just going to be alive in another route, right? And I know that, right? And so I'm like, yeah, so the deaths don't carry much weight. But in a situation like that, you can make the deaths carry weight, but not by pure shock value, right? It's got to be like the reasoning behind it, right? Why did this person die? What did they die for, right? And this route has been really good at nailing that, right? In the slasher route, people just died because Takumi killed them, right? And that's it. Right? There was no rhyme or reason for their deaths, and so it's like, oh, another person is dead. And it was the same in the zombie route. It's like, oh, like they killed another person, right? Besides, like, yeah, like, I mean, there were some deaths that this wasn't true for, and they were the most interesting ones to me, right? In slasher, right? Like, you think Kirara's sacrifice for Kyoshika in my first route of slasher, like, that was a relatively impactful death, right? Gaku letting Tsubasa eat him, right? Because he was kind of like heartbroken, right? That was relatively impactful because it wasn't just him dying, it was why he died, the way he died, right? And this route is full of that, man. Nobody has died meaninglessly besides like maybe Gaku. We'll see what's going on with Gaku. I feel like there's going to be more to that eventually. Maybe it's in the other side of things is where we'll learn more about Gaku, right? Like what happened with him. He might have died meaninglessly, but ever since we branched off of the killing game choice, every death has been meaningful, right? There hasn't been a death that was like just for shits and giggles, right? Like just they're dead because they are dead, right? And I love that. I love that so far. I hope that continues. I'm looking forward to seeing where exactly we're gonna go from here, man. You know, like there's a lot of directions we could go. The third round should be starting soon with the successor. Who is the successor? Who knows? Is this round gonna happen? Probably. I hope not, but probably. What's gonna go on with Commune, right? Lots of questions still. Honestly, even to me, like the relationship between Takumi and Tsubasa, what's gonna go on there? I feel like that's an interesting question in and of itself. Is it gonna stay? How's it gonna work out? Is Takumi in the doghouse after looking at Nozomi the wrong way at the end of that last day? Who knows? He might be in the doghouse. Bro, it's been like literally one day and bro already ended up in the doghouse. Poor dude. You got it. You sleeping on the couch already? Already, bro? GG. No, but seriously, I'm excited to see more of that, and just generally, what else is going to happen, man? This has easily been my favorite route so far. It is not even close. I might have to significantly revise some of my ending tiers, because this is, so far, it's so much better than what we've seen, that I'm like, I don't know that I can put some of the endings I've seen so far in the same tier as this. Right? We'll see. Maybe things change. I hope they don't. I hope I walk out of this like, I'm going to have to re-tier some things because this is just too peak. Right? I hope that's how I walk out of this. But we'll see. I don't know when the next episode will be out. I'm hoping to record tomorrow, but I've got work, and I don't know. Maybe I'll come back from work and be like, you know what? I'm good. I don't know. Or maybe I'll end up playing some games with my friend. We've been playing some games recently, so we'll see exactly what happens. I'm sure you guys will eventually know the answer to when the next episode is, because it will be uploaded. Eventually. I don't know when that will be. Anyways, that'll be all I have time for today, really, though. I should have been out of here an hour ago. Oh my god, it's so late. Oh, Lord. Sacrifices I make for you guys. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't... Believe me, I'm playing because I want to, right? I hope you guys just happen to be enjoying me play. Anyways, like I said, that is all I've got time for. I don't know when the next episode will be out, but I hope to see you guys there when it does come out. But until then, peace.